the championship game gives you a chance to really showcase your program. And we're so proud of these young men, not just as players, but as people. And today's game gives us a chance to play in another national championship, which we played in 5, and really go out and show what our style of football is all about.
Westminster College has had a great tradition of intercollegiate athletics since the early 50s with Dr. Harold Burry and then Dr. Joseph Fusco. So the opportunity to continue that is really exciting for me and for our coaching staff.
Pacific Lutheran football coach Frosty Westerine, Westminster College football coach Gene Nicholson. As you can tell, they are ready for NAIA Division II National Football Championship action, live from Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. Hello once again, everybody. I'm Steve Arena along with Todd Pickett. Great to have you with us today. We are extremely excited about this NAIA Division II National Championship game. Pacific Lutheran out of Tacoma against Westminster College from New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. A great offense in Pacific Lutheran against a stellar, great defense in Westminster College.
Well, you talk about the cliches, but it really is the irresistible against the immovable going into today. Take a look at some of these numbers. Pacific Lutheran, #1 in the country in scoring, 7th in total offense and passing against a Westminster team that leads the country in scoring defense, is 2nd in passing defense, and has not allowed a point in over 10 quarters in the playoffs.
Of course, when you talk about Pacific Lutheran's offense, you have to talk about Mark Weekley, the senior quarterback who has had an outstanding season this year, throwing 42 touchdown passes.
This young man is very impressive. They liken him to a Doug Flutie. In fact, think he might even have a career in the CFL when he's done in Tacoma. He holds or shares some 33 records, including 4 national marks, threw for 6 touchdowns in 1 playoff game earlier this year, and could set 6 more NAIA records by the end of today's game.
But don't forget about the Pacific Lutheran defense. We'll be calling out the names Riddell and Jackson a lot today.
And they have been a very good defense down the stretch. Albert Jackson has returned fumbles for touchdowns in each of the last 2 playoff games. Ted Riddell was the National Defensive Player of the Week, 9 tackles in a semifinal victory over Baker of Kansas last week.
Moving along to the Westminster offense, totally opposite of Pacific Lutheran's offense. They'd like to grind it out, but actually run the ball. And of course, when you talk about Westminster, you talk about Andy Blatt, who can get it done on the ground, leading that team in rushing.
Blatt is a super player, has improved even more in his sophomore campaign. He, along with Weekley, has been the team's offensive MVP in each of the 3 playoff games. Had 1 game in the first round where he rushed for 241 yards.
Boy, you talk about a defense. Westminster College gets it done on the defensive side of the football.
It's been the Titans' tradition. Gene Nicholson was the defensive coordinator before becoming head coach. 2 of the best, Aldridge Jones, an All-American a year ago, who's also a dangerous punt return man, and Brian Germanowski, the team's defensive player of the game last week, 13 solo tackles in their semifinal victory over Hardin-Simmons.
National championship football is not strange territory for these 2 teams. They've been here before.
They are, in fact, the 2 schools that have made the most appearances in the playoffs. PLU 12 times. They've won 1 championship, tied for another. Westminster, 14 appearances. They have 5 national titles. Those are both records.
Pacific Lutheran University and Westminster College for the NAIA Division II National Championship right here, coming up on Prime Sports Northwest. NAIA Championship Football is brought to you by Food for Less. Our name says it, our prices prove it. By Royal Crown Cola, me and my RC. By Thomason Auto Group. If you don't see them today, they can't save you any money. By Smith's Home Furnishings, because nobody cares like Smith's. And by Columbia Sportswear, manufacturers of indestructible outdoor wear.
Without a camcorder, what memories will you miss this holiday season? What moments will you leave behind forever? Before you miss a single precious memory, come to Smith's Home Furnishings. You'll find a complete line of Sony camcorders. And you can buy with no down payment, no monthly payments, and no interest for an entire year. So don't miss a single moment. Save them all with a Sony camcorder from Smith's.
The baby's mother on the right shops at the supermarket. The baby's mother on the left shops at Food for Less. As a result, the Food for Less mother is saving money every week, every month, every year. So, when it's time for college, the Food for Less mother will have the money to help pay for it. And the supermarket mother? Well, she'll be hoping her son can play for it.
Blech.
Food for less.
They say in the end, your whole life will flash before your eyes. Make it worth watching.
Boy, it sure is cold out here, Dad.
Sure is. Snow looks great.
It looks fast. But what if I fall down?
You just get right back up again.
Okay.
Hey, don't worry about that, pal.
Sign there, number 1.
Moments like these are special. Special to us is helping you get there.
Fourth place.
I did great.
Give me 5, pal.
Welcome back to Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. Pacific Lutheran and Westminster College ready to tee it up here for the NAIA Division II National Championship. There you see the Columbia Sportswear weather conditions. A perfect day, 38 degrees, clear skies. Wind will not be a factor out of the northwest at 5 miles per hour. This great weather report was brought to you by Columbia Sportswear. A good look at Frosty Westering, head football coach at PLU, 22 years in Tacoma. Done a great job with that program. And Gene Nicholson, head football coach at Westminster, 27-6 in his 3rd year. Pacific Lutheran won the toss, deferred. They will be kicking off. Jamie Thomas doing the kicking off for Pacific Lutheran. Aldrich Jones back deep for Westminster College. We are underway at Civic Stadium. A high, short kick to the far side of the field by number 23, Todd McLean, up across the 25-yard line, where Westminster will take over 1st and 10. First series of the ball game for the NAIA Division II National Championship. There you get a good look at number 11, Sean O'Shea, quarterback for Westminster. Remember, these guys like to run the ball. Westminster, 9-game winning streak. Handoff, Andy Blatt, the main man on the ground. Blatt to the near side, across the 35, up to the 37-yard line. So Todd, Westminster already establishing that running game.
They go right to the bread and butter. We mentioned Andy Blatt, just a sophomore. He is already 10th in career rushing and can move even further. You see the lead block for him by Matt Buggy, a great blocker. Pacific Lutheran's not a bad defensive team, 2nd in the country in rushing defense.
A gain of 9 on the play. Their first play from scrimmage, 2nd down and 1. Westminster in white, PLU in gold. Again, Andy Blatt hit hard up near the 40-yard line. A gain of about 2, and that should be enough for a first down. A look at the Westminster offense. Sean O'Shea leading the way. He's the quarterback, 5'11" junior. The Smith's Home Furnishings starting lineup. Backs and receivers, Blatt, Buggy, McNeil, Sofrin, and Spencer for Westminster. And the offensive line, Armstrong, Kisnerick, Wilson, Parada, and Shaw. 1st and 10. Westminster at their own 40-yard line. Motion to the far side. Sean O'Shea calling the signals. Handoff once again. Andy Blatt, big hole. Good yardage across midfield in Pacific Lutheran territory.
John Ruby making the stop for the Lutes, but you see, Steve, what Westminster's going to do. Run it right up the middle.
Smith's Home Furnishings Pacific Lutheran defensive line. Winder, Thiel, Mahelic, and Jackson. The linebackers, Benedict, Ruby, Riddell. And the secondary, Larson, Givens, White, and Christensen. The Pacific Lutheran defense. 1st and 10. Westminster on a roll, running the ball hard. Andy Blatt. Tough runner, Todd.
Very tough runner. Talking with Sean O'Shea, the Westminster quarterback, yesterday, he said, I hope PLU comes out in a 4-3 because if they do, it'll allow us to run just about anything we want to. So far, they've been successful with no frills.
John Hamill on the stop for Pacific Lutheran. A gain of 3 on the play. You're watching Westminster at its best. Running the ball. A good look at Andy Blatt. 2nd and 7. Westminster just underway from Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. Westminster and Pacific Lutheran for the NAIA Division II National Championship. Andy Blatt, again, a big hole inside the 40 down to the 37-yard line. Brought down by Trevor White from PLU. Boy, the offensive line, Westminster really opening up some huge holes.
Running some great traps left side that time. Kisneric, the guard, and Nathan Armstrong, who's 6 foot 280. Little advantage against the front line of Pacific Lutheran that's going about 220 to 250.
Sean O'Shea calling the signals. 1st and 10. Westminster on the move. Their first possession. Ball at the Pacific Lutheran 37-yard line. Handoff, Matt Buggy stopped in line of scrimmage and brought back a couple yards. PLU defense rises to the occasion.
The Titans took Blatt out of the game for a breather after 5 carries for 36 yards and watched Buggy in action. A good runner, but not nearly as powerful or able to cut back as well as Blatt. And you see the Lutes able to make the tackle for the loss, and a good grab by Thiel.
Jason Thiel on the stop. A loss of 3. 2nd and 13. Buggy in the backfield along with Blatt. Motion here to the near side. Sean O'Shea trying to find an open receiver. Being pressured by the Pacific Lutheran defense, and he goes down. Ted Riddell. The PLU defense pressuring Sean O'Shea. So Westminster comes to the table, runs the ball extremely well. They try to pass it for the first time, and the PLU defense is ready.
Buggy picking up Riddell on his stunt originally, but he stayed with it. Some pressure from Jackson and Winder, and he was able to make the stop.
3rd down and 20. The ball at PLU's 46-yard line. Sean O'Shea calls timeout. 11:11 left to play, first quarter. No score from Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon.
I'm holding Bruce Smith's shoe, man. You know what Bruce does in these shoes, man? Bad things, man. I mean bad things. Things that I just can't possibly talk about. You know what Bruce would do if he found me messing with this shoe, man? Bad things, man.
I came to California. The stuntman was my name. Everyone's an actor here, but I play a different game. 'Cause I don't need the limelight. Blind me with the
and action.
rough stuff. For fame, I just don't care.
Hey, I'd like to try that sometime. Oh, I don't know. It's a little crazy. No, I meant your RC. I know. So did I.
Concussions, a broken leg, 2 knee operations, fractured collarbone, and I don't know how many busted noses. There's just no way Ronnie should still be here, playing a game like football. The guy must have a screw loose. Loose screw, you can add that to his list of injuries, too.
Welcome back to Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. No score. First quarter, Pacific Lutheran and Westminster. 3rd down and 20. The ball at Pacific Lutheran's 46-yard line. Sean O'Shea back to pass. He's going deep. Oh, it's caught. Number 14, Tim McNeil. O'Shea just threw it up for grabs, and McNeil did a great job coming down with it.
It was up for grabs. One-on-one coverage with John Hamill, the cornerback for Pacific Lutheran. McNeil is a big play catcher for him. And watch here as O'Shea really never looked anyone off the ball. And as you mentioned, Steve, it was anyone's. And a good job, a gain of 40 yards on the play for McNeil. He just out-jumped John Hamill.
Down to the 6-yard line. So if you're looking for big plays, there's the first huge play of the ball game. 3rd down and 20. And Westminster comes through. The long pass to McNeil. 1st and goal now from the 6. Blatt in motion to the far side. Sean O'Shea. Fumble on the play. Picked up by Pacific Lutheran.
And Hamill makes up for his mistake on the coverage by being in the right spot.
First turnover of the day.
Out of the power I formation, and you really see a bad exchange between O'Shea and Darren Coast, the backup running back in that power I. Hamill coming off the corner, pounced on the open ball.
Okay, get ready. Here comes Pacific Lutheran. You want a little action? These guys put the ball up in the air in a hurry, averaging over 41 points a game. Mark Weekly, 42 touchdown passes on the year. Weekly, back to pass. He's going deep right up the bat. Man open, caught, and brought down in Westminster territory, about the 38-yard line.
That's their big play. Chad Barnett out of the backfield, Steve. They've completed that play 11 times this season, 10 times for touchdowns, and they gain over 50 a play with it. Here's the fumble play again by Westminster as you see the bad exchange. Meanwhile, PLU, you wonder, will they throw from deep in their own end? They did in a hurry, a 52-yard gain.
Absolutely no hesitation on the play. Weekly, a great pass right on the money to Chad Barnett. First and 10, the ball at Westminster's 38-yard line. Things are happening to the near side. The pass is caught and brought down. Very little gain. Tim Wetzel.
Wetzel making the tackle on Aaron Tang. And here's the initial play again. You see the little option fake. Barnett coming out of the backfield.
Look at this pass.
Well-thrown ball.
Single coverage, and they sting early. Second down and 9, a gain of 1 on the play. Welcome to Home Sports Entertainment. I'm Steve Arena, along with Todd Pickett, live from Civic Stadium. No score between Pacific Lutheran and Westminster. Game just underway. The pass caught. PLU on the move. Gavin Stanley with the reception. And you take a look at the Portland, the Pacific Lutheran offense. Mark Weekly leads the way at quarterback, a 6-foot, 185-pound senior. The backs and receivers, Tang, Barber, Barnett, Gray, and Stanley. Offensive line, Soski, Bonar, Flatham, Douglas, and Linerud. First and 10, PLU with the ball. Weekly shouting out signals at the 27-yard line of Westminster. Weekly back to pass, has all the time in the world. Now floats it out to the right side and caught. Aaron Tang with the reception. Inside the Westminster 15-yard line to about the 12. The Westminster defensive line, Biggin, Germanowski, Honig, Modrat. The linebackers, Kaminsky, Gross, Mills, and Wetzel. And the secondary, Jones, McLean, and David Dick. They're being tested early.
One of the big keys we saw a moment ago, Steve. Can PLU's line pick up Westminster's defensive pressure?
First and 10. The ball at Westminster's 12. Look at this setup, Todd. 3 receivers here to the near side, and they hand it up the middle. Frosty Westring working on the sets.
His son Scott, the offensive coordinator, and Frosty says, hey, he's a real genius when it comes to offense. You see how they'll try to stretch a team, and quite often as we see Frosty on the sideline, PLU will try to stretch a defense by showing pass and running the ball up the middle.
3 wide receivers split to the near side in a stack type of formation. Second down and 10.
Guess what?
4 now. 4 receivers here to the near side. Take a look at this. Second and 10. The ball at Westminster's 12-yard line. No score inside. 9 minutes to play, first quarter. Weekly back to pass. He's going to run the ball up the middle. Look out, he's got some room. Touchdown, Pacific Lutheran. Mark Weekly.
We mentioned about Weekly being able to scramble. One thing to keep in mind for Mark Weekly, he does have some stretched ligaments in his non-throwing shoulder, so he's under orders that if he gets into traffic to go down and slide rather than take a defender head on. We saw his scrambling and running ability in that touchdown score.
I tell you, Todd, they made it look extremely easy.
Well, this team gets off the blocks in a hurry. Pacific Lutheran averages over 17 points a game in the first quarter alone, and you saw Weekly drop back a couple steps, wait for a lane to open, and take it into the corner.
And now for the point after, Jamie Thomas. Pacific Lutheran on the board early. Nice snap from center. The kick is up, and it is good. Pacific Lutheran on top early. They lead 7-0 over Westminster. 8:40 to play, first quarter from Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. On aboard!
Over 100 years ago, visitors to Oregon would often return home with a very special beer.
It's Henry's.
No, thank you.
A beer that even today, some parts of the country have yet to discover.
Welcome to the Oregon Express.
But Westerners always were slightly ahead of the times.
Emergency exits are located, 2 to the front, 2 to the sides, and 2 to the back. Now, in the unlikely event of a water landing, your seat cushion will act as a flotation device.
What's up, guys?
Well, Butch Jr. and myself are looking at some new products here at Butch's, like this new Remington stainless steel rifle. It's really a nice gun.
These new Beretta 20 gauges are really beautiful.
You know what? With new and used guns, paintball supplies, gun safes in 4 stores, a pawn shop, police supply, fishing and archery shop, all with great pricing and zero down financing, you guys need to stop looking and start selling.
College football fans, ABC Sports and ESPN have your season ticket to the best and most gridiron action. College football pay-per-view. In addition to the games on ESPN and your ABC station, get extra games from the nation's top teams and conferences that you won't see anywhere else.
Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. Pacific Lutheran on top early, 7-0 over Westminster College from New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. Jamie Thomas kicking off for Pacific Lutheran. Perfect day for football. The ball to the far side. Todd McLean at his 15. Up across the 20. He's got some room to the 30-yard line and finally brought down. So Westminster will take over their second possession. There's a scoring drive for Pacific Lutheran. 6 plays, 90 yards in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Mark Weekley caps it off with 11-yard touchdown run. 90 yards in 6 plays. Of course, the big one to Chad Barnett.
4 for 4 passing on the drive for 79 yards as well, and now O'Shea will have to try to counter.
Westminster down 7-0. The ball on their own 30-yard line. Motion here to the near side and Tim McNeil. Handoff, Andy Blatt up the middle. Strong runner, picks up close to 4 yards. Albert Jackson on the stop for Pacific Lutheran. Tough defender.
Jackson was the defensive player of the game in the second-round victory over Central Washington. In the last 4 games, he's run back 3 fumbles for touchdowns.
2nd down and 6. Clock running, approaching 8 minutes to play, first quarter. If you're just joining us, Pacific Lutheran scores on its first possession to take a 7-0 lead for the NAIA Division II National Championship. Once again, the handoff up the middle to number 48 for Westminster, Matt Buggy. Judd Benedict, the stop for Pacific Lutheran. On the sidelines, what's going on with Westminster? What are they talking about? What can they do to stop that Pacific Lutheran offense?
They'll have to make some adjustments, and the biggest key will be to bring some pressure defensively. We saw the loop line pick it up on the first drive.
Quick adjustments. 3rd down and 3. Sean O'Shea to the near side, looking complete at the 48-yard line to number 14, Tim McNeil. On the receiving end, that'll be enough for a first down. 1st and 10 Westminster.
Steve, we talked a lot about Westminster being a ground attack team, but Sean O'Shea can throw the ball. He's already number 9 career passing at this school, but can open it up. Last week he was 9 of 17 passing. The first couple weeks of the playoffs, bad weather hampered Gene Nicholson's passing attack.
It's obvious they're going to have to score some points today. O'Shea calling out the signals. 1st down and 10. The ball at Pacific Lutheran's, rather Westminster's 47-yard line. Handoff to Andy Blatt, and he is stuffed. Number 92, Jason Thiel with the stop. The PLU defense taking a stand. Take a look at Thiel here.
Jason Thiel, one of 14 players from the state of Oregon coming back home to play in this championship game, just got through the trap blocking that time as PLU has come out of that base 4-3.
A loss of 2 on the play, 2nd down and 12. Westminster down 7-0. Sean O'Shea sends Tim McNeil in motion to the far side. The handoff absolutely nowhere. Matt Buggy is stopped.
Pacific Lutheran brought the house that time. Riddell coming in from the linebacker spot along with Benedict, and you can see what the Lutes are doing. Ruby getting into the backfield. PLU really had Buggy hemmed up before he could go anywhere. Take another look at it as they try misdirection, does Westminster, and immediately Benedict is in the face of the ball carrier before he gets it from O'Shea.
Good penetration by the PLU defense. 3rd down and 13. Another critical play for Westminster. The ball at Westminster's 43-yard line. O'Shea straight back to pass. Has to scramble out of the pocket. He's got some room. Across midfield into PLU territory. Nice effort. Sean O'Shea inside PLU's 45-yard line. Brought down by John Ruby for Pacific Lutheran. Nice play by Sean O'Shea. Shows that ability to run the ball, but he's going to come up short.
Good play by O'Shea, but it was made possible in part by PLU's defense, which blew containment against the quarterback. They got a little overeager, over-pursued, and allowed him to get to the outside corner.
The punting team in for Westminster. Matt Roback will punt for the Titans. And Chad Barnett back on his own 10-yard line for Pacific Lutheran. Low snap. Nice job by Roback. Short, high punt to the far side, out of bounds. And Pacific Lutheran will take over with pretty good field position. 5:13 left to play in the first quarter. Pacific Lutheran leads 7-0.
I think the holidays are the best time of year because it really makes you appreciate what you have. Getting together with family and friends to have fun and spend some time together. Looking back on good memories you share and looking forward to what the future holds. That's what the holidays are all about. And that's what everyone in our Thomason Auto Group family wishes for you and your family this season.
Happy holidays!
In Oregon, some of our most dedicated athletes will never have an agent. Never see their face on a cereal box. Never have a shoe named in their honor. But while high school sports may lack the glamour of the big time, it's still important to the thousands of kids who choose to compete, even without a contract. And at the Oregonian, that's important enough for us.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
From all of us at Alpenrose.
Welcome back to the NAIA Division II National Championship game. There you see the score. Pacific Lutheran leads Westminster 7-0. PLU with the ball on its own 31-yard line. Mark Wickley in the shotgun. Back to pass. Has a lot of time. Throws it out here to the near side and complete. Across the 35 up to the 37. Gavin Stanley on the reception for the Lutes. Craig Gross and Tim Wetzel on the stop. A gain of 7 on the play. Weekly, look at that. 5 for 5.
Weekly with trips formation to the left really just waits for Stanley to clear the zone, get in underneath against 2 of the linebackers, and as we see early on, Weekly's getting time to throw against the defensive pressure, but if the Titans gamble with more rushers, it opens up the field for the wideouts.
A lot of time so far for Weekly. And again, he has 3 receivers to the far side, and he hands off up the middle. Across the 40-yard line up to about the 42. That's Aaron Tang on the carry. The stop by Barry Andrew for Westminster.
Steve, for all the passing PLU does, when they run the ball, it's very effective. Tang, Barber, and Barnett, their 3 starting backs, all average nearly 8 yards per rush.
They can get it done both ways, can't they?
Well, and it's interesting as we take a look at Frosty Westering on the sidelines while they measure. Everybody thinks, well, if Mark Weekley has all these great passing numbers, they must throw the ball 40, 45 times. He averages 25 pass attempts a game. They strike for big yardage, but they don't put the ball up in the air a ton of times.
They're about a foot short for the first down. It'll be 3rd and less than a yard. Pacific Lutheran comes into this championship game averaging over 41 points a game, coming off an extremely impressive 52-14 win over Baker, Kansas in the semifinals,
in which they rolled up 404 yards total offense in the first half of the game.
3rd down, less than 1. Mark Weekley, senior quarterback, and he's a dandy. He's going to throw. Straight back, screen pass, incomplete. Chad Barnett, the intended receiver, on the screen up the middle. Are you surprised by that call?
A little bit. As we watch the defensive pressure now, Craig Gross 50 gets an open lane towards Weekley. Obviously in the screen you want to let some defense through, but Mark with Gross in his face simply threw it behind Chad Barnett. He's upset with himself, and we now see Mark call for a timeout because on 4th and a foot he's arguing with Frosty Westering saying, hey, let's go for it.
He was not at all happy with his pass, obviously. Threw it behind Barnett. Then he's forced to call a timeout at the line of scrimmage, and now they'll huddle on the far sidelines. And there you take a look at the Westminster defense. Talking to Gene Nicholson. Nicholson and Westminster College, along with Pacific Lutheran, here at Civic Stadium in downtown Portland, Oregon. A perfect day for a football, Todd. Clear skies, a little sunshine, cool, 38 degrees at kickoff, but perfect considering some of the options we would have normally this time of the year.
Absolutely. It's dry, and that may be the biggest advantage. Talking with Gene Nicholson yesterday, Westminster in the first 3 rounds had to deal with rain, mud, snow, etc. And I said, well, you must be pretty happy here. You've got artificial turf, decent weather, should be everything you'd want to allow you to run your attack. He said, all in all, I'd rather be playing in the mud. Slow PLU down.
You can actually call PLU the home team here this week because a lot of fans from Tacoma, Washington down here to watch this game. About 3,500 to 4,000 PLU fans intending to make the trip. 4th down and 1. PLU will go for it at its own 41-yard line. A big play for the Lutes. Handoff. It's going to be close. Number 34 for PLU, Aaron Tang with the carry, and it looks as if, Todd, he's got enough.
Back man out of that power eye, and Aaron Tang at 5'8", 175 just put his head down and gained the yardage necessary for the first down.
First down, Pacific Lutheran. That's a gutsy call. Early in the game, up 7-0 in your own territory. You go for it, 4th and 1.
Well, that's from a coach who threw from his own 10 on the first play. So,
first down and 10. Mark Weekley and the Pacific Lutheran offense. And we have penalty markers on the play. PLU walking backwards. Roger Judd, the referee today. Steve Wilson, the umpire.
Before the snap, illegal snap on center.
There you see the
Fence
call.
is still first down.
5-yard penalty on the Lutes. First down and 15 for Pacific Lutheran. Dry artificial turf making this offense even more dangerous. Weekley and the gang. Up to the line of scrimmage. Doing a lot of talking, calling off a play. Back to pass. Westminster needs to put some pressure on Weekley. He scrambles to the far side, still looking, and complete. Gavin Stanley on the reception. Boy, I tell you, Weekley has all the time in the world to throw.
He does, and his scrambling ability makes it even more dangerous. Aldridge Jones on the coverage. This is just a case of Weekley finding an open spot and waiting for someone to come clear. And if you're Westminster defensively, you say, how much more pressure can we put on him at the risk of allowing our defensive backs to give up even more space to the wideouts? Watch again as Weekley scrambles. Had the option to run as well if he chose to do it. Jones on the coverage, but not before another big gain to Stanley.
For the most part, nice coverage by the secondary, but Weekley can just basically pick out his receiver. Second down to 6, a gain of 4 on the play. Weekley again, back to pass. There's some pressure going deep. Barnett overthrows the intended receiver.
Tim Wetzel, the outside linebacker, providing some pressure, and you see Mark Weekly talking to his line saying, hey, somebody did not pick him up. And Weekly was a little surprised to see Wetzel come in with a full head of steam.
Andrew Berry on the coverage. 3rd down and 6. The Westminster defense trying to dig down and stop this play.
Steve, you talked about Weekly taking some time before the snap. Keep in mind, we're talking the son of a coach who is like having an extra coach out on the field. He will make a lot of audibles once he takes a look at Westminster's defensive set.
You see Mark Weekly taking a good look here. Can read the secondary so well. Reads the defenses, and that's what makes him such a great quarterback. 3rd down and 6. Back to pass. Again, lots of time. Here to the near side. Complete. Gavin Stanley. They'll spot it just inside the 45-yard line. And that'll be a 1st down for Pacific Lutheran. Weekly, a lot of steam on that ball.
Has good zip on the ball. And again, with 5 receivers in the pattern, somebody's going to be against a linebacker. Tim Wetzel, the outside linebacker, doing all he can to cover against Gavin Stanley. But Stanley, who has set some school records, had 70 catches this season, 13 touchdowns, is able to make the cut on the linebacker and a disciplined pattern just beyond the yardsticks.
That's a long sideline pass, and he put a lot on it. 1st and 10, Pacific Lutheran. The clock inside, 3 minutes to play, first quarter. PLU leads Westminster College 7-0 in the NAIA Division II National Championship game. Weekly calling out signals. Aaron Tang in motion to the far side. Did they take too much time?
25-second clock expired that time on him.
So 2 mistakes now by Pacific Lutheran, an illegal procedure, and now they take too much time.
Dead ball. Delay a game on the offense. 5 yards. Still 1st down.
1st down and 15 for Pacific Lutheran.
You see Mark Weekly reading his wristband, has the plays listed on that. He also wrote down a couple of mental cues. Read the defense and watch your feet. Those were his keys coming in.
1st and 15. The ball at Westminster's 49. Weekly, lots of room, but a great defensive play. I tell you, if Craig Vilwalk didn't tackle Mark Weekly, he had 20-25 yards of clear sailing ahead.
Again, you see Weekly talking with Tang. Craig Vilwalk, 6'2", 290-pound freshman, a backup defensive end. This is a case of Weekly waiting too long. Take off now, and he's got it. He waited just too long, and Vilwalk was there to come off the block and make the stop.
He had lots of room to roam. 2nd down and 16. The ball smack dab in the middle of the field now at the 50-yard line. PLU leads 7-0. Clock running inside 2 minutes. Weekly, play fakes. Scrambling to the far side, throws, incomplete. Outstanding defensive play by Kevin Kamensky. Kamensky with a nice play.
Again, a case of an outside linebacker against a receiver. Give Kamensky credit for the scramble, but the receiver does not come back to the ball. Watch at the tail end of the play here as Weekly on the sprint out waits for the play to develop. And instead of the receiver coming back for the ball, a little bit behind him as well, Chad Barnett trying to reach for it, and Kamensky was able to get the hand on it.
3rd down and 16. The Westminster defense has been on the field a long time in this first quarter. And they're faced once again with another big stop. Weekly in the shotgun. Straight back to pass again. Lots of time over the middle. Complete. At the 35-yard line of Westminster, Gavin Stanley.
Going to depend on the spot. Kevin Kamensky and David Dick teaming up for the tackle, and it is going to be very, very close as Stanley had to come back over the chains. There you see right in the middle of your screen is Stanley. All he's doing is going head-to-head with the linebacker and then making a cut one way or the other. PLU's team speed, one of the biggest worries for the Titans coming into the game. You can see why with Stanley's catch.
Stanley came into the game, Pacific Lutheran's leading receiver with 70 catches. Just a solid player. Mark Weekly, 8 of 11, already 118 yards, and we're not finished with the first quarter. Again, PLU just short.
And 3rd and 16 is nothing for the Lutes. We're looking at Weekly, who averages better than 16 yards per completion. And in addition, nearly 21% of those completions go for touchdowns. Frosty Westering most active, winningest coach in NAIA, 4th in active winning percentage at just over 74%, his 22nd year at PLU.
Definitely a player's coach. He loves his players. And Gene Nicholson, his first trip to the national championship game as a head coach for Westminster College. 4th and less than a yard. 1:21 left to play, first quarter. PLU will try to keep this drive alive. Mark Weekly. Oh, back to pass. Wide open. Aaron Tang. Touchdown, Pacific Lutheran. Can you believe that play?
You almost wonder if Weekly intentionally made that move at the line of scrimmage to fake the dive. The bobble on the snap, and Tang was wide open.
That's exactly what he did. That's exactly what he did.
Just before the snap, Mark Weekly changes his feet, changes his structure, and take a look on the snap play now. Oops, tucks down, and then pops back up again. Never really bobbled the ball at all. Aaron Tang, one-on-one, outraces defensive back David Dick. Talk about imagination with this offense. What will they think of next?
I tell you, they were showing quarterback sneak to pick up the short yardage. Jamie Thomas on to attempt the point after. It is up and good. And Pacific Lutheran with 1 minute and 7 seconds left to play in the first quarter now leads at 14-0. The Lutes rolling right along here in the first quarter, averaging what, 17 points a game in the first quarter coming into this game. And we'll be taking a look at that.
Watch it again as Weekly makes the fake on the snap. 43-yard touchdown play, and you can see the Titans, they all were sucked in on it. It was a brilliant fake.
Boy, that's a great play. That is a great play.
And he continues to extend his marks. As you see Aaron Tang celebrating in the end zone. 43rd TD pass of the season, 110th of his career. Aaron Tang averages 44 yards rushing a game, but nearly 80 yards receiving a game. And as we mentioned, the passing attack is much more effective for the backs than their running game.
14-0. PLU on top of Westminster College from New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. Jamie Thomas kicking off for PLU. Gets pretty good foot into this one. Aldridge Jones at a 7-yard line, up across the 20s, got some room, across the 30, and fights his way up to about the 34-yard line. On the hit, Keith Fulfs for PLU. And Westminster will take over at its own 34-yard line. Here's a look at Aldridge Jones.
Jones, an All-American with a 27-yard return here.
Boom. Stood him straight up. Inside a minute to play. Clock stopped, 59 seconds left. Westminster College forced to battle back now, down 14-0. Can they do it? Can they loosen up this offense? The handoff, Andy Blatt up the middle. They're sticking with their bread and butter. Pacific Lutheran's scoring drive, 10 plays, 68 yards in just less than 4.5 minutes. Aaron Tang, a 34-yard touchdown reception from Mark Weekly. 14-0 PLU. Clock running, approaching 30 seconds to play in the first quarter. Sean O'Shea and the Westminster offense definitely has some work to do. Hand off up the middle. They're not panicking, are they?
They have to stick with their game, and of course they are at a disadvantage. It's not a great come-from-behind offense. We're seeing, though, Pacific Lutheran, after the initial 4 or 5 plays of the series, making some adjustments and beginning to bottle up that Westminster attack. 5 out of the 13 rushing plays prior to this series were tackled for a loss by PLU's defenders, so they're making an adjustment.
Time runs out in the first quarter. It's all Pacific Lutheran. The Lutes jump out to a 14-0 lead over Westminster College. We'll be back from Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon.
Over 100 years ago, good entertainment was as rare as a good beer, till Henry Weinhard made his very own private reserve.
Never had this before.
Which made finding a good beer easier.
Gentlemen, Tex Velvet. Thank you. You are beautiful.
But good entertainment was still a long ways off.
She'll be coming. comes. Come on, you know the words. She'll be coming.
Strong. To win, you've got to be smart. Maybe you can be one of us, the few, the proud, the Marines.
Osborne McCann Cadillac in Tacoma is having a year-end sale you won't want to miss. We need to clear our decks and make room for the 94s. That means terrific buys on remaining new 93s right now. Save over $8,300 on a new Eldorado or over $8,500 on a new Seville. And save over $7,600 on a new Brougham. Come into Osborne McCann today while selection is at its best. And remember, happiness is driving a new Cadillac.
He was hired to protect her, but she only wanted his love. Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston star in the romantic box office smash, The Bodyguard, on HBO. And he was the world's greatest clown. He lived a life of stardom and scandal. Robert Downey Jr. stars in the Oscar-nominated role of Chaplin on Showtime. Viacom Cable brings the hits to your home in January.
There's more of what you're looking for with Viacom Cable.
NAIA Championship Football is brought to you by Mortgage Market. We set the standard. 0% loan fees, 110% service. By The Oregonian. If it matters to Oregonians, it's in The Oregonian. By J.C. Penney. Doing it right. And by Nike. Just do it. Welcome back to Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. Westminster has run a play. They are down 14-0 in the second quarter. Remember, Westminster came into this game with back-to-back shutouts. Already, PLU has put 2 touchdowns on the board. First down, Westminster at their own 44-yard line. Sean O'Shea calling the signals for Westminster. Back to pass. He's being pressured. The PLU defense. Albert Jackson leading the way. Sean O'Shea having a tough time throwing the ball, being pressured.
Both Jason Thiel and Matt Mihalik, the defensive tackles, came up the middle that time. We'll take another look at it. O'Shea making the initial fake, and you can see Thiel beat the attempted block that time of Mark Dana, who's in the lineup for Westminster, and then finally Jackson there to wrap him up with some help from Judd Benedict.
Jackson came into the game with 11 quarterback sacks and 67 tackles. A loss of 3 on the play, second down and 13. Sean O'Shea trying to generate some points here for the Westminster offense. Again being pressured, rolling to the far side, the pass deflected and incomplete. Boy, you can't underestimate this PLU defense.
Josh Arnold coming up with the deflection as you see him on the screen. Big difference in numbers in the first quarter, Steve.
Rushing yards, 45-14 Westminster, but after that it's all PLU. 152 yards passing, 9 for 12. Total yards 166-95.
Another big third down play for Westminster now that they'll have to try to convert long.
3rd and 13 from the Westminster 41. The pitch to the near side, that's Andy Black. And he's driven almost out of bounds by Albert Jackson. He's all over the field. Pickup of a couple.
Jackson, an interesting young man, good team pursuit. Talking with him yesterday, he actually saw Westminster play before he ever came to PLU. As we watch him with the pursuit to the outside, assisted by John Ruby. He watched the Titans play in a semifinal game when he'd committed to PLU and said, hope someday I get to play against him.
And he's got his wish. Robach back to punt for Westminster. Chad Barnett back deep for PLU. It looks as if we're going to have a return. Barnett at his 25. He pitches over to the far side. That's Ted Riddell. He's got some room across the 40, up the midfield, into Westminster territory. What a play.
And how about the poise of Chad Barnett? He knew he was going to get nailed and made a dead on the money pitch to Riddell.
Pacific Lutheran doing it all right. Take a look at this. Barnett, he just gets the pitch off. And there's Riddell, 32-yard punt, a 38-yard return. Frosty Westering bringing all the rabbits out of the hat.
And look at the convoy he had in front. Great block by Jackson to gain additional yardage, and also had Chris Van Sligenhorst out as well.
14-0 Pacific Lutheran leads it. Mark Weekly in the offense will try to add to that. That's Andrew Tang to the far side and knocked out of bounds just shy of the Westminster 40-yard line. Aaron Tang on the carry. PLU dominating to this point, up 14-0, and they're showing some flash. The ball at Westminster's 40.5-yard line. It'll be 2nd down and 9 as you get a good look at Frosty Westering. He's keeping things exciting on that sideline. PLU with 3 receivers here to the near side. Weekly back to pass. Looking to the far side, and he just throws it out of bounds. Give credit to the Westminster secondary. Doing a good job in the coverage. Weekly has a lot of time to throw, but on several occasions already, he's had a tough time finding open receivers.
Craig Mills coming in to apply pressure, inside linebacker. You see him trot off the field. Sophomore from Elwood City, Pennsylvania.
Good look at Mark Weekly. There's Gene Nicholson, head coach at Westminster College. You know he has to be concerned right now. Down 14-0, 3rd and 9. Weekly in the shotgun. Receivers, 3 of them split here to the near side. Weekly back to pass. Over the middle, incomplete. On the coverage, David Dick for Westminster. Nice defensive play.
Jim Shapiro, backup running back, the intended receiver on this one. Man-to-man coverage against Dick. Nice grab by Weekly of the snap as well.
Watch the defense. David Dick reaches around. Nicely done. The Westminster defense apparently has forced a punt by PLU. And he does it all. Mark Weekly back in punt formation, standing at his own 48-yard line. Kicks it to the near side. That's Aldrich Jones picking it up at his 5. Up to the 15-yard line. Pacific Lutheran leads 14-0, 12:28 left to play, 2nd quarter from Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon.
I think the holidays are the best time of year because it really makes you appreciate what you have. Getting together with family and friends to have fun and spend some time together. Looking back on good memories you share and looking forward to what the future holds. That's what the holidays are all about. And that's what everyone in our Thomason Auto Group family wishes for you and your family this season.
Happy holidays!
They say in the end, your whole life will flash before your eyes. Make it worth watching.
The baby's mother on the right shops at the supermarket. The baby's mother on the left shops at Food for Less. As a result, the Food for Less mother is saving money every week, every month, every year. So, when it's time for college, the Food for Less mother will have the money to help pay for it. And the supermarket mother? Well, she'll be hoping her son can play for it. Blech.
Pacific Lutheran up 14-0. That's the Multnomah Athletic Club overlooking Civic Stadium. Get some nice seats up there. Great place to watch a football game. 1st down and 10. Westminster on the attack from its own 15-yard line. Sean O'Shea with Matt Buggy and Andy Black in the backfield. O'Shea here to the near side and complete to Matt Sofrin for the Titans.
Sofrin, the leading receiver for Westminster. Mark Gibbons on the coverage for Pacific Lutheran. Great fake here to Blatt up the middle on the eye to hold the backers inside. And O'Shea throwing on the run, planted the feet nicely. Little question along the sidelines. They said, hey, he might not have gotten under the ball, but you can see Sofran with the good grab.
Look at that time of possession. Westminster 11 minutes to PLU 7:19, and PLU leads 14-0. Sean O'Shea. Back to pass, has a lot of time. Over the middle and complete. So Westminster starting to put the ball up in the air. Mike Spencer on the reception. 6'2", 225 pounds. O'Shea says, come on, get the play back into me. Let's go, let's go.
And the Titans are doing it off of play action. That's allowing him to open the lanes. It's also giving O'Shea a little bit more time as he's able to get that one inside. Josh Arnold on the coverage for Pacific Lutheran. Spencer, the tight end, is where he's listed. And average is in the playoffs better than 22 yards a catch. You can see just short of the markers there.
Second down and short. 11:43 left to play, second quarter. A lot of fireworks in the first quarter with PLU building a 14-0 lead. This for the NAIA National Championship. Sean O'Shea 4 out of 5, and he's going to need to throw the ball today. They're down 14-0. O'Shea calling the signal. Second down, less than a yard. The handoff up the middle. Good contact. Matt Buggy on the carry. Up near midfield. Obviously enough for the first down. Big hit.
Buggy with good drive was met initially by Trevor White. Safety for PLU. You watch White, number 14, who's actually the leading tackler on this team when you combine solos and assists, but Buggy just mows him down and picks up enough for the first down.
They're banging heads, clock running, approaching 11 minutes to play, second quarter. 1st and 10, the ball spotted at Westminster's 49-yard line. Westminster in white, PLU in gold. Once again, the handoff up the middle. Andy Blatt wrestling for a few. For a tough runner, Albert Jackson again in on the play for Pacific Lutheran, along with Josh Arnold. Good look at Andy Blatt. Westminster's leading rusher with over 1,200 yards entering today's action. Boy, this guy.
Power football.
Yeah, powerful runner. Ooh, almost a face mask there. No flag, though. 10.5 minutes to play, second quarter, second down and 6. In motion, Tim McNeil to the far side. O'Shea with a long signal count. Short drop, pass complete. Inside the 40-yard line to about the 38. Trevor White on the tackle. Matt Sofran with the reception.
Interesting adjustment. Sofran at the line of scrimmage looked up, saw he was one-on-one initially with Mark Gibbons, and wigwagged a signal back to Sean O'Shea. That's how they agree on what the pass route will be, and O'Shea knew what route Sofran would run then.
Nice catch.
Jukes by Gibbons, and then good help from White to make the tackle.
1st and 10, Westminster on the move at PLU's 37-yard line. Again, O'Shea back to pass, here to the near side, incomplete. Boy, that Pacific Lutheran defense really dogging Sean O'Shea.
Ted Riddell right up the middle that time. Riddell with 19 sacks for the season. You can see O'Shea quickly going over to get the next play to be called. This is probably the best thing, though, Steve, that could happen to the Titans right now. They made the stop on the defensive series, and they're maintaining possession, running some clock time, allowing those players to get settled down a little bit, and, of course, most of all, keeping Mark Wickley and the PLU offense off the field.
Right. One way to stop the PLU offense is to keep them off the field. Second down and 10. O'Shea again. The pass complete. Sofran inside the 30 and hit hard at about the 28. Ted Riddell smoked him. Big hit by Riddell.
Sofran will take those hits if it means gaining yardage like this. Again, working against Gibbons, the sophomore cornerback. You see Gibbons over pursues. Riddell comes up and lays the lick on him, leading tackler for the Lutes.
Clock running inside, 9.5 minutes to play.
Sofran on the sideline after that last hit.
Clearing his head. 3rd down and 1. Big play. O'Shea. 25-second clock. Inside 5 seconds. The handoff. Andy Blatt has a little bit of room inside the 25 to about the 24. And that should be enough for a Westminster first down. The Titans on the move. A long, sustained drive, which began at their own 15-yard line.
Jackson and White on the stop that time, and Blatt, as a good eye back will, waiting for his hold, picking his spot, and then driving upfield to gain the yardage.
Sofran back in the lineup for Westminster. First down and 10. Give credit to that Westminster offense. They're not panicking. They're staying with the game plan. Gene Nicholson keeping them poised. This drive so far, 61 yards for Westminster. And O'Shea wants a timeout. 8:40 left to play. Second quarter, Pacific Lutheran leads Westminster 14-0 in the NAIA Division II National Championship game.
In Oregon, some of our most dedicated athletes will never have an agent. Never see their face on a cereal box. Never have a shoe named in their honor. But while high school sports may lack the glamour of the big time, it's still important to the thousands of kids who choose to compete, even without a contract. And at the Oregonian, that's important enough for us.
Now showing at Smith's Home Theater, ProScan, and RCA. The top names in entertainment bring you film-like picture quality and theater-quality sound with the latest innovations in convenience and performance at your command. ProScan and RCA in a customized setting that takes home entertainment where no one has gone before. Smith's Home Theater. Experience it for yourself right now at all Smith's Home Furnishing stores.
When thinking of a home mortgage for a purchase or refinance, you think about thousands of dollars in points and application fees. Often there are long delays and uncertainty if the loan will even be approved. Think again. Mortgage Market offers no loan fees, and we close our loans in 30 days or less. We have hundreds of loan types to choose from, and our free pre-qualification and guaranteed approval ensures you receive the absolute lowest rates at the lowest cost anywhere. Call Mortgage Market today. It's no wonder we're the metro area's #1 home mortgage loan source.
Welcome back to Civic Stadium. There you see the score. Pacific Lutheran leads it 14-0. Sean O'Shea back to pass. Look out. Ted Riddell cleaned house from the far side and got him blindside.
We mentioned a moment ago Riddell with 19 sacks this season. Young man who started originally at Montana before transferring. Watch him come from the left of your screen. Lutz had 7 men up on the line, and he was untouched. Riddell, the league co-defensive player of the year this season in the Columbia Football Association.
A loss of 7 on the play. The ball back to the to the PLU 32-yard line. Second down and 17. Sean O'Shea calling the signals. Draw play up the middle. Matt Buggy, and he's tripped up and down. At the 35, John Ruby with the trip. Nice defensive play.
Ruby almost over pursuing as he was coming inside on a twist that time, able to get a hand on Buggy, and it was interesting kind of watching him. Watch Buggy sort of flail around, try to get his balance. Ruby beats Blatt's lead block, and he just couldn't quite get the footing he needed to on the turf.
The PLU defense showing that it will bend but not break.
And getting Westminster right where they want them in a long yardage situation to take away the power pot of the offense.
Third down and 20 from the PLU 35. Westminster trails 14-0. O'Shea back to pass here to the near side, going deep, caught and out of bounds at the 4-yard line. Tim McNeil with a dandy catch. What a pass by Sean O'Shea.
O'Shea with a great move to get away from the inside pressure of Riddell. But give McNeil credit now. This is the second time he's been hooked up one-on-one with John Hamill, and he's beaten him both times. O'Shea spins away from the pressure, but Hamill thought he had coverage and was overthrown. It's twice now he's been out of position.
What a great catch by McNeil. First down and goal from the 5-yard line. Westminster trying to get right back into it. The handoff up the middle. Matt Buggy for a couple. This is where Westminster is so tough with that powerful running game. Strong runners.
Remember, they were down here once and fumbled the ball on the 3-yard line. Kind of uncharacteristic because the Titans are plus 13 in the giveaway takeaway ratio coming into this game.
Darren Coast into the Westminster offensive lineup, and McNeil is out. A good look at Sean O'Shea. Second down and goal from the 2. Blatt in motion to the far side. The handoff, Buggy, and he is stopped cold. A host of PLU defenders led by Judd Benedict and Josh Arnold in on the play.
Interesting to watch here in the power eye. You put your leading rusher Blatt out of the backfield, Buggy trying to get it on the cross, and you can see both Benedict and Arnold along with Albert Jackson. And Benedict Arnold, sort of a traitorous defensive play there. So
I thought the same thing, Todd. Sending Andy Blatt in motion to the far side. He's their leading rusher.
And they go back to straight eye instead of power.
O'Neal here to the near side. Has some time. O'Neal trying to find an open receiver and finally drugged down by number 6 for Pacific Lutheran, John Ruby. I tell you, O'Shea had all the room in the world to the far side of the field.
The corner was open. Coverage is completely blown by Pacific Lutheran to the left of your screen. And as O'Shea comes back, he could run the ball into the end zone right now, but he evidently felt that the team speed, you saw Riddell coming back over to pursue, cut off that avenue for him, and instead they'll go to the field goal attempt.
And it's Willie Woods. The ball will be spotted at about the 16-yard line. 6 for 9 this year in field goals. Woods, this from 26 yards out. Oh, it hits the upright and bounces away. And Westminster is turned away.
That's when you know it may not be your day. Now, twice the Titans have been inside the Pacific Lutheran 5-yard line and have come away empty. Woods, one of 2 kickers that the Titans use. They alternate back and forth between Woods and Tim McNeil, and he just pulls this one to the left.
He hits this thing right smack dab in the middle of the upright, and it comes straight back. Tough break, and there you see Willie Woods. Oh, I can't believe it. So Westminster, a golden opportunity to put some points on the board. And the Pacific Lutheran defense holds. PLU takes over at its own 20-yard line. 1st and 10, 5:06 left to play second quarter. 14-0. PLU on top. Mark Weekly, handoff up the middle. A lot of room. Across the 30 up to the 35-yard line. Tom Barber from the local area, Todd, from North Salem High School, about 45 minutes away from here.
Another one of the locals celebrating his 23rd birthday today, and he would love nothing more than to take home a championship for a birthday present. The trap's inside, as we mentioned. When PLU does run the ball, they're very effective at getting open avenues. Todd McLean from the secondary finally made the stop for Westminster.
Gain of 15 on the play. 1st and 10 at the Pacific Lutheran 35. I'm Steve Arena along with Todd Pickett, live from Civic Stadium. Once again, they try Tom Barber up the middle. This time the Westminster defense is ready. Brian Germanowski with the stop. NAIA Division II National Championship football action. There you see the Westminster defense doing what it does best.
Germanowski just straight up the middle, talking with B.J. Honig, his running mate at the defensive tackle spot. He said, we line up our front 4, we stay in our alleys, and we just put pressure on the ball.
14-0 PLU. Remember, Westminster came into the championship game coming off back-to-back shutouts. Scoreless the last 10 quarters entering today. They've already given up 14. Weekly back to pass. The ball deflected at the line of scrimmage. Incomplete.
Craig Gross in with the pressure for Westminster that time.
There you see Frosty Westrain on the sidelines. What a job he has done at PLU. His 22nd season in Tacoma.
Very interesting watching the 2 teams in practice yesterday before the game. PLU came out. They were very loose, very light. Westminster very methodical and businesslike. That's the way both teams have played all season, though, however. No change for this game.
After an opening season tie with Linfield, PLU has ran off 11 straight wins. Weekly back to pass. Again, plenty of time, complete. Gavin Stanley up near midfield. Boy, I tell you, the more you watch Mark Weekly, the more you have to be impressed. David Dick with the stop, but Weekly all the time in the world, and I tell you, he can throw the ball.
Dick and Kaminsky on the stop, and you have to give credit to the front line again. You see Weekly just waits for Stanley to get open. Give credit, though, to Sosky, Benar, Flatham, Douglas, and Linerud across the front because they're having to hold those blocks for a long time.
And they're doing a great job. The ball spotted at PLU's 49-yard line. The clock running inside 3.5 minutes to play second quarter. PLU up 14-0, and they're moving the ball again. They come in averaging over 41 points a game. Weekly near side complete Stanley. Inside the 40 to about the 38-yard line. Craig Gross on the stop, along with Todd McLean. Gavin Stanley, again a local boy out of Tigard High School here in the local area.
Stanley on the slant-in route. We mentioned earlier he set 3 school records so far this year, 70 catches, 13 touchdowns, and good size at 6'2", 195. It's his 6th catch of the game already for 60 yards.
Weekly came in with him some stretched ligaments, stretched muscles in his left shoulder. Doesn't look slowed down at all. Again, Weekly out of the shotgun, lots of time, going deep over the middle. Caught! Chad Barnett. What a pass, what a catch. And PLU is deep in Westminster territory once again.
David Dick on the coverage, and if you're a fan of offensive football, is this a treat to watch or not? Here's Weekly dropping back Barnett out of the left side as they split open the formation again. Dick just can't keep up with him.
Look at this catch. Outstanding effort by Chad Barnett, number 28 Pacific Lutheran. First and goal. From the 8-yard line, Weekly again. Back to pass, lots of time. Looking in the end zone. Caught, touchdown, Gavin Stanley. Pacific Lutheran has scored again.
Steve, this one's just a case really of a height mismatch. Stanley at 6'2" against the linebacker Tim Wetzel at 5'10". Wetzel doing a pretty good job of covering. Weekly simply floated it up to Stanley, who was able to outreach Wetzel. Here you see him reaching, calling for the ball. Wetzel's right there, but he just can't quite outreach Stanley for the grab. It's kind of like being a boxer on the ropes right now. You know there's another shot coming. You just don't know where it's going to come from.
Jamie Thomas on once again for the point after. That explosive PLU offense has done it again. Nice snap, the point after up, hits the upright and bounces through. So PLU getting all the breaks, all the bounces, and they lead it 21-0 as you take another look at PLU's 3rd touchdown of the day.
They say in the end, your whole life will flash before your eyes. Make it worth watching.
NASA uses high modulus woven graphite, computer-aided design, and the latest in aerodynamic technology to launch objects into deep space. Come to think of it, so does Phil Mickelson. With Unix, wide-body graphite clubs. Win a chance to play golf with Phil Mickelson and demo a Yonex club today. See your participating dealer for details.
Chuck Daly for Sharp.
In basketball or business, you got to know what your players can do for you. That's why Sharp has a winning game plan for copiers. This booklet will help you find the right copier to increase productivity and reduce operating expenses. Whether you get a new Sharp high-volume copier system or a compact copier that lets you add on as your office needs grow.
Get your winning game plan. In Portland, call Pacific Office Automation today. 641-2000.
2:24 left to play, second quarter. Pacific Lutheran has increased its lead to 21-0 over Westminster. Jamie Thomas kicking off again for PLU. Aldridge, McNeil, and Dick back for Westminster. At the 10-yard line, Aldridge Jones got some room across the 35, heading up the midfield. He could go inside the 25, the 15. Touchdown, Westminster. Aldridge Jones, 92 yards. And they stun PLU.
That adds to his 75-yard punt return touchdown earlier in the playoffs, but I will say the Titans got lucky. They got away with a clip right out at midfield on the return, a push in the back, but Jones had the open alley all the way down the left side. Some great blocking initially for him. We saw the speed on a couple other returns. Look at the wall set up along the left side, but right out at midfield, here comes a push in the back right there, and he's able to take it the rest of the way. They got away with one.
Oh, my goodness. Willie Woods with the point after. The ball spotted down cleanly, up and good. So Westminster strikes quickly on a 92-yard kickoff return by Aldridge Jones, and suddenly there is life once again on the Westminster sidelines, down 21-7. They really needed that one, Todd.
Definitely did, and Aldridge Jones, as we said at the start, was fourth in the country nationally in punt returns. As Gene Nicholson talks to his offense now and says, well, we're back in this one a little bit. Frosty Westering, unruffled by the play, knows that it just gets the ball back to his offense that much quicker. Jones had that alley, and it really has been blocked perfectly, and you'd have to say so far in the first half, Steve, that might have been the weakest part of PLU's game, in that Westminster has been getting good field possession off of each kickoff return.
How many times in the critical games do coaches talk about special teams and the ability to play well on the special teams? And suddenly PLU is nailed with a 92-yard kickoff return, and Westminster is once again rejuvenated. Instead of down 21-0 going to the locker room, they score 21-7. Tim McNeil now getting set to kick off for Westminster. Chad Barnett standing on his 10-yard line for PLU. 2:12 left to play in the first half. Line drive to Barnett at the 14. Across the 20, looking for some room here to the near side, and he has found it across the 45-yard line. Chad Barnett. Bryant Douglas with the initial hit.
We almost had him back-to-back. Take another look here as the Lutes, Chad Barnett, who averages about 16 yards per return, waits for the alley to develop, takes it up the middle through a slight seam, and good pursuit by Bryant Douglas to make that last stop.
Great job in following his blockers and letting the wall set up. First down and 10. PLU with the ball on its own 41-yard line. Weekly straight back to pass. Looking across the middle, complete to Chad Barnett. A little screen play up the middle, and Westminster covered it nicely.
Kevin Kamensky making the tackle for a loss. Weekly now 14 of 20 passing in the first half for 216 yards, and he needs about 60 more yards of total offense to set another NAIA single season record. But a very impressive first half so far for PLU's senior quarterback.
Second down and 13. The ball at PLU's 42. Weekly again, a lot of time. Here to the near side, complete. Aaron Tang finally knocked out of bounds. In Westminster territory at the 27-yard line.
Tang in one-on-one coverage with Kevin Kamensky, the outside linebacker. Weekly looks first at the trips formation to the left side of the field. No one's open there, and Tang on a simple drag back the other direction as Kamensky took the wrong angle of pursuit, allowed him to get open. Then Aldridge Jones and Todd McLean made the hit.
PLU has so many weapons. Weekly 15 of 21, 246 yards, 2 touchdowns, and we still have some time to play in the second quarter. Weekly on the scramble, he's going to run. And he goes down at about the 23-yard line of Westminster. So those 2 touchdown passes by Weekly today gives him 44. on the year. 44 touchdown passes, an NAIA record. Timeout on the field. A minute 10 left to play. 21-7. Westminster is down the PLU, and the Lutes moving the ball once again.
And still plenty of time for them. While we've got a quick minute, we want to welcome the fans of these two teams who are watching today, the Pacific Lutheran fans in the Seattle-Tacoma area joining us on Prime Sports Northwest, and the fans of Westminster College in the Pennsylvania area who are with us on KBL, as well as the rest of you across the country. And also one other special welcome we need to put out today, and that is to the crew of the nuclear submarine USS Florida, stationed at Whidbey Island Naval Air Station. They sort of adopted PLU during the season and attended all the Lutes playoff games, but they're unable to be here for the championship game today because they're at sea on active duty. So Frosty Westering and the Lutes asked us to pass along a special hello. The crew of the Florida will be joining us via tape, and they want to welcome them and thank them for their support throughout the season.
Indeed. Great fan support from both schools, and they should be awfully proud of these two football teams. Great football programs representing NAIA Division II football. Second down and 5. A minute 10 left to play, second quarter. PLU trying hard to add to its 21-7 lead. Mark Weekly calling the signal. Short drop. Ooh, nice done. Pass incomplete. Aldridge Jones, who returned the kickoff for the touchdown, in on a nice defensive play.
That's why Aldridge Jones is an All-American, as you saw him take an outstanding line that time and get inside. Good tight coverage as we take a second look. Simple square out route to the sideline. Weekly threw it inside rather than trying to get to the outside for Jim Shapiro, the intended receiver.
Third down and 5. A dry day, cool, 38 degrees at kickoff. Civic Stadium, Portland, Oregon. A minute 7 left to play. Third down and 5. Weekly looks a bit surprised with the snap there. Whoa, loses the ball. It's still alive. And an alert Mark Weekly knew it was still alive, and luckily for him, it bounced right back to him.
Craig Vilwalk on the stop. Timeout called by PLU, as they will rule this a fumble and not a pass attempt. Watch as the ball really just kind of squirts out of Weekly's hands while he's backpedaling.
Watch, it bounces right back up to him. An alert Mark Weekly.
And Vilwalk didn't give up either, coming around the block to make the stop. Lutz will call timeout one more time as they've got fourth down and really nothing else to do, really kind of out of field goal range. As we take a look at some of the background for these two schools, we mentioned Pacific Lutheran in the Seattle-Tacoma area, founded in 1891. Westminster College in New Wilmington, which is about 90 minutes southeast of Cleveland and about 60 minutes north of Pittsburgh, founded in 1852, an independent school when it comes to the conference alignment, and with an enrollment of a little over 1,500. We'll be talking with representatives from both schools at halftime to find out a little bit more about their schools.
Gene Nicholson, head coach at Westminster. Westminster 5-2 in national championship games. PLU 1-3-1, winning their only national championship back in 1980.
And these two teams faced each other only one time despite all their success in the playoffs. That was back in 1983 in a semifinal game in Tacoma. PLU won that one by a 16-13 score.
Fourth down and 11. Mark Weekly, who used to be the ball boy for Pacific Lutheran, calling the signals now for the Lutes. Weekly back to pass, again has good time. Throws towards the end zone, incomplete. Gavin Stanley, the intended receiver. Nice coverage by Aldridge Jones.
And it was more like Gavin Stanley, the defender, on that one. Jones wanted an offensive interference call, but Stanley did a great job to reach back and take this one away from Aldridge Jones. Weekly buying time with the sprint out and trying to throw as he backpedals. That's always difficult, and you can see as a result it's a little bit behind Stanley, who does the job to reach it and take it away from Jones.
Sean O'Shea now in the shotgun. Looks as if Westminster going for some more points. O'Shea rushed heavily and down at his own 23-yard line.
Jason Thiel making the stop. Thiel's also an All-American for Pacific Lutheran in the hammer throw, one of two the Lutes have.
Clock continues to run inside 30 seconds. O'Shea again in the shotgun. And he calls timeout. There was definitely a mix-up. It looked as if O'Shea was calling for the ball on the snap, but he wasn't getting it. Finally, he turns around and calls timeout.
Last timeout that the Titans have, so that'll make things difficult. Even if they're able to complete a successful play, they'll have to work it to the sidelines to try to set up any sort of scoring attempt.
With 21 seconds left to play and Westminster coming off a critical stop on defense, I would really be surprised if they tried anything fancy here. The last thing they want to do is turn it over and give some more points to PLU going into the locker room.
Although we saw him in passing formation, as you see the skies around Civic Stadium, it really has been a beautiful December afternoon here in the Pacific Northwest, the fog clearing early. That is the gamble. If you're going to do anything, you have to do it long so that should you turn the ball over, your opponent doesn't have enough time to come back.
We'll see if O'Shea lines up again in the shotgun. And it looks as if he is. Westminster will try to make the most out of these 21 seconds. They're down 21-7. Westminster in the Penn State look-alike uniforms. Straight back. O'Shea across the middle. The pass is short. The intended receiver, Matt Sofrin.
Sofrin was open that time as he got in underneath. PLU backpedaling in the prevent defense, and Sofran found a route down the middle of the field.
The clock now down to 17 seconds left to play in the first half. I'm Steve Arena along with Todd Pickett. Nice to have you with us. From Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon on Prime Sports Northwest, NAIA Division II National Championship action. Westminster in white, PLU in gold. O'Shea scrambling, trying to get away from that sticky PLU defense. And once again, Albert Jackson putting on the pressure for PLU.
Looks like the Lutes won't call a timeout and force the punt, but just let the clock run out for the half.
And it does. We have completed the first half of play. Pacific Lutheran 21 and Westminster 7 for the NAIA Division II National Championship as Frosty Westering rallies his troops.
Yeah, everybody thinks they know Troy Aikman, huh? Yeah, well, I'll tell you about Troy Aikman. He's a cool customer. I mean, I remember this one time. He was surrounded by crazed linemen. I was the ref, and I was yelling at him, Troy, run, man, run! Ha, ha, ha! No, he stayed in that pocket, threw a perfect strike, and then, oh, man, Aikman took it! Like a man, man.
I came to California, the stuntman was my name. Everyone's an actor here, but I play a different game. 'Cause I don't need the limelight. Blinds me with its
and action.
the rough stuff for fame, I just don't care.
Hey, I'd like to try that sometime. Oh, I don't know, it's a little crazy. No, I meant your RC. I know. So did I.
Concussions, a broken leg, 2 knee operations, fractured collarbone, and I don't know how many busted noses. There's just no way Ronnie should still be here playing a game like football. The guy must have a screw loose. Loose screw, you can add that to his list of injuries too.
My mother, chairman of Columbia Sportswear, honed her outerwear design skills while raising me in Oregon. In fact, she developed jackets that stand up to everything Mother Nature can throw at a human being.
The Columbia Interchange System.
Civic Stadium, Portland, Oregon. We're at the half in the NAIA Division II National Championship game, and at this point, it's all PLU. Pacific Lutheran leads at 21-7, an impressive showing, especially offensively for the Lutes.
Mark Weekley has really lived up to his advanced billing that everybody gave him. He has done a very good job. Interesting now, Steve, to see what the coaches will do at halftime. Sometime you're able to make some alignments and some adjustments, and Westminster really has to just sort of keep some poise right now. Aldridge Jones kicked kickoff return, buying them a little bit of time and getting them back in the ball game a little bit. And it'll really be up to Gene Nicholson to get his team back to tempo and just play their game and remind them there's still a half of football to be played.
That's a huge play by Aldridge Jones. They're down 21-0. He takes the kickoff, goes 92 yards for the touchdown, and they still have some life.
And you have to remember, Westminster had the ball deep in PLU territory twice, fumbled once, missed a field goal. Otherwise, we'd be talking about a tight ball game maybe instead of a one-sided one, although it really isn't at the halftime point.
For Westminster, those adjustments obviously would be coming on defense. They entered this game coming off 2 straight shutouts, and suddenly they give up 21 points in the first half. You know they're talking defense in that locker room.
It is. It's very difficult because you have to make a decision. How much pressure do you put on a quarterback with weekly scrambling ability who can then freelance even further versus sitting back and trying to cover those receivers? As we said, PLU has so many different angles at which to attack. It's tough to make those adjustments and make your commitments defensively.
How do you stop a Mark Weekly? He has all the time in the world to pass the ball. I would imagine Westminster is going to try to put some more pressure, maybe blitz a little bit?
Blitz a little bit, but then you're going to have to change your defensive alignment again because they're putting 4 and 5 people out into the pattern. If you do that, you may have to bring in even more, go to a nickel, maybe even a dime coverage package, which might help Westminster in terms of getting some DBs with some quicker speed against some of the receivers for PLU who've been successful against outside linebackers in one-on-one coverage.
Okay, we will continue our halftime coverage live from Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. Pacific Lutheran leads Westminster 21-7 for the NAIA Division II National Championship. We'll be back.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
From all of us at Alpenrose.
Here are some more firsts where First Interstate Bank just can't help you. But there are firsts where First Interstate can be a big help, like helping you fix up your house to make it the home you really want. We'll do everything possible to help you with that. And because there's so many times when no one can help you, when it comes to banking, come to First Interstate Bank, and we'll go out of our way to help you. As long as we can.
The baby's mother on the right shops at the supermarket. The baby's mother on the left shops at Food for Less. As a result, the Food for Less mother is saving money every week, every month, every year. So, when it's time for college, the Food for Less mother will have the money to help pay for it. And the supermarket mother? Well, she'll be hoping her son can play for it. Blech. Food for Less.
When thinking of a home mortgage for a purchase or refinance, you think about thousands of dollars in points and application fees. Often there are long delays and uncertainty if the loan will even be approved. Think again. Mortgage Market offers no loan fees, and we close our loans in 30 days or less. We have hundreds of loan types to choose from, and our free pre-qualification and guaranteed approval ensures you receive the absolute lowest rates at the lowest cost anywhere. Call Mortgage Market today. It's no wonder we're the metro area's #1 home mortgage loan source.
Okay, PLU is 28.
And welcome back to Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. There you see Pacific Lutheran leading Westminster at the half, 21-7 for the NAIA Division II National Championship. Joining us up in the broadcast booth, Dr. Lauren Anderson, president of Pacific Lutheran University. First of all, congratulations on a great first half. Some of your thoughts about the PLU football team and being up 21-7 at the half.
Well, first of all, we're pleased to be here. Our goal when the season starts is to play 14 weeks, and we've already achieved that goal. We're obviously pleased to be leading. We're very proud of this team, and I guess to the extent you cheer to win because of the players and the coaches who give so much and who you come to know so well and love so much during the course of a season.
Talk about Frosty Westering and what he means to this football program and to Pacific Lutheran University as a whole.
Well, Frosty Westering is a truly unique individual. I mean, first of all, he's absolutely one of the outstanding motivators that I've ever met. He's a principled person. He's a deeply Christian person. He applies those principles to building his team. He really truly views the building of character and the building of quality within his players as more important than winning. And with that focus, winning seems to come easy.
Talk about Pacific Lutheran University, if you will, not only athletics and football, but academically, what does PLU stand for?
Right. PLU is in its 104th year. We're an institution this year of 3,300 students. We feature a liberal arts curriculum built with 5 strong professional schools built around the liberal arts. We have emerging emphases in the area of public service and international studies. PLU has been regarded as one, I think, of the top institutions in the Northwest. Indeed, we've been ranked among the top 10 of Northwestern institutions in every U.S. News & World Report study since 1983.
A real credit to the players also. It's finals week this past week, huh?
And what we like to say about our athletes at PLU is that they have the same grade point average as the rest of the student body, and their graduation rate equals the rest of the student body. And so they take their academics seriously, and I know they've been working hard this week because I saw some of them looking a little tired as the week progressed.
Dr. Anderson, thanks very much for joining us up in the booth today. The best of luck in the second half, and have a great school year.
Thanks to Prime Sports Network for carrying this wonderful game.
Okay, we will be back with more halftime coverage after a quick break. PLU leads Westminster College at the half, 21-7 in the NAIA Division II National Championship game from Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon.
Prime Sports Northwest steps up to the line with more Pac-10 women's basketball than you'll find anywhere else. Your Pac-10 teams are on the run, and only Prime Sports Northwest keeps you in the race. When you want the Pac-10, you're looking at PSN. Check your local listings for Pac-10 women's hoops on Prime Sports Northwest. All the season's best from Prime Sports Northwest.
The thing killing a man.
All you gotta do is pull the trigger, mister.
Winner of 4 Academy Awards, including Best Director, Best Supporting Actor, and Best Picture of the Year. Clint Eastwood in the performance of a lifetime. Unforgiven. Coming in December on HBO.
What's up, guys?
Well, Butch Jr. and myself are looking at some new products here at Butch's, like this new Remington stainless steel rifle. It's really a nice gun.
These new Beretta 20 gauges are really beautiful.
You know what? With new and used guns, paintball supplies, gun safes in 4 stores, a pawn shop, police supply, fishing and archery shop, all with great pricing and zero down financing, you guys need to stop looking and start selling.
We're at halftime. Pacific Lutheran 21, Westminster 7 in the NAIA Division II National Championship game. Welcome back. I'm Steve Arena, along with Dr. Robert Thomas, Vice President of Westminster College in New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. Congratulations on a great football season. Nice to see you here for the championship in Portland, Oregon.
Well, thank you, Steve. It's good to be here. We've really enjoyed the trip out to Portland. It's a beautiful city, and I know for the team and the coaches and all of the fans, it's been a great experience to be here.
An enrollment at Westminster of some 1,500. However, this is your 8th trip for the national championship in NAIA Division II football. How do you get it done? It's a small enrollment, but year after year you field outstanding football teams.
I think the football program has been blessed with outstanding leadership over the years. The whole athletic program has. It was really started, our football program was put on the map by a man by the name of Dr. Harold Burry, who was the head coach here for over 20 years. And then he was succeeded by Joe Fusco, who had been one of Harold's assistants. And today, Gene Nicholson, who worked with Joe and Harold, is the head coach. And so we've been blessed with great leadership over the years.
When you talk about the football program, how do you make the football program work with the overall school as far as not just athletics, but academics?
I think it's part of the tradition of the program. We've been blessed, as I said, with good leadership that has understood that participating in intercollegiate athletics is part of the undergraduate experience, but it's not one that should dominate it. Our coaching staff has really emphasized the academic performance of the athletes as well as their athletic performance. They're just as interested in how they do in the classroom as they are in how they play on the field.
And I know outstanding support from the home folks. Talk about the fans at New Wilmington and what they're going through right now.
Well, we're all excited to be here, of course. A little frustrated and a little anxious about how the first half went, but I certainly wouldn't count Westminster out. I think they'll play well in the second half. We have had a nice group of parents and fans who came along with the team on Thursday, and then we have some alumni in the Northwest who've traveled here to Portland today to watch the game.
And being involved with the players and the program, what does it mean for them to be here today playing for a national championship?
Well, it's a great experience for these students. I think this is something that they'll remember for the rest of their lives. When they come to Westminster, they know that there's a tradition here of performing at such a high level that if they live up to that tradition, they may have a shot at a national championship just as their predecessors have had.
Dr. Thomas, thanks very much for coming up and visiting us. Good luck in the second half. Again, have a great school year.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks for letting me stay over here.
Okay, we will continue our halftime coverage on Prime Sports Network. I'm Steve Arena, and we will be back after a quick break. PLU leads it 21-7.
I think the holidays are the best time of year because it really makes you appreciate what you have. Getting together with family and friends to have fun and spend some time together, looking back on good memories you share, and looking forward to what the future holds. That's what the holidays are all about. And that's what everyone in our Thomason Auto Group family wishes for you and your family this season.
Happy holidays!
NASA uses high modulus woven graphite, computer-aided design, and the latest in aerodynamic technology to launch objects into deep space. Come to think of it, so does Phil Mickelson. With Unix wide-body graphite clubs.
Win a chance to play golf with Phil Mickelson and demo a Yonex club today. See your participating dealer for details.
Although they rarely agree on anything.
Grandma's gonna love this.
The Morgans never have trouble deciding where to eat. You see, Dad loves great chicken, Mom an incredible salad bar. For Jessica, it's pizza. And Brandon would live on chocolate mousse and cinnamon rolls if Mom would let him. Izzy's hot from the oven buffet, just $6.95 for dinner, $5.95 for lunch, and kids are even less.
Join us during the holidays.
Izzy's Pizza, plus a whole lot more.
When thinking of a home mortgage for a purchase or refinance, you think about thousands of dollars in points and application fees. Often there are long delays and uncertainty if the loan will even be approved. Think again. Mortgage Market offers no loan fees, and we close our loans in 30 days or less. We have hundreds of loan types to choose from, and our free pre-qualification and guaranteed approval ensures you receive the absolute lowest rates at the lowest cost anywhere. Call Mortgage Market today. It's no wonder we're the metro area's #1 home mortgage loan source.
Halftime coverage continues on Prime Sports Northwest. The NAIA Division II National Championship game. Pacific Lutheran leads Westminster 21-7 at the half. An impressive showing by Pacific Lutheran, especially early.
They got off in a big hurry, Winch, and they average over 17 points a game in the first quarter. Their very first drive led to a touchdown, and PLU really turned on the Jets offensively in a big hurry. Mark Weekly with an impressive first half.
Let's take a look at the highlights in the first half. Westminster got the ball first, was driving, but then they turned the ball over, and then it's Pacific Lutheran coming back, scoring the first touchdown. Mark Weekly from 11 yards out.
Weekly from 11, 4 of 4 passing on the drive, and it took him just over 2 minutes to go 79 yards. The big bomb on the first play from their own 10.
And then Weekly is back at it again. This Pacific Lutheran offense, Todd, is just really impressive. This is 4th and short, and look at the play. A fake fumble basically on the snap, and he pulls up and he hits Aaron Tang for the touchdown.
A design play. They put it in first time they've used it during the year rather than running the quarterback quarterback sneak. That was 1:07 to play to first quarter. It was 14-0 at the end of one.
And then PLU strikes again in the second quarter, and again it's Mark Weekly. He scrambles. You see Gavin Stanley out there in the corner of the end zone. So did Mark Weekly. Hits him with a perfect pass. Stanley pulls it down, 21-0 PLU.
But Westminster able to get right back into it. Aldridge Jones, the All-American, gets a couple of great blocks along the left sideline here and takes it down the sideline. Westminster has had good returns throughout. Again, the push in the back right there, which springs him the rest of the way. The Titans, maybe they got away with one, but they have to feel after fumbling inside the 5 and missing the field goal that their luck was due for a change, and they got it with Jones going 92 just before the end of the half.
That is a huge play, and there you see the halftime stats. Rushing 45-28 in favor of Westminster. Look at the passing yardage, 246 yards for Pacific Lutheran, 124 for Westminster. 15 of 23 for Mark Weekly, 274 yards, 8 of 11 for Sean O'Shea. One turnover by Westminster. Look at the time of possession.
Again, really kind of a meaningless number there. In fact, throughout the year, PLU's opponents have had longer time of possession and have run more plays simply because the loot strikes so quickly. The biggest thing that stands out in those numbers has to be the rushing defense for PLU, making some adjustments in that initial series where Westminster was busting the ball up the middle for 8 and 9 yards a clip with Blatt, and they were able to adjust and do that. It'll be interesting now to see what Westminster does to counter. O'Shea has been effective passing and, in fact, has been able to buy some time with some scrambling and play action.
Westminster came in with that tough defense, but give credit to PLU, they were not intimidated.
And you kind of think that Frosty Westering may have a few more tricks left yet. We've seen so many different plays. I mean, that fake bobble, going for a touchdown on a 4th and short. I think there's still a few more tricks up the sleeve, and it'll be interesting to see what PLU does. They're not hesitant to try anything from any point on the field.
Defensively, it's got to be so tough to play against PLU. They have so many weapons, so many different plays.
And so many different angles. They know how to stretch you. We've seen the stack formations with 3 and 4 receivers. And again, the offensive line for Pacific Lutheran has to be given a lot of credit. Against perhaps the best defense in NAIA Division II, they, for the most part, have allowed Mark Weekly plenty of time to sit back in the pocket and do what he wanted to do.
Okay, you are Gene Nicholson, head coach, Westminster College. What'd you tell your players at the half?
Settle down. We're not out of this game. We've had our chances. We need to execute offensively, play with poise, and here's what we'll do defensively, whether it's to decide to apply more pressure, whether it's to get some of those backers out and allow defensive backs to coverage PLU. I think they've got the option of going either direction, not knowing how much pressure they feel they can put on defensively, but I think they need to, again, keep Weekly in the pocket and not allow him to get outside and then get their coverage done, be it with defensive backs or some other scheme. But to remind his players that they're only at the midway point and they're not out of this game.
Okay, we shall see. The second half is coming up on Prime Sports Northwest. PLU leads at 21-7. The NAIA Division II National Championship from Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon.
When the West was young, getting a good beer wasn't easy.
Anybody want a Henry?
In fact, for the West's finest beer,
Henry Reinhardt?
beer drinkers would wait for months.
Just come into town.
It came from hundreds of miles away.
Oregon.
But if that seems like a lot of trouble just for a better beer,
Now for supper,
it really wasn't.
there's a few things not on the regular menu.
Because even then, Westerners did everything in a very special way.
Buffalo and a light cream sauce. Our fresh fish tonight is brook trout almondine. The desert sage hen is especially good, broiled over mesquite.
In a life-threatening emergency, you should know what to do. Say a loved one exhibits unusual symptoms. The first thing to do... Clear! No. The first thing to do is pick up the phone and dial your local emergency number.
Call 911 first.
Right.
How about mouth-to-mouth?
I don't think so. To learn more about life-saving techniques, contact your Red Cross.
Osborne McCann Cadillac in Tacoma is having a year-end sale you won't want to miss. We need to clear our decks and make room for the 94s. That means terrific buys on remaining new 93s right now. Save over $8,300 on a new Eldorado or over $8,500 on a new Seville, and save over $7,600 on a new Brougham. Come into Osborne McCann today while selection is at its best. And remember, happiness is driving a new Cadillac.
College football fans, ABC Sports and ESPN have your season ticket to the best and most gridiron action. College football pay-per-view. In addition to the games on ESPN and your ABC station, get extra games from the nation's top teams and conferences that you won't see anywhere else.
Welcome back to Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. Pacific Lutheran 21, Westminster 7. We are about ready to wrap up halftime activities. There you get a good look at Mark Weekly. What an outstanding first half he enjoyed. Here are the stats on Weekly. 9 of 12 in the first quarter, 152 yards. 6 of 11 for 94 yards in the second quarter. 2 touchdown passes and 1 rushing touchdown. He is accounted for all 3 touchdowns.
And he's going to get the ball right back again. Yes, he's now up to 140 touchdowns he's responsible for, which is another one of his NAIA records. But there's Gene Nicholson, we mentioned, trying to rally his troops a little bit at halftime, and it'll be interesting to see just what they do to start off this third quarter against Pacific Lutheran's attack.
Halftime, of course, is a time of making adjustments, and it'll be interesting to see what adjustments Westminster has made, especially on defense, to slow down Mark Weekly and the gang.
See the officials getting ready to tee up the ball. Interesting, too, one of the members of our officiating crew today, the field judge, Jim Northcott, played in this game in 1967. He played for Eastern Washington State College, now Eastern Washington University, against Fairmont State. So he said, I'm really happy to be back in this game. And it's an elite officiating crew, many with major college experience, who've been selected to work this game today.
You're looking at Tim McNeil teeing the ball up for Westminster. Remember, Pacific Lutheran won the coin toss at the beginning of the game. They deferred. They kicked off in the first half, and it'll be PLU receiving the second half kickoff. Chad Barnett back at his own 10-yard line, and the second half is underway. They kick it away from Barnett, and taking the ball for PLU is Josh Requay, and he is brought down at his own 20-yard line. First half possessions. Look at what they did. Their first 2 possessions, touchdowns, punt, touchdown, and then turn the ball over on downs. Pacific Lutheran, that offense can generate the yardage, can generate the points. First down and 10. 3 receivers split here to the near side. They swing it out to Chad Barnett. Good yardage on first down. Barnett up near the 30-yard line. Brought down by Kamensky and Craig Gross for Westminster.
A little different wrinkle in the attack this time. Barnett just stutter steps and holds, and literally it's a screen with the other 2 wide receivers in that stack blocking for him. Split the seam. Gross, the leading tackler for the Titans, one of their co-captains. And you see Frosty Westering calling for a timeout after just 1 play here in the third quarter. He's seen something that he doesn't like and is going to go ahead and call a timeout.
Boy, keep that one in mind. An early timeout for Pacific Lutheran. You always think of those early timeouts, especially if the game is close down the stretch.
We saw Westminster had to use some of their timeouts early in the contest as well, so be quite interesting to see just what it is that Frosty detected this time. You mentioned earlier in the game, as you look over at Gene Nicholson once again on the Westminster sidelines, that Mark Weekly is a former ball boy for PLU. He's also the son of the special teams coach, Ralph Weekly, who doubles as the school softball coach, and they're pretty good there too. They've won a couple of national championships, and the connection goes even further because the backup quarterback right there, the young man without the helmet, number 15, Carl Hoseth, his dad is also an assistant coach, and Carl's also a former ball boy. As Frosty Westering said, we kind of have a habit of recruiting our ball boys, and we haven't lost one yet.
Mark Weekly, number 16, playing his last game in a Pacific Lutheran uniform, and what a career he has enjoyed, especially his senior season, entering today's game with 42 touchdown passes. He's added 2 to that total for 44 this year alone. Second down and 1. The ball spotted at PLU's 29-yard line, and Weekly wants to throw again. Dropping back again, lots of time. Now Weekly will run, and he has a lot of room across the 30. Now pursued by the Westminster defense. Nice recovery, but he has enough for the first down.
Got around Craig Mills, the inside linebacker, and then Craig Gross bringing him down. But you saw what we talked about earlier in the game. Normally Mark Weekly would take these players on defensively. This is a good play by Weekly and shows his speed in the open field a little bit. Normally he'd head upfield, but he's under orders. When you get into traffic, just sit down, protect that non-throwing shoulder, and stay in the game where we need you.
Healthy or not, I would still think the coaches cringe when you see that quarterback take off.
The linebackers drool.
I know it. First and 10. The ball at PLU's 33. They lead 21-7. We're just underway here. Third quarter. Going long. Complete. Aaron Tang. He's going to go all Touchdown, PLU! The Lutes strike again.
Well, we mentioned at halftime that Westminster had to decide whether to get more pressure on the quarterback or get the linebackers away from covering the receivers. Tang one-on-one against outside linebacker Tim Wetzel, and it's just a foot race. Weekly puts the ball up down the seam. Wetzel cannot keep up with Aaron Tang. It's as simple as that. The running back outraces the linebacker for a 66-yard score.
Boy, beat him badly. So Pacific Lutheran strikes big again. Jamie Thomas on for the point after. Low snap, but they still get it down, up and good. Pacific Lutheran 28, Westminster 7. The Lutes up by 21 for the NAIA Division II National Champion.
You don't even want to know about Barry Sanders, man. He does things on the field that just makes your eyes go all crazy. One time I saw him running right through people like a cannonball loose inside a pinball machine. Bing, 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 bing. Yeah. And then Barry did this move. Sometimes I still see it when I sleep. And I don't sleep that much.
My mother, chairman of Columbia Sportswear, honed her outerwear design skills while raising me in Oregon. In fact, she developed jackets that stand up to everything Mother Nature can throw at a human being.
The Columbia Interchange System.
Concussions, a broken leg, 2 knee operations, fractured collarbone, and I don't know how many busted noses. There's just no way Ronnie should still be here, playing a game like football. The guy must have a screw loose. Loose screw, you can add that to his list of injuries, too.
They have reason to cheer, Pacific Lutheran fans. Cheering their Lutes. We're up 28-7 over Westminster, the most points scored against Westminster this year.
This is a team that's given up just 51 points in their last 9 games, and now they've given up 28.
The kickoff here to the near side and out of bounds by Jamie Thomas. The Lutes up 28-7. They scored 2 touchdowns in the first quarter, added another in the second for a 21-7 lead at the half, and now they strike early in the third thanks to this play. 66 yards, Mark Weekly to Aaron Tang, who is wide open.
This is the 4th touchdown catch in the playoffs for Tang. He's had touchdown receptions now of 73, 66, 61, and 45 yards. Big play coming out of the backfield. And again, PLU getting the momentum early. They've tried to kick the ball away from Aldridge Jones throughout the game. Good reason why, and that one cost him going out of bounds.
With the kickoff out of bounds, they bring the ball up to the 35-yard line. 1st and 10 for Westminster. Sean O'Shea calling the signals. Hands off up the middle. Not much at all. Andy Blatt with the carry. Ted Riddell with the stop. 28-7. Westminster, you're taking a look at their offense. They need to get something going right now. Tim McNeil split to the near side. As you take a look at Sean O'Shea, who sends McNeil in motion. Now he's back here to the near side. Hand off again, and the Pacific Lutheran defense is there. A host of Lutes. All over Matt Buggy.
Interesting to watch the Titans running out of a double tight end set, running power formation now. Trevor White coming in to stop along with Riddell Ruby. Take your pick for PLU that time. But O'Shea and Gene Nicholson going to go ahead and stick with their basics right now, not afford to panic.
As we said in our opener today, Riddell and Jackson, we would be calling their names a lot, and indeed we are. They are all over the place for Pacific Lutheran on defense. 3rd down and 7. Big play for the Westminster offense. O'Shea back to pass, being pressured, trying to find some room, and he's running out of it. He passes the ball out of bounds and then is crushed by an enthusiastic PLU defense.
Jackson was there for the Lutes along with Winder. And give O'Shea some credit as he managed to throw this ball away, but a lot of pressure that time.
Boy, and he takes a shot. Take a look at this. When he gets here to the near sidelines, he sets to throw, and watch. Boom. Big hit by the PLU defense.
Mihalik coming in with that hit.
4th and 7. And Westminster punts. Chad Barnett back for PLU, and he lets the ball roll, and they get a good roll. Westminster does, down to the PLU 22-yard line, and that's where that high-powered Pacific Lutheran offense, led by Mark Weekly, will take over. PLU has had its hands on the ball one time in the 3rd quarter, and they have scored to lead 28-7. You get a good look at the crowd today at Civic Stadium. A lot of PLU fans here to watch their Lutes play for the national championship. They haven't won the national championship since way back in 1980.
Let's go, man.
1st down and 10.
Come on. I'm going to sack. Put the knee
Weekly
out.
taking a look at the defense. The ball at the PLU 22. Handoff up the middle. Got some room. That's Tom Barber for the Lutes. Good look at Tom. Strong runner out of North Salem High School. Watch how he follows his blockers. Good block there. Steps around a couple other new Westminster players.
Exactly what you want to accomplish. Your line ties up the line so that he is untouched before getting into the linebackers. Finally, Kamensky making the stop.
2nd down and 1. The ball at PLU's 31-yard line. Far side, that's Barnett. He's got some room, getting some blocks up near the 40-yard line. That's just a play to get it out to Chad Barnett and have him follow his blockers and get some yardage.
Exactly. It's like running a slip screen, but what the Lutes elect to do is have the wide receivers block rather than having the linemen slide out. Tim Gray, the outside linebacker, on the stop. Take a look at it from another angle again. Just a quick 2-step drop for Weekly. And again, you can see the wide receivers who do a good job of blocking for PLU out there providing room, and they just hope to crack a seam for him to run back.
Weekly does such a great job getting the ball out there so quickly. 1st and 10. Tang in motion to the far side. Weekly, look out. They've got to reverse here to the near side with Tang. Westminster isn't fooled. They box him in and bring him down at the 40.
Tried to run a little inside counter that time. McLean coming up from the secondary, among those to make the stop with B.J. Honig, the left defensive tackle. And Weekly, who normally is a good blocker, again, really didn't do anything more than a stand-up block that time. The sports information director for PLU, Nick Dawson, said Weekly threw probably the best block of the season on a similar play reverse, just flattened out a linebacker. He's a very aggressive player.
Frosty Westering standing patiently on the Pacific Lutheran sidelines. You know he's feeling pretty good right now. This team up 28-7. Still a long ways to go, though. 2nd down and 8. Weekly back to pass. Again, all the time in the world to throw. Intercepted Westminster. Tim Gray picks it off. Weekly tried to force it that time, and Gray answered. Will that charge up that Westminster offense now? Tim Gray trying to get his teammates going.
Talking with Mark Weekly before the game yesterday, he said, one of my keys is I cannot force the ball against this good defense. And that time he tried to. Probably didn't see Tim Gray come from the outside, although he was perhaps guilty of trying to get it to Gavin Stanley once too often.
O'Shea has got some room to run. Inside the 35, down to about the 34-yard line. That replay of the interception showed that Weekly was locked on Gavin Stanley for quite a while, and it gave the defense a chance to make some adjustments and get over there, and Tim Gray responded nicely, made the interception.
When things have gone your way, you kind of do tend to get into that and really not explore. Weekly has thrown an interception in each of the playoff games this season. So in each of the 4 games now, he has 1 pick per game. Other than that, he's been pretty efficient.
Really his first bad pass of the day. 2nd down and 4. Gain of 6 on the scramble by O'Shea. O'Shea back to pass again, being pressured, but gets away from one, but not the other. Again, Tim Gray in on the stop, along with
Judd Benedict coming in on the tackle. Tried to go play action that time, and Kevin Winder was coming from the defensive end position. The play just took too long to develop for O'Shea. Watch for the left of your screen, and you'll see Winder come in and apply the pressure, untouched right there. Finally, he's pursued down, also was pulled down rather by Jason Thiel. Again, top of your screen, there's the man 44, Winder, one of the co-captains, untouched as O'Shea took too long in the play action and is again calling for a timeout. So Westminster has to use another timeout.
3rd down and 9. Pacific Lutheran leads 28-7. 9:19 left to play, 3rd quarter.
He was hired to protect her, but she only wanted his love. Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston star in the romantic box office smash, The Bodyguard, on HBO. And he was the world's greatest clown. He lived a life of stardom and scandal. Robert Downey Jr. stars in the Oscar-nominated role of Chaplin on Showtime. Viacom Cable brings the hits to your home in January.
There's more of what you're looking for with Viacom Cable.
These days, we're all on a tight budget. The gas bill goes up, the car needs work. To make ends meet, I looked at cutting back on a lot of things, including my cable. But then I thought, CNN is where I find out what's going on and get financial advice. And ESPN is our year-round sports ticket. Even our fussy critics are calling TNT's original movies top-notch. When you add it all up, I like having cable. Viacom's a pretty good value. And in these tough times, that means a lot to me.
December 20th at 9 Pacific.
Action resumes. 3rd down and 9. Sean O'Shea to the near side, being pressured by the PLU defense, and he's finally forced out of bounds at about the 42-yard line. O'Shea on the rollout. Simply ran out of room. Great coverage by the PLU defense.
Yeah, John Ruby made the initial coverage, and O'Shea, as he did twice in the first half, was looking to make an adjustment with his receiver and throw it downfield. PLU secondary covered. Here's Jason Thiel coming clear across the field as well to get a piece of him after Ruby had forced him out of the pocket initially.
Matt Roback back to punt for Westminster. Chad Barnett standing at his own 11-yard line for Pacific Lutheran. A low punt, short punt out of bounds, and the officials spot it at the PLU 16-yard line. And that's where Weekly and the gang will take over 1st and 10. We have 9:07 left to play in the 3rd quarter. Pacific Lutheran leads 28-7. They led 21-7 at the half and scored on their first possession of the 3rd quarter.
A look there at Roebuck, the punter, who only averages about 30 yards a kick. Interesting, as we mentioned, PLU will try anything from any point on the field to see what they'll do from their own territory deep.
1st and 10. Barber right behind Mark Weekly. 3 receivers split to the far side. The handoff goes to Barber here to the near side across the 15 and brought down by a host of Westminster players led by Brian Germanowski. Westminster needs the ball. They need a quick stop here, get the ball back, and put some points on the board. It's a good look at Brian Germanowski. 6'2", 255, a junior. 2nd down and 10. No gain on the play. Weekly now back in the shotgun. Stanley and Tang split to the far side. Tang now in motion. Weekly back to pass. Again, lots of time. Complete complete. That's Tang across the 20 up to the 22-yard line.
Another interesting play to just watch develop as PLU sends two receivers down the seams trying to stretch the defense, and then Tang just goes underneath against the linebackers Gross and Mills, who finally pulled him down. There you see the defenders going down the seam with the wide receivers, and that opens up a huge area in the middle of the field for Tang or whoever's in that inside slot position to just run a little square out drag through the middle.
Nice work by the Prime Sports Northwest photographers as we bring you the closest action possible. 3rd down and 3. Clock running inside 8 minutes to play. 3rd quarter. There you see the 3 receivers basically stacked to the far side. The pitch goes to Tang, trying to get around the corner and can't do it. Number 44, Tim Gray, who's been coming up big here defensively for Westminster in the 3rd quarter.
Titans made some adjustments just prior to this snap and had it read perfectly. Again, Weekly under orders not to run the quarterback keep part of that option. So he had to make the pitch early. Made it that much easier for the Titans and Gray to make the stop.
Good look at Tim Gray, who's already come up with an interception here in the 3rd. And that big stop to force the PLU punt. Weekly, a low end-over-end punt. Oh, Aldridge Jones almost lets it hit him. And PLU gets a great roll down to the Westminster 36-yard line. And that's where Sean O'Shea and company will take over 1st and 10. Clock stopped at 6:50 to play, 3rd quarter. Westminster trying to battle back. They're down 28-7.
46 yards on that punt. You don't think Aldridge Jones had very strong thoughts about picking it up and running it. We saw him take one from inside his 5 earlier.
And right at the last second, he jumped out of the way. 1st and 10, Westminster from its own 36-yard line. Sean O'Shea, straight drop back. Looking. Oh, wide open. Andy Blatt. He could go inside the 20. It's going to be touchdown, Westminster. Wow, blown coverage there.
Ted Riddell blew his assignment. The inside linebacker went with the fake as Blatt went out to the sideline and held, then took off behind him, and Riddell was frozen. Knew that he was caught and is kind of banging himself alongside the helmet. Westminster, wait, they're the team that runs the ball, aren't they, Steve?
Well, they strike big with the pass, 64 yards. They're not giving up, Todd. They come back with a huge touchdown. And Willie Woods on to attempt the point after. Up and good. So Westminster back in the game. They strike with a 64-yard touchdown pass. Pacific Lutheran still leads 28-14.
I think the holidays are the best time of year because it really makes you appreciate what you have. Getting together with family and friends to have fun and spend some time together. Looking back on good memories you share and looking forward to what the future holds. That's what the holidays are all about. And that's what everyone in our Thomason Auto Group family wishes for you and your family this season.
Happy holidays!
Without a camcorder, what memories will you miss this holiday season? What moments will you leave behind forever? Before you miss a single precious memory, come to Smith's Home Furnishings. You'll find a complete line of Sony camcorders. And you can buy with no down payment, no monthly payments, and no interest for an entire year. So don't miss a single moment. Save them all with a Sony camcorder from Smith's.
When thinking of a home mortgage for a purchase or refinance, you think about thousands of dollars in points and application fees. Often there are long delays and uncertainty if the loan will even be approved. Think again. Mortgage Market offers no loan fees, and we close our loans in 30 days or less. We have hundreds of loan types to choose from, and our free pre-qualification and guaranteed approval ensures you receive the absolute lowest rates at the lowest cost anywhere. Call Mortgage Market today. It's no wonder we're the metro area's #1 home mortgage loan source.
Westminster trying to battle back. Take a look at it. Sean O'Shea hooking up with Andy Blatt. 64 yards, a blown defensive assignment, and Westminster is back in the ball game. They strike big, cutting Pacific Lutheran's margin to 28-14. Some big plays today, Todd.
Indeed, it's what we expected on both sides of the ball. And as you get a look at Blatt,
Tim McNeil kicking off.
That's his 3rd touchdown catch of the season, by the way.
McNeil for Westminster. It's a good roll. Look at this, but out of bounds. Chad Barnett watches it bounce out of bounds, and PLU will take over.
You know, Steve, you mentioned earlier PLU winning a national championship back in 1980. They also shared one in '87 with a tie, and it brings up an interesting wrinkle that's part of this championship game. There is no tie-break system. There is no sudden death. If the two teams are tied at the end of regulation, they're joint co-champions.
The ball will be spotted at Pacific Lutheran's 35-yard line. That's a good point, so keep that in mind if it's close coming down the stretch. No overtime. Co-champions. Mark Weekly calling the signals, and he drops straight back to pass. Has a good look at the field and going deep for Tang. Almost intercepted by David Dick. Weekly airing it out to Aaron Tang. Ball underthrown just a tad.
Sometimes you can get a little bit too greedy, and I think this was the case for Mark Weekly because Aaron Tang was really not open. He's had so many big strikes. How could you not today? Watch it one more time. But Tang is covered pretty well, as you see Weekly trying to buy off the defense a little bit. But there's a couple of white jerseys in the vicinity, and Dick nearly made the play. Good job by Tang to prevent the breakup.
Westminster not giving up. They're still playing hard. Down 28-14. 2nd and 10. Weekly again to throw. Incomplete. Big hit. A monster hit by Westminster's Craig Mills.
Mills making the lick on Stanley, and Mark Weekly is starting to get fixed on particular receivers. He's got Tang, look right here to the left, wide open. There's not a defender within 15 yards of him on the play, but he was locked on to Stanley over the middle. He paid the price with the hit on the linebacker. So as Mark Weekly said, I've got to make my reads. He really has not done it the last couple of plays.
Stanley popped but good. 3rd down and 10. Now the Westminster fans getting going here. Weekly rolls to the far side, passes complete. Aaron Tang, nice catch. Boy, you talk about a versatile player. He can do it all. Aaron Tang.
And a great throw by Weekly across the body as well. Running to his left, a difficult throw for him. Made it look simple, and Tang, watch a great grab once again. Tang with 50 catches for the season, 7 touchdowns, and we saw him on the big play one earlier. Stretches out and makes that grab. One more thing about Aaron Tang at the end of the game, you think he doesn't get treated first, he's engaged to the student trainer on the PLU team.
I understand.
Little extra special tape job each week.
Ball at midfield, 1st and 10. Weekly, the handoff. Lots of room. Aaron Tang breaks free inside the 30, the 25, down to about the 22. Brought down by David Dick and Aldridge Jones. Aaron Tang can catch the ball, and he can run the ball. A lot of room there.
Only 535 yards rushing for the season, but he averages better than 8 a carry. Out of the shotgun, good block right there by Stanley to allow the seam to develop. And that's what the Lutes like to do. Find a crack, keep you off balance. When you think pass, they love to run.
Barber and Barnett in the backfield. Aaron Tang, 31 yards rushing, 167 receiving. Barnett trying to get around the corner, being chased down, and finally goes down. Hustling Westminster defense. Barnett goes down. Craig Vilwalk with the trip. A loss of a few on the play.
Westminster players are complaining they wanted to see a hold on this call, and Vilwalk gets off the block and beats Jeff Douglas, the guard. That allowed the pursuit and forced Barnett back the other direction unsuccessfully.
Very few penalties today.
Just was going to say that. Gene Nicholson and Frosty Westering both said in the coaches meeting last night, you'll see a very clean ball game. You think about it. Delay a game procedure and out-of-bounds kicks have been it.
2nd down, 18. A loss of 8 on the play. Weekly finds some room. He's going to take it up the middle on his own and goes down inside the 25 to about the 22-yard line. And we have an injury on the field for Westminster.
Brian Germanowski twisting an ankle a little bit, gets up under his own steam and will limp off the field. You saw, there's Germanowski now, the junior from Murraysville, Pennsylvania. You saw Weekly tuck it upfield and gain big yardage. You cannot stop a quarterback when he's in that area. Open field, quick feet. He's going to get some positive yardage no matter what.
3rd down and 9. Clock running, approaching 4.5 minutes to play. 3rd quarter. Pacific Lutheran up 28-14, and they are driving once again, and Mark Weekly calls timeout. That's his 2nd timeout already in the 3rd quarter.
You hate to see a quarterback do that. They took one off the first play of the half, and as we mentioned then, if they should get to a crunch situation down the stretch, they've gone to the well. They don't have that reserve.
Westminster hanging in there, Todd. You have to give them all the credit in the world. Down 21-0. They battle back to 21-7. Down 28-7. They battle back to within 28-14.
Oh, I think a team with the tradition Westminster has, their 8th appearance in this championship game, they'll go full out till the final gun. They know that anything can happen in these games. Both teams have come from behind at times this season and won contests, and both of them are experienced enough to know that anything still could develop throughout this game. We've seen Sean O'Shea play very well, hit that big pass to Blatt for a touchdown. Should Westminster be able to make a couple stops defensively, they can get back in the contest.
Craig Gross coming back with orders from the sidelines. Critical sequence here. 3rd down and 9. Actually, 2-play territory here for Pacific Lutheran. Weekly breaks the huddle. Big play here for Westminster in that defense. 4:27 left to play. 3rd quarter. PLU trying to add to its 28-14 lead. The pitch to the far side. Aaron Tang brought down. Great defensive play. Craig Vilwalk of Westminster comes up with a big play.
2nd time in this series that he's been able to get inside the blocker each time PLU tries to run sweep to that side. 88 Vilwalk, top of your screen, gets inside the trap block attempt. Curtis Benar was responsible for trying to get to him, and Vilwalk was simply too quick. He's a freshman as a backup, has blocked 3 kicks this year, been very impressive with some key stops today.
4th down and 12. Pacific Lutheran obviously going for it. Weekly in the shotgun. Rolls here to the near side. Again, plenty of time. Look out. Now he's in trouble. Gets away. Gets away from 2 defenders, and he has a lot of room. Flag is down inside the 5 and finally out of bounds, but we do have a penalty marker on the play.
It'll go against Pacific Lutheran. It was a very late throw on the call. You can see Weekly's reaction as he finally spots the flag. And it was not as obvious as the block in the back we had on the kickoff return, but the officials did elect to make the call that time.
You're right, it was a late flag. Weekly was well on his way, all the way down inside the 5-yard line. But we have some work to do here. Referee Roger Judd. There's Frosty Westering.
Illegal block in the back. The offense.
There you have it.
10 yards from the spot of the foul. It'll still be 4th down.
Against Pacific Lutheran. Let's see if we can pick it out. Great scrambling job here.
It'll come on the 2nd block. Not this one here, but right there is what they're trying to call the hold, and it really didn't look like a hold per se as much as an illegal use of the hand. And it came very late, but now with the penalty, Weekly will punt.
Angles it to the sidelines and out of bounds. They will spot it at the 12-yard line. So the Westminster defense holds, and the offense will come out on the field down 28-14. 3:26 left to play, 3rd quarter. Let's see if that Westminster offense can put together a drive. As you take a good look at Gene Nicholson, his team hanging in there. Chipping away, Sean O'Shea in the shotgun formation. Back to pass to the far side, complete Tim McNeil with the catch and knocked out of bounds at about the 20-yard line. Trevor White and John Hamill in on the play for Pacific Lutheran.
Sean O'Shea has been very impressive passing for the season. He's completed 58% of his catches, but he's shown a very effective arm in this contest.
Throws it hard. Has a little steam behind the ball. A gain of 8 on the play, 2nd down and 2. Clock stopped, 3:21 left to play, 3rd quarter. Westminster trying to battle back, down by 2 touchdowns. Handoff up the middle for a couple. Andy Blatt on the play. Andy just hauled in that 64-yard touchdown pass to cut the lead to 28-14.
Ted Riddell on the stop made an adjustment, was coming on an inside line after the audible call by O'Shea. Was able to trip Blatt up.
Eric Stokes in the lineup for Westminster. Tim McNeil out. 3rd down and 1. Crowd coming alive here at Civic Stadium. The carry just short of the 25-yard line. Matt Buggy on the carry. Jason Fawcett with the stop for Pacific Lutheran. Enough for the 1st down. 1st and 10 now for Westminster. So they're able to pick up the short yardage, and they will keep their hands on the football. Clock running inside, 2.5 minutes to play, 3rd quarter. 28-14 Pacific Lutheran on top. Tim McNeil in motion to the far side. O'Shea, play fake, has time, complete, near side at the 40-yard line. Pass complete to Matt Sofran. Mark Givens on the stop for Pacific Lutheran. So Westminster trying to move the ball, doing a good job. 1st half passing yardage, 126 yards. 2nd half, 3 for 3 for O'Neill for 88 yards. 1st down and 10. Westminster with the ball on its own 40-yard line. Again, McNeil in motion to the far side. O'Shea back to pass. Look out, ball's loose. And there's a scramble. PLU will recover. John Ruby picks up the loose ball. Turnover Westminster. O'Shea was hammered. Boy, PLU brought in all the horses, didn't they?
They definitely did, and they are very aggressive. They have forced fumbles throughout the playoffs with plays like these, and generally have been able to run them back for touchdowns. In fact, long distance several times. There the blitz as O'Shea tried to tuck it away and was not able to do so before Kevin Winder hit him. And as we mentioned, the recovery for the Lutes. They couldn't take it all the way, but the offense is back out after Ruby fell on it.
Huge defensive play by Pacific Lutheran. Chad Barnett now in motion as the Lutes take over on offense at Westminster's 30-yard line. Weekly is sacked. B.J. Honig. Oh, that's a big loss.
Honig able to beat the block of Curtis Benar. And Benar back talking to Weekly. Watch Benar 50 going against him. And the back blew an assignment as well. Benar thought he was going to release Honig to a back who was watching a different defender.
A loss of 12 on the play. 2nd down and 22. Clock running, approaching a minute to play, 3rd quarter. Weekly again, back to pass, complete. Aaron Tang inside the 35 to about the 33-yard line. Weekly to Tang. We've called that combination plenty of times today.
And Tang has caught passes out of the backfield, out of the slot formation. We mentioned earlier Scott Westering producing numbers like these, 358 yards passing, is Weekly now well past this single season total offense record. So many different wrinkles and routes, it's difficult to cover.
3rd down and 15. Weekly standing back and complete. Again, all day to throw the ball.
Jim Shapiro making the catch, his first grab today, as Weekly's looked for him 2 or 3 times. David Dick was on the coverage, but Shapiro didn't run the route deep enough. He'll come up just short of the sticks here, and you can see David Dick making a good play as well. Second look at it. Shapiro, but you notice one thing with Weekly, he's locking onto his receivers rather than scanning the field as he did earlier in the contest.
Time will run out in the third quarter. 28-14, Pacific Lutheran leads. We are headed to the final 15 minutes for the NAIA National Championship from Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. We'll be right back on Prime Sports Northwest.
At last, a rear window wiper kit for your truck canopy. The Power Wiper by Pinnacle Design. Perfect for keeping canopy windows clear of rain, snow, and dirt. The Power Wiper kit comes with complete, easy-to-install mounting instructions and hardware. For only $74.95 plus $7.50 shipping and handling, receive the Power Wiper kit with DOT-approved stoplight. Or get the standard wiper kit for only $64.95 plus shipping and handling. Call 1-800-34-WIPER to order your own wiper kit. The Power Wiper. 1-800-34-WIPER.
Say Merry Christmas. Did you have a good Christmas? Yeah, get lots of stuff. Hey! Get your horsey. Do something cute. You're just gonna sit there and grin.
Next time your friend insists on driving drunk, do whatever it takes to stop him.
These days, we're all on a tight budget. The gas bill goes up, the car needs work. To make ends meet, I looked at cutting back on a lot of things, including my cable. But then I thought, CNN is where I find out what's going on and get financial advice. And ESPN is our year-round sports ticket. Even our fussy critics are calling TNT's original movies top-notch. When you add it all up, I like having cable. Viacom's a pretty good value. And in these tough times, that means a lot to me.
Would you like to have the newest and greatest music ever recorded right in the palm of your hand? Music like country, rock, jazz, classical. Introducing DMX, a revolutionary new way to listen to music. Inside, DMX has digitally programmed the music from tens of thousands of CDs to play through your home stereo on 30 incredible channels. All you need is this. Want your DMX? Call us today.
NAIA Championship Football is brought to you by Nike. Just do it. By the Oregonian. If it matters to Oregonians, it's in the Oregonian. By JCPenney. Doing it right. And by Mortgage Market. We set the standard. 0% loan fees, 110% service. Welcome back to Civic Stadium. The fourth quarter is just underway. On 4th and 1, Aaron Tang broke through the line for a pickup of about 6 yards. First down, Pacific Lutheran. They have the ball at Westminster's 8-yard line, 9-yard line. First and goal from the 9. PLU trying to add to that 28-14 lead. Chad Barnett for a couple. Taking a look at the third quarter Smith's Home Furnishing stats. Rushing yardage goes to PLU. 64-52. Look at that passing yardage, Todd.
Sean O'Shea opening it up, but the total offense numbers now for both schools, we may be headed toward 8, 9, maybe 1,000 if we really open it up in the fourth quarter. It's an offensive show.
And joining us up in the booth today, Neil Lomax, former professional football quarterback for the St. Louis and Phoenix Cardinals, and owns the event management group putting on today's program and today's ball game. Congratulations, Neil. Great job. Good ball game this weekly. Goes across the middle. Touchdown, Gavin Stanley. Number 88, Gavin Stanley. on the touchdown. Neil, nice play, huh?
Well, it's a great day and what a great play. That was a huge series. You can have all kinds of accolades and the overstated fact of, hey, here's a big series defensively for Westminster, a key series offensively, but now you're 3 touchdowns ahead. It'd be very interesting to see Weekly going back. I think the kid's got great touch. He's got excellent vision. He knows where he's at every time. He has been locking on, I think, to his receivers a little bit. You and I, Todd, we're talking about this, but he has a great idea of where to look off the safeties, and he did it on that case right there in the end zone.
Boy, is this offense a quarterback's dream, though, to be able to run?
I have no idea what they're doing. Scott Westerling up there in the booth has so many schematics offensively. I'm second-guessing what they're trying to do half the time.
Jamie Thomas misses the point after. He was wide right. His first miss of the day. And Pacific Lutheran now leads at 34-14. A good look at Mark Weekly on the sidelines, guiding Pacific Lutheran even closer to a national championship. Great quarterback. He makes it look so easy.
Well, he's kind of that Doug Flutie mold, and a lot of people I have talked to said he's got great opportunity to play in the Canadian Football League. And in fact, he doesn't get a look in the National Football League. As you see Mark taking a snap, but watch his vision. He looks left, looks right, has the patience and poise to hang in there despite the rush. And you guys, I'm sure, have pointed this out. The guy's had a separated shoulder from last week's game against Baker, playing with a lot of pain, but the guy is hanging in there, having a lot of poise, a lot of patience. He's a senior. He's already passed for over 350 yards. He's going to be the key to see if PLU can keep this 20-point lead.
He threw that ball with a lot of zip fading back.
Well, I've never been one with great footwork myself, so any way you can get the job done, you can do it. He might not be your classic 6'4", 220-pound NFL-style quarterback, but the kid can play. He's proven at this level. He's a senior. What a great way to go out to lead the Lutes to the national championship game.
Jamie Thomas, a low-line drive. Aldridge Jones picks it up at his 5 and works his way across the 20 to about the 21-yard line. Jones already with a 92-yard kickoff return for a touchdown. There you see PLU scoring drive, 6 plays, 27 yards, 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Gavin Stanley, 6-yard touchdown reception from Mark Weekly.
You know, turnovers have hurt Westminster, Neil, but Sean O'Shea's shown a pretty impressive arm as well.
Well, he's got a quarter that you can show that more, Todd. You're right. 2 turnovers killed the chances that Westminster Titans have had in this football game. And now throwing the football, something they're very unfamiliar to do. They've been leading their division back there in their conference and rushing the football. Sean O'Shea is no stranger to throwing the football. He doesn't like to. They are not used to playing catch-up football. You're going to see a lot of dinks, a lot of dunks. They're not a long ball team. So watch PLU. They're just going to hope they chew up 6-7 yards in these series right now. PLU is going to play a 2-deep, 3-deep zone, make Westminster go at least 4 or 5 minutes in their drives.
Tim McNeil on the reception. John Hamill with the stop. Gene Nicholson on the sidelines, kind of shaking his head. His team is fighting hard, trying to come back, but they can't hold down that PLU offense. Fumble on the play. Andy Blatt fumbles, picked up by PLU. Turnover Westminster. Jason Thiel in the right place at the right time, and Pacific Lutheran will take over on Westminster's 25-yard line.
Lutes continue to come up with the big hits as Blatt, who has taken quite a few of them throughout the season. Watch another trap play up the middle. He cuts it back outside and trying to see who that is that popped up and really just kind of reached up and slapped it away from him coming back off the field.
Well, my question on that, Todd, you know, again, you're down by 20 points. There's only 13 minutes left in the I formation. Why even run the football? You've lost 2 turnovers, and now here's Mark Weekly getting at the controls, a guy you do not want handling the football. The guy knows how to run a lot of time off the clock.
We mentioned that before. They've gone into tight running formations throughout.
Tom Barber taking on about 4 Westminster Titans. Mark Biggin leads the stop on Barber. A good look at Frosty Western. Boy, what a job he's done at PLU.
Both him and Coach Nicholson, no stranger to the championship final game. And both of the guys last night at the championship banquet had a chance to meet them a little more. Coach Nicholson, a class guy, has a class team. But Frosty has done so many things in his 27 years. I guess 27 years at PLU. Amazing.
34-14, 12 and a half minutes left to play in the national championship game. Tang in motion to the far side, the handoff up the middle to Chad Barnett. Inside the 20 to about the 16-yard line.
You know, Neil, folks who aren't familiar with this game, it has always been played at campus sites prior to the last couple years. moved here to Portland, set a national attendance record a year ago. You've got to be very proud with the way this game's developed here at Civic Stadium the last 2 seasons.
We're very excited, Todd. Yeah, thanks to our sponsors, the people that really brought this championship game to Portland, a neutral site, the first time in a long, long time NAI has ever been to a neutral site. And really thanks to my entire staff. A lot of local support we've had here. If you don't have the local support and volunteers, it doesn't make a game like this happen.
3rd down and 1, Weekly on the scramble. Does basically anything he wants to do. Now he's going to run it inside the 15 down to about the 12-yard line.
That's exactly the poise I'm talking about. You see sophomores and juniors might have thrown the ball away, want to go ahead and rush himself. Mark's not the type of quarterback to do that. He's got excellent vision. He looks downfield. He's got the savvy and the poise to go ahead and make a play out of it. He knew he only had 1 or 2 yards to pick up. He does that. Again, great vision.
Let the blocks set him up, and then when he gets back into the passing attack, one of the strengths of this offense is that it allows a lot of isolation for the receivers.
Did you see the move he put on over there?
I see him. I've never done him personally myself with my slow feet, but a guy like Weekly, who's about 6 foot tall and not even over 200 pounds, guy's got to have some quick feet. Little Statue of Liberty there.
Didn't work.
Tried to do the old wraparound draw. We used to have that with the Cardinals. I can never get back enough to get around Otis Anderson's big trunk he had, about a 45-inch chest. I couldn't get around that at all, so we pulled that around the back draw, but the Lutes have used that throughout the season. Very successful. You think it's going to be a pass, and it's not a pass.
I tell you, Frosty's playbook has got to be about 500 pages long.
Well, they threw out 300 of them because Weekly hurt his shoulder last week, Steve, and I found out from Scott Westerling they actually took out 1/3 of their plays of their veer option. They didn't want to hurt his shoulder.
2nd and 14. Weekly drops back. All the time in the world. Look at this. He just stands back there, picks out his receivers, incomplete, almost another touchdown.
Well, Westminster that time only brought 3 rushes. Really surprises me. You're down here what we call the red area. Anytime you're inside the 20-yard line, you get a lot of man-to-man coverages, Steve and Todd. That time, Westminster only brought 3 guys. They dropped back in a 4-deep zone. They let anybody underneath go ahead and catch the ball. They knew they had to get 14 yards for a first down.
Jim Shapiro, the intended receiver, Todd McLean with a great pass breakup right here in the end zone. We've talked about Weekly's quick feet. Wouldn't you love to have a line that's giving him the time he's had?
Well, it's a little easier only blocking 3 guys, but Westminster's brought 4 or 5 guys and put some pressure on Mark. But Mark usually gets out of any kind of put situation with his feet.
3rd and 14, pass complete. Chad Barnett down inside the 5-yard line.
What this drive is doing too, guys, is eating up a lot of clock. The turnover at 13:30 left. Now there's almost just a little over 10 minutes to play. Gene Nicholson's on the sidelines going turnovers, turnovers, turnovers. And there's 3 of them. PLU has 0.
Todd McLean on the stop. There's a timeout on the field. 10:05 left to play in the game. PLU leads at 34-14.
I came to California. The stuntman was my name. Everyone's an actor here, but I play a different game. 'Cause I don't need the limelight. Blind me with the
And action.
the rough stuff. For fame, I just don't care.
Hey, I'd like to try that sometime. Oh, I don't know. It's a little crazy. No, I meant your RC. I know. So did I.
My mother, chairman of Columbia Sportswear, honed her outerwear design skills while raising me in Oregon. In fact, she developed jackets that stand up to everything Mother Nature can throw at a human being.
The Columbia Interchange System.
I'm holding Bruce Smith's shoe, man. You know what Bruce does in these shoes, man? Bad things, man. I mean bad things. Things that I just can't possibly talk about. You know what Bruce would do if he found me messing with this shoe, man? Bad things, man.
34-14, Pacific Lutheran leads at 10:05 left to play in the game. PLU 10 minutes 5 seconds away from its second National Football Championship, NAIA Division II. 4th and 4. Jamie Thomas in to attempt the field goal. The ball will be spotted at the 12. It'll be a 22-yard attempt. Clean snap, clean hold, clean kick. It's good. Add another 3, 37-14 PLU on top.
Well, you mentioned clock time, and that drive, call it sputtering if you would, but the Lutes actually ran more than 3 minutes of clock time off. That's longer than some of their down-the-field marches have been throughout this game.
Pacific Lutheran, after tying Linfield in the first game this year, has run off 11 straight wins. Westminster came into today's game with 9 straight wins. So, 2 winning streaks on the line, but PLU to this point has had the best of it.
Well, especially when they're averaging over 40 points a game, going against the #1 defensive ranked team in the nation. That's what I was looking forward to as an ex-quarterback. I love playing against the best defenses in the nation. PLU got that. They show in form right now that they deserve to be the #1 ranked team totally, not just offense and defense, but as a team in the entire nation. They're showing today. Now we're talking about 3 touchdowns, 3 conversion attempts for 2 points, and Westminster's back in it. The risk of that, there's a lot of risk because Westminster is not a throwing football team.
Jamie Thomas, nice kickoff deep, but out of bounds.
It's one way to keep Aldridge Jones from running them back, though.
They'll bring the ball out to the 35. And the Westminster offense will take over from there. There's that scoring drive, 7 plays, 20 yards, 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Jamie Thomas with a 22-yard field goal. Pacific Lutheran now with 37 points. How important was it for Pacific Lutheran to come out and establish its offense right off the bat? They'd heard so much and watched that Westminster defense in action, but they come out first quarter and strike right away.
Yeah, it's very important. Momentum is easy to get in maybe the second, third quarter. When you get that in the first, second drive like PLU has done, a lot of good emotions, a lot of good feelings in the sidelines. And here's Westminster now running a draw play again. Not real comfortable with throwing the football, but you just can't throw the football every time because PLU is going to be sitting back in a 2 to 3, 4 deep zone. Believe me, you'll probably see no man-to-man coverage whatsoever. Zone it off, let Westminster work their way downfield.
Matt Buggy on the carry. Judd Benedict with the stop for Pacific Lutheran. Clock running.
Exactly. You'll give up the clock time on those draw plays rather than let the passing attempts go.
2nd down and 7, a pickup of 3 on the play. Sean O'Shea calling the signals for Westminster College out of New Wilmington, Pennsylvania. Being forced out of the pocket, O'Shea scrambling to the far side, trying to find an open receiver, and finally runs out of bounds across the 40 at about the 42. John Hamill forced O'Shea out.
Well, that's when big plays happen, too. Anytime the quarterback will get outside the pocket, as we see Coach Nicholson there, his 8th championship visit to either a campus or a neutral site. The guy is in 3rd year, pretty impressive record there at Westminster. And that's not correct, not a 3rd year at Westminster. He's been there a long, long time. Actually, 25 years he's been involved with Westminster College. No stranger, again, to the championship series, being there 8 times.
3rd as a head coach. 3rd down and 3. O'Shea handoff up the middle. That's Matt Buggy with some room across midfield and into Pacific Lutheran territory.
Well, you got to have that kind of play, Todd, because it is 3rd and 3. You need to get the 1st down to get this rally going here. Again, the rally hats have to be on the Titans. I mean, these draws are good for 8, 9 yards. You're talking about 3 touchdowns and 3 attempted and made conversions for 2-point conversions. This is a pro football game. The game's over, but hey, folks, don't go away yet. I was impressed with some of the passing they've done there in the third quarter to get a couple touchdowns.
I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to slip Blatt out of the backfield once again either.
1st and 10. Look out. O'Shea forced out of the pocket. Going to go deep. Going for Blatt. He's got it. Can he make it inside the 5? Touchdown, Westminster. What a call, Todd Pickett.
I'm looking at Todd going, wait a minute, I know there's a couple NFL teams going to fire some coaches this offseason. You better have your phone number available.
I want a multi-year contract, though.
Blatt out of the backfield. Did he call that?
Look at that. 2 receptions on the day for Andy Blatt for 111 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Well, this is a very important 2-point conversion. As I said, I just made the comment, hey, this is a pro football game. Hey, you might as well go home. But this is a college football game. They get the 2 points. They're still in this thing.
Sean O'Shea, a great pass, right on the money. He scrambles to the far side, stops, throws across the field, and hits Blatt in stride. Now they go for two.
Very important here.
O'Shea, quick drop. Whoa! Incomplete. Mark Bruckner.
Put it right on the numbers.
Whoa. So Westminster trying to come back. They're down 37-20, 8:45 left to play.
Boy, it sure is cold up here, Dad.
It sure is. Snow looks great.
It looks fast. But what if I fall down?
You just get right back up again.
Okay.
Hey, don't worry about that, pal.
Sign there, number 1.
Moments like these are special. Special to us is helping you get there.
Place.
I did great.
Give me 5, pal.
Although they rarely agree on anything,
Grandma's gonna love this.
the Morgans never have trouble deciding where to eat. You see, Dad loves great chicken, Mom an incredible salad bar. For Jessica, it's pizza. And Brandon would live on chocolate mousse and cinnamon rolls if Mom would let him. Izzy's hot from the oven buffet, just $6.95 for dinner, $5.95 for lunch, and kids are even less.
Join us during the holidays.
Izzy's Pizza, there's a whole lot more.
Here are some more firsts where First Interstate Bank just can't help you. But there are firsts where First Interstate can be a big help, like helping you fix up your house to make it the home you really want. We'll do everything possible to help you with that. And because there's so many times when no one can help you, when it comes to banking, come to First Interstate Bank, and we'll go out of our way to help you. As long as we can.
We take a look at Westminster's scoring play once again. Sean O'Shea to Andy Blatt. O'Shea in trouble early, stops, looks across the field, and finds Blatt with a perfect strike. 2 catches, 111 yards for Andy Blatt.
And that's why you're doing color. I mean, play-by-play, not color, because Todd and I both said that was not the intended receiver. He was like number 4 or 5 on the depth chart that time.
All right, Coach, do you onside it or kick?
You got to kick away, especially after I just saw it. Too much time left here.
Chad Barnett at his 15-yard line works to the far side up to about the 27, 28-yard line. There's a look at the Westminster scoring drive. 4 plays, 65 yards. In a minute 17, Andy Blatt caps it off with that 47-yard touchdown catch.
I think the reason, too, Todd, they would not onside it. PLU, predominantly a passing team. When you pass and incomplete, it's going to stop the clock. Coach Nicholson knows that. If I onside this thing at the 40, 45-yard line, they recover, they can run it from there and get a good field position for a field goal. In this situation, PLU likes to throw the football.
I agree with you. I think Frosty's biggest dilemma is how to burn up some clock time right now.
Mark Weekly, 1st and 10. Hands off. Chad Barnett across the 30 up to about the 32-yard line. PLU with 11-0-1 record. Westminster at 10-2. This is Westminster's 8th trip to the national championship game. They're 5-2. Pacific Lutheran 1-3-1.
And been ranked number 1 nationally the entire year. And that's a lot of pressure on an institution to keep that national ranking. Number 1 against number 4.
Did you ever run this set when you were playing at Portland State?
This is what I'm talking about. Get the hook and ladder over here. The fireman special, we used to call it. Let's see what Mark's going to do with this setup.
2nd and 7. Weekly looking here to the near side. Fakes. Now passes complete. Gavin Stanley with another catch across midfield into Westminster territory.
You got to love it. You got a 17-point lead. There's 8 minutes left. They go with the hook and ladder out there. The fireman special. They got a 20-yard hook. Weekly's in shotgun. Todd, you talk about, well, Frosty's got a dilemma burning clock. This is how he burns clocks. He picks up 20, he picks up 25 yards on a completion.
They really know how to stretch out a zone with that alignment, don't they, Neil?
Well, Westminster's is frustrated. They can't go man-to-man because of the speed of PLU. You're right. They got to be in the 2-deep corner roll zone. They do that. You got the whole the parallel zones to work in. And I love it when a team would sit back there in 2-deep zone and eat them all day across the middle.
1st and 10 at the Westminster 48. They snap at the Tang. Another trick play. The whistle has already blown. Tang dropped for a loss. They snap the ball to Aaron Tang.
Well, that's just perfect for PLU. It gets them in great position. They love to be 2nd and 15. It's better than about 2nd and 6. They don't know what to do with a 2nd and 6 situation.
Craig Vilwalk making another good play on that one. He has been inside the line several times here in the second half.
What have you guys seen so far? Who's really an MVP that sticks out in your mind defensively, offensively?
Oh,
offensive, boy, that's a tough one.
Absolutely no question there.
So we got to wait for a while, huh?
2nd and 14. Clock running. Inside 7 minutes to play in this NAIA Division II National Championship showdown between Pacific Lutheran and Westminster. Weekly back to pass. No pressure whatsoever. Throws it up and caught by Stanley. He could go inside the 20. It's a foot race and he's dragged down from behind by number 26, Andrew Berry. He saves a touchdown. There's a perfect example of just basically throwing it up and say, here, Gavin, go for it.
Yeah, those were adjustments. Watch it again as Berry couldn't get to it, and Stanley was able to. 26 is Berry, and both of them freeze right here, kind of going around to make the hook. And you see Stanley will make the adjustment. Berry tries to turn and can't get to it.
Well, he was in perfect position for the pick. Berry, I'm talking about, number 26. Mark just, as you said, just flow that baby up. They're hoping the ball either incomplete or go out of bounds, and they pick up a big gain. And great situation. Look at this.
Great
11
set of hands, too.
147 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's why I asked, who was MVP out there?
Approaching 6 minutes.
They don't have a timeout left.
No.
PLU used its 3rd timeout.
Already used their 3 already?
We will find out.
Yeah.
Lay game against the offense. 5-yard penalty.
Well, they got lucky there because the 25-second clock ran out before Mark could make the call, but they've used all 3 of the timeouts, if I'm not mistaken.
And Roger Judd, our referee, will remind Mark of that because that is a penalty.
6:02 to play in the ball game. Pacific Lutheran once again threatening to score. The ball at Westminster's 16-yard line.
Another record for Mark Weekly, 445 yards passing in a single game, sets a school record.
The beat goes on.
Unbelievable. He's been doing that week in and week out for the last 3 years up there at Tacoma. Very impressive in the championship game. A lot of pressure on him.
1st and 15. Handoff up the middle. Tom Barber has some room inside the 5. Pulls his way down towards the goal line. And is finally brought down at the 1. Tom Barber.
Ironhead Barber taking it down to the 1.
That's a great call.
Holy cow. Yeah, it's such a short area now. You're in this plus territory, and Mark spreads them out, and Barber takes it right up the middle, right from here locally down south from Salem, Oregon.
Watch the hesitation by Barber after he gets the ball. Waits for a second for that lane to develop, and then one-on-one against Aldridge.
He sees
McLean,
and he just puts his head down. 1st and goal from the 1. Clock is running. We're approaching 5 minutes to play. PLU trying to wrap it up right here. They pitch it outside to Barber, working hard, but nice job by the Westminster defense. They get him out of bounds right at about the 1-yard line.
Trying to let Barber earn that TD one more time.
He deserves it, though. Barreling in there. A few scouts here. I understand there are a few NFL scouts from some scouting combines attending the game today, so they'd like to see that kind of effort in a young player.
Somebody stopped me at halftime and said, hey, you'll never believe this. We got a call from Denver in the press box. They wanted us to identify a couple players for them. So somebody's out there keeping an eye on them.
They're keeping an eye. I don't care what level these kids play at. They're good enough. The scouts find out who they are.
Some great talent being displayed at Civic Stadium today. Weekly quarterback sneak, and he's in easily.
Well, Steve, there's my vote. You guys haven't decided yet who's the MVP is. Maybe that's why you guys were chuckling a little bit, like if there's even a question.
Yeah, tough call, Neil. Touchdown, Pacific Lutheran. Touchdown, Mark Weekly. He has done it all. He has scored twice on the ground, has thrown 3 touchdown passes. You talk about a guy getting the job done. 4 touchdown passes, 6 touchdowns that he has been involved in.
No better way to cap a terrific career, not just a fantastic year, breaking several huge records up there at Pacific Lutheran. I know the kid wants to play a lot more years too somewhere.
Jamie Thomas on for the point after. He missed his last one, but he's perfect with this. 4:58 left to play in the national championship game. Pacific Lutheran 44, Westminster 20.
My mother, chairman of Columbia Sportswear, honed her outerwear design skills while raising me in Oregon. In fact, she developed jackets that stand up to everything Mother Nature can throw at a human being.
The Columbia Interchange System.
I came to California, the stuntman was my name. Everyone's an actor here, but I play a different game. 'Cause I don't need the limelight. Lines me with the
And action.
rough stuff for fame, I just don't care.
Hey, I'd like to try that sometime. Oh, I don't know. It's a little crazy. No, I meant your RC. I know. So did I.
Three concussions, a broken leg, 2 knee operations, fractured collarbone, and I don't know how many busted noses. There's just no way Ronnie should still be here, playing a game like football. The guy must have a screw loose. Loose screw, you can add that to his list of injuries, too.
44-20, Pacific Lutheran up, 4:58 left to play. Jamie Thomas kicking off for the Lutes. Long kickoff headed for Aldridge Jones, and he falls down out of bounds at his own 3-yard line. Did he injure himself? He kind of just collapsed like he injured his knee or an ankle.
Trying to tightrope along the sideline there.
Boy, tough break for Westminster and Aldridge Jones. Here's another look. Let's see what happens. Tries to save the ball from going out of bounds, his momentum, and it's his left ankle. Oh.
Watch when he makes the plant right here, it rolls over. Started to pronate a little bit, and fortunately didn't stick too bad in the turf, it appears, so hopefully it won't be too serious as they continue to attend to him.
Boy, you hate to see that. Neil, understand you have to head on down and get ready for the trophy presentation. Nice to see you. Congratulations again on a great event.
Okay, thanks, Steve and Todd. Appreciate you guys working so hard to make this a fantastic event, having it on national cable here in Prime. And again, we're just happy to be the host here in Portland, Oregon, and putting on a fine championship game for the NAIA.
Great. Look forward to another big one in '94.
Okay, thanks, guys.
Thanks, Neil.
All right, Neil, thanks very much. Neil Lomax from Promax, the event management group, putting on today's NAIA Division II National Championship game here at Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. There you get a look at the last scoring drive for Pacific Lutheran. 7 plays, 72 yards, took up 3 minutes, 42 seconds. Mark Weekley scored from 1 yard out. He's been involved in 6 touchdowns today, a couple on the ground, and has thrown 4 touchdown passes.
Adding to some more marks there. You know, you talked about that tie that Pacific Lutheran had in the first game of the season against one of the teams which reached the finals here a year ago, Linfield College from nearby McMinnville, Oregon, as we see Aldridge Jones being helped off the field.
Well, we hope that Aldridge bounces back. You hate to see this. A great player returned a kickoff 92 yards today for a touchdown. Any rebroadcast or transmission of today's NAIA Division II championship game without the written consent of Prime Sports Northwest and Promax Incorporated is prohibited. 44-20, Pacific Lutheran leads, 4:56 left to play. Westminster with the ball, 1st and 10 from its own 4-yard line, deep in its own territory. O'Shea, there's a fumble on the play. PLU looks as if they may have recovered, and they have. Things coming unraveled for Westminster. John Roberts on the recovery. A bad exchange right from the get-go. O'Shea was going one way, his running back went the other. A bad handoff, and they turn it over again.
And as we mentioned coming in, a team that was very strong in plus minus. You see O'Shea's footwork, and Blatt going the other direction, trying to make the adjustment. Roberts, a freshman from Black Diamond, Washington, falls right on top of it. But Westminster has had a problem with turnovers today. Normally one of their strengths.
So Pacific Lutheran takes over. Looks as if Carl Hoseth has replaced Mark Weekly at quarterback for PLU. Weekly's day is over, and what an impressive day he had. There you get a good look at Carl Hoseth, a junior, 6'3", good size, 11 for 19 this year, 105 yards.
We mentioned his dad also on the coaching staff. Just to finish up our point from a minute ago, as we see Mark Weekly celebrating his game. The only time PLU's ever had an undefeated season was in 1940. They were called the Gladiators then, and one of the star players, a young man by the name of Marv Harshman.
Aha. Carl Hoseth now calling the plays for PLU. The handoff and a huge hit. Number 42, Corey Bray, the ball carrier for PLU. Some of these guys now coming in, seeing some action. And I know that's really important for Frosty to get as many players in as he can so they can enjoy in this moment.
Just been informed, Weekly also has a total offense record for a single game for the Lutes.
Great day for Mark Weekly.
Great way to finish up a career setting more records.
2nd down and 6. 2nd and goal from the 6. Hoseth up the middle. Picks up about 4 of those 6. Clock running.
I think somebody should snap a picture of this PLU in a full house backfield set.
Remember that. Inside 4 minutes to play now in the national championship game. Boy, I tell you, as far as winning this championship, what a great feeling it's got to be for Pacific Lutheran. You work so hard throughout the year to get to this point, and on the verge of winning it all. Frosty Westering and the Pacific Lutheran football program. 3rd down and 2. Handoff, touchdown Pacific Lutheran. Josh Requay right up the middle. I'm not sure he was even touched. His first touchdown this year, Josh Requay. Boy, what a moment for him.
Little cross action in the backfield, and you can see the inside handoff by Hoseth, and Requay crossed the stripe before anyone can get to him. Little demoralizing too defensively. You know the game is over. It's tough to kind of get geared up and try to make those stops one more time, but some good blocking as well. Drop kick for Weekly.
It's 50-20. Weekly with the drop kick, and
guess what, folks? That's got to be the play of the day. Now the official is making a signal down on the field, so hold on. But a drop kick used to be legal, perfectly legal. He says no good, and I don't know why. We'll have to see if we get an explanation of this one. But I'll tell you what, good or no, somebody put that one on the highlight tape. When's the last time a college team had a drop kick for a conversion?
Why would you do that, though, anyway? Why would you come out and do a drop kick?
Let's see if Roger Judd has an explanation at all.
Kick is no good. Kicker hit the ball before the ball hit the turf.
They disallow it, but I guess probably my question is, why in the first place do you try a drop kick? What's the reasoning behind this?
Maybe for fun, maybe to show that he can do it all. I don't know.
You know, you're up 50-20. You know, why not just come in and just kick the point after and get it done?
Could be a promise that they'd made down the season. If we've got it wrapped up, I'll let you try one. And I'm sure he'll explain to Gene Nicholson after the game why, because these are both two gentlemen who uphold sportsmanship as one of their highest credos. So I'm sure there was some reason behind it. And we'll see if we can find out from Nick Dawson, the SID, perhaps why.
3 minutes, 32 seconds left to play in the NAIA Division II National Championship game. Pacific Lutheran up easily, 50-20. They have broken it open here in the second half. A game New Westminster team battling hard, trying to come back. But the Pacific Lutheran offense just too much. Jamie Thomas, a high kickoff, headed out of bounds again. That's exactly what happens, and Westminster will take over from its own 35-yard line, 1st and 10. Westminster came in with a 10-2 record, 5-2 in national championship games. Gene Nicholson's first game as a head coach as far as national championships are concerned. He has been with Westminster for a long, long time and has been involved in all 8 trips to the national championship game. Sean O'Shea still in the quarterback, scrambling to the far side and gets out of bounds. Trevor White chased him out for PLU. A pickup of a couple, 2nd down and 8.
Talk with Nick Dawson, the sports information director for PLU. He says Mark Wakely has fooled around with drop kicking at the end of practice all season long, and he says knowing Mark, he probably was over there begging Frosty to let him try one in a game and wrap up his career, so that's probably the reason why they did it, but he couldn't figure out why the call was made either.
3:26 left to play. Sean O'Shea and the Westminster offense trying to put some more points on the board. Fumbled snap out of the shotgun. O'Shea does a nice job picking the ball up. He's going to pass it and complete across the middle to Matt Sofran. O'Shea, nice job picking the ball up and making something happen off of that play. And there you get a look at the Division II National Championship trophy. Look at that. It's worth all the hard work, isn't it?
Definitely. It's been in New Wilmington 5 times and will be headed up Interstate 5 to Tacoma after this game.
Pacific Lutheran's last national championship and only national championship they've tied for one was back in 1980. O'Shea going deep. Incomplete. Looked as if they had 12 men on the field, but no call. Intended receiver Mark Bruckner on the play. PLU winning the championship in 1980, tying in 1987. And they will try to add today's accomplishments to just a great, great football program. Frosty Westering definitely needs to be commended for an absolutely fantastic job he's done with that program. Year in and year out, Todd, they are strong. O'Shea back to pass, now runs, has room across midfield, inside the 40, the 35. And Sean O'Shea working hard.
His footwork's not too bad either. Watch O'Shea, he just spots an open alley this time. Couple quick drops and knows there's room as PLU tried to put some pressure on him. Buggy out in front of him trying to add a block as well. And Sean O'Shea has played very impressively today.
Ball placed at PLU's 35-yard line, 1st and 10. Westminster trying to score some more points. O'Shea over the middle, picked off. Intercepted by Pacific Lutheran. The ball overthrown, and PLU was right there. Another Westminster turnover. Todd Green with the interception. Here's a look at the scoring today. Got off early in the first quarter. Weekly with a touchdown from 11 yards out. Then he hits Aaron Tang for 34 yards, 14-0. Then to Gavin Stanley, an 8-yard touchdown pass, 21-0. Aldrich Jones then brought back the ensuing kickoff, 92 yards for Westminster's first score of the day. Cuts it to 21-7 at the half. Pacific Lutheran with the ball, 2:17 left to play. The ball on its own 13-yard line, fumble and a scramble for the ball. Hoseth recovered the fumble. Pacific Lutheran ball. In the third quarter, Aaron Tang hauls in a 66-yard touchdown pass from Weekly to make it 28-7. Westminster bounces back, 66-yard touchdown pass to Andy Blatt. But then it's all PLU. Stanley, another touchdown, 34-14. Thomas with a field goal from 22 yards out, 37-14. Blatt then a touchdown pass reception for Westminster. But then Pacific Lutheran just rolls on. Weekly with a 1-yard touchdown run. And Requay with a 2-yard touchdown run makes it 50-20. Pacific Lutheran on top. Inside 2 minutes to play now.
5 turnovers against the Westminster Titans today.
Turnovers will kill you. Special teams also extremely critical in big games like this. And Pacific Lutheran excited on the sidelines as you get a look at Frosty Westering.
We talked about year in, year out. Frosty has won nearly 80% of his games at Pacific Lutheran in 22 years.
That's amazing. Hosef, the handoff. A pickup of a few. There should be about one more play left in the Division II National Championship game. Jeff Modrak on the stop for Westminster. 4th and 13 for PLU as the clock winds down. Inside 30 seconds left. Jamie Thomas in to punt for the Lutes. And Frosty standing on the sidelines, awaiting another national championship for Pacific Lutheran. The punt picked up by number 23, Todd McLean. Clock is stopped now. 4 seconds left. The ball on PLU's 47-yard line. 50-20. Did they get him? Did they? Oh, they dumped the bucket of ice on Frosty Western. A cold shower for Frosty in celebration of his second national championship at PLU. Westminster comes in to run off one more play.
And he's still trying to track the perpetrators down, I think.
Douglas Exline in for the last play at quarterback. 4 seconds left, 50-20. The handoff and tackle, and that will do it. Pacific Lutheran has won the NAIA Division II National Championship. The final from Civic Stadium in Portland, Oregon. PLU 50, Westminster 20. A good look at national champion coach Frosty Westering coming over to handshake with Gene Nicholson. There you see the final. PLU national champs, NAIA Division II, 50-20, the final.
Now showing at Smith's Home Theater, ProScan, and RCA. The top names in entertainment bring you film-like picture quality and theater quality sound with the latest innovations in convenience and performance at your command. ProScan and RCA in a customized setting that takes home entertainment where no one has gone before. Smith's Home Theater. Experience it for yourself right now at all Smith's Home Furnishing stores.
The baby's mother on the right shops at the supermarket. The baby's mother on the left shops at Food for Less. As a result, the Food for Less mother is saving money every week, every month, every year. So, when it's time for college, the Food for Less mother will have the money to help pay for it. And the supermarket mother? Well, she'll be hoping her son can play for it. Blech. Food for Less.
Let's talk power. Let's talk safety. Let's talk lease. And I mean, we're talking affordable. Hey, stop talking and get moving to your local Jeep and Eagle dealer. It's the least we can do for you.
He was hired to protect her, but she only wanted his love. Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston star in the romantic box office smash, The Bodyguard, on HBO. And he was the world's greatest clown. He lived a life of stardom and scandal. Robert Downey Jr. stars in the Oscar-nominated role of Chaplin on Showtime. Viacom Cable brings the hits to your home in January.
There's more of what you're looking for with Viacom Cable.
NAIA Championship Football was brought to you by Food for Less. Our name says it, our prices prove it. By Royal Crown Cola, me and my RC. By Thomas & Auto Group. If you don't see them today, they can't save you any money. By Smith's Home Furnishings, because nobody cares like Smith's. And by Columbia Sportswear, manufacturers of indestructible outdoor wear. Final score, Pacific Lutheran 50, Westminster 20. An impressive performance by PLU in racking up their second national championship.
Well, it was the offense's day, the top offense and the top defense, and the offense had the better hand of it. They score as much in today's game as Westminster had given up in the last 9 contests as Frosty Westering accepts the game ball, the autographed ball, as part of this championship ceremony. Very impressive performance for PLU in 2 teams with a lot of experience.
And hats off to Westminster. They played hard all the way. Thanks to Pacific Lutheran University, Westminster College, the NAIA, and member colleges and universities, the Columbia Football Association coaches, and athletic directors. Today's game was produced by Prime Sports Northwest in cooperation with Promax Incorporated. All rights reserved. The final score from Civic Stadium in Portland, Pacific Lutheran 50, Westminster 20.
Come back next year, and hopefully all the rookie stuff will be out the way.
Life of the rookie. Down in Portland, there is a national title on the line. The PLU Lutes taking on the Westminster College of Pennsylvania for the NAIA Division II national title. The Lutes have averaged 42 points a game in the playoffs. Today, they were piling up the big numbers again. Frosty Westering licking his chops. First quarter, PLU quarterback Mark Weekly goes long to Aaron Tang. He sprints to the end zone. The Lutes led 21-zip. PLU was up 21-7 in the second half when Weekly went deep again. The long bomb to Aaron Tang again. That gave the Lutes a 28-7 lead. 4 touchdown passes for Weekly. Late in the game, PLU scores to make it 50-20. Look at this. They drop kicked the extra point just like Jim Thorpe. The ref said it was no good, though. They claimed the ball didn't hit the ground before he kicked it. Replays showed that he did. It didn't matter, though. PLU cruises to a 50-20 win over Westminster. They are the NAIA Division II national champs. Frosty Westering's boys win it all. There were a couple of NFL games today, and both
tonight in Spokane. Pacific Lutheran spent much of the football season ranked #1, so it's only fitting they wrapped it all up with a national championship. Guard Swanson has the story.
Everyone had their game faces on, and the Lutes wasted little time in showcasing their high-octane offense. Quarterback Mark Weekly, who was told to limit his running because of a separated shoulder, scores here, and the landslide was on. Still first quarter, Lutes again driving. Here on 4th down, Weekly fakes out the entire stadium when he connects with Aaron Tang for a 35-yard touchdown, 14-0 Lutes.
We got lucky. He came up on the fake, so that's all we needed him to do.
But PLU wasn't through yet. Now in the second quarter, and again, Weekly to the air. This time, it's Gavin Stanley, 21-0. The only mistake PLU made in the first half was giving up a 92-yard kickoff return. Westminster tried to stay in it after that, but they found out that the Lutes were just too much to handle. Weekly had a huge game, a school record 441 yards passing, including 4 touchdowns. The big one here, again to Tang. Mark was also named the game's MVP. The Lutes were just too explosive today, scoring 29 points in the second half as they drenched the Titans 50-20.
Feels great. It's all I can say is it's a total team effort. We practiced hard for 14 weeks, and we feel like we deserve it.
Well, I guess the bottom line is we think we're more than champions. Special group of kids here played a great football game against a real fine team.
So PLU comes home with its 3rd national title. In Portland, Guard Swanson, King 5 Sports.
Thanks, Guard. 2 NFL games played today at
They destroyed Gonzaga 63-40. College football. Pacific Lutheran University has a lot to be proud of tonight. Its football team has won a national championship. They pick up the NAIA Division II college football title with an impressive win over Westminster of Pennsylvania that played the game in Portland. Coach Frosty Westering's offense just too much for the Westminster defense. In his final college game, quarterback Mark Weekly passed for a school record 441 yards, 4 touchdown passes. The Lutes 21-0 lead right here, second quarter. He finds Gavin Stanley, and it's all PLU. What's the ensuing kickoff? The Titans gets back in the ball game. Aldrich Jones takes it down the sidelines. He goes 92 yards for the touchdown. It's 21-7 Lutz at the halftime break. Now the second half is really a showcase for Mark Weekly and the PLU offense. Watch this perfect pass. Weekly hits Aaron Tang in stride behind the defense. He will travel 66 yards for the touchdown, 28-7 Pacific Lutheran. In the fourth quarter, it's Weekly again, throwing touchdown pass number 4. Gavin Stanley again. He had 11 catches on the day. Weekly 25 of 37. The Lutz run up 50 points on the Westminster defense, but didn't allow a point in his last 2 games. And there's Frosty, what a happy guy. PLU picks up its 3rd national championship, 50-20 the final. The Lutz finished the season 12 wins, no losses, and just 1 tie. Seattle Seahawks try to end a 3-game losing streak tomorrow in the Kingdome against Phoenix. If you're heading to the game, take a book along and donate it at the gate to charity.
The Hawkeyes won their last 4 games to secure the school's 13th bowl bid. Talk about a season of streaks, that was Iowa. The Hawkeyes won their first 2, lost 5 in a row, before closing the season with 4 consecutive victories. Next up, a battle in the first Alamo Bowl at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio against Pac-10 representative California. Michigan State finished 7th in the league despite a 4-4 Big Ten mark. In the Spartans' season-opening victory over Kansas, running back Craig Thomas showed everyone he would be the Spartans' workhorse in '93. Later in the year, after beating rival Michigan, the Spartans were 3-1 and had their sights set on Pasadena. But losses in 3 of their last 5 conference games ruined any chance for the Roses. But the Spartans are still in the postseason, taking on Louisville December 28th in the Liberty Bowl. The Indiana Hoosiers enjoyed a banner year, finishing their regular season 8-3 under longtime coach Bill Mallory. The Hoosiers won their first 3 games. Offensively, receiver Thomas Lewis was a standout. He set a Big Ten receiving record with 285 yards on 12 receptions against Penn State. Indiana will play Virginia Tech in the Independence Bowl New Year's Eve day from Shreveport, Louisiana. The Michigan Wolverines were expected to contend for the national title this year. But early season losses to Notre Dame and Michigan State ended those streaks. But after the loss to the Spartans, the Wolverines bounced back the following week. Sparked by a tremendous goal line stand, the Maize and Blue beat Penn State on the road. The disappointing 7-4 year ended on a high note as Michigan pounded arch-rival Ohio State 28-0, denying the Buckeyes a trip to the Rose Bowl. The Wolverines are, as usual, bowl-bound. They'll play New Year's Day in the Hall of Fame Bowl against North Carolina State in Tampa, Florida. Penn State recovered from that tough home loss to Michigan to fashion an impressive 6-2 mark in its first Big Ten season. The most exciting game of the year had to be the come-from-behind win at Michigan State. Receiver Bobby Engram was tremendous in that victory, catching a Kerry Collins pass for the winner in a 38-37 win. Engram for the year caught a league-best 13 touchdown passes. Penn State is also playing New Year's Day against talented Tennessee in the Florida Citrus Bowl from Orlando. Ohio Ohio State season was bittersweet. The overall 9-1-1 mark is very impressive, but the Buckeyes wanted the Rose Bowl and didn't get it. You knew the Buckeyes were for real early when they handled Washington. They proved their mettle marching 99 yards late in the game to tie Wisconsin on the road. The Buckeyes tied for first with the Badgers, but lose out on the Rose Bowl because of a tie-breaking formula which favored Wisconsin. So Ohio State settles for the Holiday Bowl in San Diego, a December 30th battle with WAC champion Brigham Young. Finally, the Wisconsin Badgers, a magical season. A season that began with 6 straight wins. A season that included a heart-wrenching 13-10 win over Michigan in Madison. And a heart-stopping tie with Ohio State at Camp Randall. The Badgers' Brent Moss closed the regular season with 10 straight 100-yard games. The Badgers themselves end the season as Big Ten champions. They're headed for Wisconsin's first Rose Bowl appearance in 31 years against UCLA New Year's Day in Pasadena.
Of the 7 bowl teams in the Big Ten Conference, 5 at the conclusion of the regular season were ranked in the Associated Press Top 25 poll. Now, I have a question for you, Mike. You live in Big Ten country. Wisconsin and Ohio State tie at 14 when they played each other. Both go 6-1-1 during the regular season. Why do the folks in Madison get to go to Pasadena and not the folks in Columbus?
Well, it's the equal opportunity rule in the Big Ten Conference, that being, Drew, that the team that has not gone in the longest time gets to go in the event of a tie. But the big reason is Ohio State could not beat Michigan. They had everything to win. They could have clinched the bowl berth outright. The trip to Pasadena, 28-0 defeat at the hands of the Wolverines on that second-to-last Saturday of college football in the Big Ten Conference. Then Michigan State couldn't be good friends to the Ohio State Buckeyes, but the real truth is Wisconsin's futility over the last 30 years gets them the trip to Pasadena.
Well put. Don't remind the folks in Columbus about losing to Michigan yet again. Don't remind John Cooper about losing to Michigan yet again. 4 other teams played football, as you know, in the Big Ten Conference, and they all had their moments this year. We'll check in on those college campuses when we return to the Big Ten Report.
Uh-oh, do you toss and turn all night long? Ouch! Do you awaken with neck and shoulder pain from a soft, lumpy pillow? Now join the thousands who have discovered the Contour Pillow, anatomically designed to follow the natural contour of your neck and head while it supports and aligns your spine for a great night's sleep. Look, ordinary pillows lose shape and support. Your upper back and neck muscles work all night long, leading to neck tension, shoulder stiffness, back pain, snoring, and restless sleep. But the Contour Pillow supports your body the way nature intended. Tense muscles relax, rest, rejuvenate. You awaken refreshed and ready to go. The secret is the therapeutic foam. The soft plush foam fingers individually adjust to your facial and neck features. The ultra-firm inner layers provide the gentle orthopedic support for the head and spine.
I suffered from stiff necks and headaches all my life. But with the Contour Pillow, I wake up feeling really refreshed.
I can't sleep without it. This pillow's a miracle. I even travel with it.
I've spent hundreds of dollars on mattresses and waterbeds, but only the Contour Pillow gave me the support and the relief that I needed. Festival? My husband doesn't snore anymore.
The Contour Pillow is not available in any store, so call now for the special introductory price of only $19.95. Doctors sell therapeutic pillows for $60 or more. But now, the Contour Pillow can be ordered direct from the manufacturer for a special introductory price. And if you order within the next 10 minutes, we'll include the zippered washable cover, a $5 value absolutely free. If the Contour Pillow is not the most comfortable pillow you ever slept on, simply return it for a full refund, no questions asked. So don't toss and turn all night long. Pick up the phone and call now for the ultimate night's sleep. Order now.
For rush delivery of your Contour pillow, have your credit card ready and call 1-800-247-7979. That's 1-800-247-7979. Or send $19.95 plus $5.95 shipping to Contour Pillow, P.O. Box 11624, Charlotte, North Carolina. Or call 1-800-247-7979.
Welcome back to the Big Ten Report. Of the 4 teams not going bowling in 1993, Illinois, Purdue, Northwestern, and Minnesota, they were not devoid of highlights this college football season. After all, take Minnesota, for instance, the only team in the conference to actually beat Wisconsin. Illinois, they had 2 big victories. They go to Ann Arbor and knock off Michigan for the first time in a long time. Also knocked off Hayden Fry's Iowa Hawkeye team. Northwestern beat Boston College. We all know how hot Boston College was at the end of the year, and they also played right with Notre Dame. And for the Purdue Boilermakers, yes, only 1 victory this year, but they were in every game they played. So let's take a closer look at those 4 schools in football.
Only 4 teams from the Big Ten Conference did not get a chance to extend their football campaign beyond the regular season. But that doesn't mean Illinois, Minnesota, Northwestern, and Purdue did not have reasons to cheer during the '93 year. For the Fighting Illini and Coach Lou Tepper, certainly a high water mark this season was a come-from-behind road victory over powerful Michigan. Down 13 points in the 4th quarter, Johnny Johnson's touchdown pass to Jim Klein rallied Illinois to a 24-21 win before more than 106,000 shocked fans at Michigan Stadium. Illinois finished its Big Ten season 5-3, but a winless non-conference slate cost the Fighting Illini any shot at a bowl bid. The Minnesota Golden Gophers showed improvement in their second year under coach Jim Wacker. Minnesota won 3 conference games. None was bigger than an upset over Rose Bowl-bound Wisconsin back in late October. In the 4th quarter, wide receiver Rashawn Early hauls in an 82-yard reception from quarterback Scott Eckers. That set up Minnesota's winning touchdown as the Gophers held on for a 28-21 victory. Through 8 games, the Gophers still had bowl possibilities, but a 3-game losing streak down the stretch, starting with a 4th quarter loss to Illinois, ended postseason hopes for Minnesota. The Northwestern Wildcats also were expecting big things this year under second-year coach Gary Barnett. The Wildcats opened the season with a hard-fought loss to powerful Notre Dame. Then the Cats knocked off nationally ranked Boston College. Wide receiver Lee Gissendaner, who led the team with 58 receptions, caught one from quarterback Lee Williams. Late in the 4th quarter, the Wildcats trailed Boston College by just a point. And Barnett wouldn't settle for a tie. The Cats went for 2 and got it. Northwestern won it 22-21. The next week, the Wildcats dominated Wake Forest, but then the bottom fell out. Northwestern lost all 8 of its conference games, although 4 of the losses were by a combined total of 15 points. Purdue also failed to win any Big Ten battles this year. In fact, the only victory all season came in Week 2 against Western Michigan. Quarterback Matt Pike's long touchdown pass to Jeff Hill was the key in the Boilermakers' 28-13 triumph. Purdue ended up on the short end of things in one of college football's craziest games ever. The Boilermakers lost to Minnesota 59-56. Despite Mike Allstott's Big Ten record 5 touchdowns.
These days, we're all on a tight budget. The gas bill goes up, the car needs work. To make ends meet, I looked at cutting back on a lot of things, including my cable. But then I thought, CNN is where I find out what's going on and get financial advice. And ESPN is our year-round sports ticket. Even our fussy critics are calling TNT's original movies top-notch. When you add it all up, I like having cable. Viacom's a pretty good value. And in these tough times, that means a lot to me.
Would you like to have the newest and greatest music ever recorded right in the palm of your hand? Music like country, rock, jazz, classical. Introducing DMX, a revolutionary new way to listen to music. Inside, DMX has digitally programmed the music from tens of thousands of CDs to play through your home stereo on 30 incredible channels. All you need is this. Want your DMX? Call us today.
Check it out. It's end-to-end college hockey highlights from across the state with in-depth coverage of all the leagues. Get stuck on College Hockey USA. Every week on most Prime affiliates.
Welcome back to the Big Ten Report. Time now to focus on college basketball. Already this season, the Big Ten has had 6 teams ranked in the top 25. Gone great players like Chris Webber, Calbert Chaney, Greg Graham, and A.C. Earl. They are all now competing in the National Basketball Association. But some great ones coming back, like Jalen Rose, Michael Finley, Sean Respert, Deion Thomas at Illinois, and arguably the best player in all of college basketball, Purdue's Glenn Robinson. At Penn State, Bruce Parkhill hopes that this sophomore year competing in the Big Ten will provide more memories than his freshman year did. And speaking of freshmen, a new head coach on the campus of Northwestern University, Ricky Birdsong, comes from Detroit Mercy to guide the Northwestern Wildcats. Let's start our previews checking in Evanston, Illinois, and also with the Penn State Nittany Lions.
Penn State fans know after last year's rookie Big Ten season, things can only improve for their Nittany Lions. Especially because junior John Amici returns in the middle. Voted third team All-League a year ago, the Brit averaged almost 14 points and 7 rebounds his first Big Ten season. Coach Bruce Parkhill knows if he finds more players like Amici, the Nittany Lions' climb up the Big Ten ladder may be quick.
Well, I think you evaluate a recruit after he's been in your program for 2 years. That's how I do it. And we're excited about Danny. And certainly on paper, as far as a high school prospect is concerned, he is probably the most highly regarded prospect that we've been able to bring to Penn State. I think the Big Ten has had a very positive impact in that regard. You know, we're able to get our foot in the door, if you will, with a higher level of player because we're in the Big Ten now. And that's exciting because, as I alluded to earlier, getting our personnel situation to where we need it is really now the one thing we have to do.
Forward Rashawn Carlton's a rising star in the league. He showed that a year ago as a freshman when he ripped off 6 straight double-figure scoring efforts. The Penn State backcourt should improve this year with the arrival of heralded freshman Danny Earl, a third-team USA Today All-American. At Northwestern, first-year coach Ricky Birdsong inherits an experienced Wildcat squad. Returning are the Wildcats' leading scorer, rebounder, and playmaker. Leading rebounder Kevin Rankin will anchor the middle throughout his senior campaign. and playmaker Patrick Baldwin directs the team for the 4th year in a row. There's little wonder why Birdsong's so excited about taking Northwestern basketball to a new level.
It's a great challenge, but you know, it can be done, Mike. I mean, as you look around, you can't really put your finger on any one tangible thing that says this school should win. And so what it has become is just a case of everybody believing that you can.
After 18 years on The Price is Right, I've learned the secret to a good figure, a firm tummy. That's why I'm so excited about Easy Crunch. It's simpler than doing sit-ups, and you can do it by the pool, at the office, or watching TV.
With 2 kids, it's hard to work out, but I find time with Easy Crunch.
Easy Crunch works all 3 abdominal muscle groups.
The Forward Crunch works the upper abs, knee-ins target your lower abs, and the Rotator Crunch works the waistline.
I'm too busy to go to the gym. Easy Crunch works at home.
Easy Crunch's patented rocking cylinder creates a motion similar to those professional machines, and it comes complete with 5 power bands.
The result? A firmer, tighter stomach without having to do one single sit-up. Call toll-free now.
To order Easy Crunch bands and instruction booklet, call 1-800-334-4700. We'll bill your credit card 3 easy payments of $9.95 each. You get a full 60-day home trial. So to order, call 1-800-334-4700 now.
For every athlete who trades months of training for a moment of glory. For those who have a dream to break out of the pack, take the challenge, and be the best. And for all that see the path to victory as a lifelong adventure, we salute you. Prime Network, we deliver the dream.
After 18 seasons in East Lansing, Michigan, Judd Heathcote is calling this year his last. Now, he might not win a national championship as he did in 1979 with Greg Kelser and that guy named Magic, but he should have a pretty good ball club. Consider this. Last year, they were 15-13, but they lost 6 games by 4 points or less and 2 games in overtime. He has his best player back in Sean Respert, their leading scorer the last 2 years. Last season, he was better than 20 points a game. In Madison, Wisconsin, they're about as excited about basketball as they are for Barry Alvarez's football team, and you can understand why. Stu Jackson has done a marvelous job recruiting. He brings in one of the best classes they have ever had at Wisconsin. It was nationally ranked, and he also has 80% of his scoring back, led by Michael Finley, who was first-team All-Big Ten last year. Let's take a closer look at the Badgers and the Spartans of Michigan State.
Just like their counterparts in football, the Wisconsin basketball Badgers are looking for big things this year. It's already happening. Stu Jackson's team has cracked the nation's top 25. And with 4 starters back from last year, the sky might be the limit for this squad. Most of the optimism centers around All-American Michael Finley. First-team All-Big Ten a year ago, the first Wisconsin player to ever top the 1,000 career point list in just 2 years. But this team has much more than Finley, and Coach Stu Jackson knows it.
I think that our program, is really has a foundation of 2 players that were there when I arrived, in Tracy Webster and Mike Finley, who have both developed into, very solid Big Ten players. And then the addition of one recruiting class, I think, will further enhance, our talent pool. And, but our objective is to make that a yearly occurrence in hopes that, we become a annual NCAA team.
Wisconsin is loaded with talented underclassmen. None more promising than freshman center Rashard Griffith. Out of Chicago, the 6'11" giant scored 27 points and grabbed 12 rebounds in his first Badger game. At Michigan State, Judd Heathcote begins his 18th season at the helm of the Spartans. Last season was a year of what-ifs, and this year the Spartans plan on returning to the Big Ten's upper division. How? By not letting the close games slip away.
We always prepared for last-second situations. Maybe we spend just as much time, but maybe it's a mental thing, too. And as soon as you win a close game or two, we had 10 close games last year. We did not win any of them. So I think what you have to do is win a close game or two, and now you feel that, hey, this is the year that the ball's going to bounce our way instead of the other way.
The person most responsible for bringing Michigan State back will be guard Sean Respert. A second-team All-League pick last year, the junior led the Spartans in scoring with 20 a game.
Celebrate the Huskies' first national championship with a special home video, Our Dream Season, the player's perspective. This video takes you through Husky history to the building of the 1991 team. You'll see highlights of every Husky victory, including the 91 and 92 Rose Bowls, and exclusive interviews with Husky stars like Steve Emtman and Mario Bailey. This special home video will only be offered for a limited time. Order yours today. Only $19.95 plus tax, shipping, and handling. To order, call 1-800-433-DOG. You'll treasure this video for years to come. It makes the perfect gift for every Husky fan. A special home video from the players of a special Husky team. Call and order your copy. 1-800-433-DOG.
He protects all living things in the forest. But he can't do it alone. Please don't play with matches. Put out your campfires. And never, ever forget the words of Smokey Bear.
Only you can prevent forest fires.
Gene Cady has the luxury of coaching the best player in all of college basketball, Glenn Robinson, the junior out of Gary Roosevelt High School, the former Mr. Basketball in the state of Indiana. In just his first year collegiately, averaged over 24 points per game last year. That was number 9 in the nation. Most NBA experts will tell you as soon as Glenn decides he wants to go pro, he will be the top pick in the NBA draft. Expect tough times for opponents at Mackey Arena this year. How about St. John Arena in Columbus, Ohio? Well, Randy Ayers returns 4 of his 5 starters from a year ago. Lawrence Funderburk down low, and the freshman phenoms, Greg Simpson and Derek Anderson, now have a year of competition under their belt in the Big Ten Conference. Look for big things also from the Ohio State Buckeyes. Our next stop on our preview trail, Columbus, Ohio, and West Lafayette, Indiana.
Ohio State plans on improving on last year's 15-13 record. 4 of 5 starters are back, so there's plenty of optimism the 93-94 season will be much better than 500. In fact, the Buckeyes showed signs late last year that they would be a force to be reckoned with this year.
Well, I thought our work ethic got a lot better as the year went on. I think our younger players understood the intensity level that you have to get your play up to every day in practice. And I thought as that improved, I thought we made some strides. And then, you know, we always thought that freshman class was a good, talented class. It was just a matter of getting them some experience. We're excited about this year's ball club, but we know we've got a lot of work to do. We've got a lot of areas to improve in, and hopefully we will by conference time.
Randy Ayers will look to senior Lawrence Funderburk for leadership. The powerful big man led the Buckeyes a year ago in scoring, rebounding, and block shots. Purdue's fortunes will also depend heavily on its big man. Talented Glenn Robinson, truly one of college basketball's great players. The senior led the Big Ten in scoring a year ago. But for the Boilermakers, the Gary, Indiana native is much more than a scoring machine.
A big heart. He probably hates to lose more than I do, and that's a big statement. So he's a kid that really wants to win the worst way. At Southwest Missouri State last year in Springfield, Missouri, we win a close game, and he only gets 2 points, and you thought afterwards he'd had 40. So he's a great team guy, and he has a big heart.
Junior forward Conzo Martin should give Robinson some help offensively after scoring almost 12 points a game a year ago.
Toss and turn all night long till you wake up with neck and shoulder pain. Try the Contour Pillow, anatomically designed for the natural contour of your head and neck to support and align your spine for a great night's sleep. Look, ordinary pillows lose shape and sag, causing neck tension and back pain. But the Contour Pillow provides gentle orthopedic support. Tense muscles relax. You awake refreshed.
The difference I feel in my neck and my back is really amazing.
Best of all, my husband doesn't snore anymore.
Therapeutic pillows cost $60 or more. Now enjoy the ultimate night's sleep for only $19.95. Order in the next 10 minutes and we'll also include this washable cover absolutely free. Enjoy the best night's sleep you've ever had or return it for a full refund. The Contour Pillow is not available in stores. Order now.
For rush delivery of your Contour Pillow, have your credit card ready and call now 1-800-238-8383 or send $19.95 plus $5.95 shipping to Contour Pillow, P.O. Box 11624, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Lee pass to Kemp Hill, flying down. What a lob! He went airborne, defying gravity.
Hi, I'm Sean Kemp. Watch our jam sessions on your home of the Supersonics Prime Sports Northwest.
The sports specials you want to see on TV are on Prime Sports Northwest. For championships, playoffs, tournaments, exclusives, and special events, expect the best from Prime Sports Northwest. The Golden Gophers shave ice with the Seawolves in college hockey Sunday, December 19th at 9:30 a.m. Pacific.
With 7 on the shot clock, and McMillan for a 3. He got it! Oh, that's Nate McMillan.
I'm Nate McMillan of the Seattle Supersonics. You can catch the Sonics in action all season long right here on Prime Sports Northwest.
Welcome back to the Big Ten Report. I'm Drew Goodman. Last year, the preseason prognosticators said that Lou Henson's Fighting Illini team of Illinois would finish in 8th position. So much for the experts. The Illinois Fighting Illini went 19-13. And Lou Henson welcomes back his main man, power forward Deion Thomas. He averaged better than 18 points a game last year and 8 rebounds. He is the all-time leading scorer in school history. And very quietly now, they're starting to make comparisons of this year's team to the one in 1989, the Flying Illini team that went to the Final Four. Good news in Champaign, Illinois. Last year in Iowa City, Iowa, it was a heartbreaking and tragic year for Dr. Tom Davis's Hawkeye team. As you probably well know, Chris Street, one of the favorite sons in the state of Iowa, was killed in a car accident. But somehow, after that, the team managed to win 10 of their final 15 ball games and make the NCAA tournament. Let's take a visit now to Iowa City, Iowa, and also to Champaign, Illinois.
The Illinois Fighting Illini won't sneak up on anybody this year. A surprise NCAA tournament team a year ago, Coach Lou Henson expects that and more this year from a squad which returns 3 starters.
We feel good about the Illinois basketball team. We have some veterans coming back, sprinkled with some inexperienced players. There are 4 young players that we're really counting on, but they're very talented. The last couple of years, we haven't been that athletic, and we didn't have numbers. This year, we're stronger, we shoot better, we should be better defensively on the boards. So we really feel good about our ball club.
The Fighting Illini's chances will ride on the big shoulders of Dion Thomas, who led Illinois in scoring last year. In Iowa, the big question is this: is Tom Davis reloading or rebuilding? After a bittersweet season a year ago that included the death of team leader Chris Street, but an NCAA tournament bid, the Hawkeyes must replace their top 2 scorers and top rebounder from last season. But Davis knows the cupboard's not bare. For starters, he's got small forward James Winters.
The one player that I think has really demonstrated he belongs in that top group in the Big Ten is James Winters. He's a second guard small forward at 6'5", but he can run the court like a guard, and yet he can rebound like a center. He's a terrific athlete. He's gotten some attention already from the pro ranks because of his athleticism and ability to break down the defenses with one-on-one moves and power on the inside. So I look for him to really emerge as a star in this league. We certainly need one, and so we've got the opportunity to put the ball in his hands a lot of times. We're going to open up the court a little more, run a lot more than what Iowa did a year ago, and as a result, that's going to showcase his talents even more.
Swingman Kenyon Murray should also shine. He was among the Big Ten leaders in steals a year ago.
He was hired to protect her, but she only wanted his love. Kevin Costner and Whitney Houston star in the romantic box office smash, The Bodyguard, on HBO. And he was the world's greatest clown. He lived a life of stardom and scandal. Robert Downey Jr. stars in the Oscar-nominated role of Chaplin on Showtime. Viacom Cable brings the hits to your home in January.
There's more of what you're looking for with Viacom Cable.
Would you like to have the newest and greatest music ever recorded right in the palm of your hand? Music like country, rock, jazz, classical. Introducing DMX, a revolutionary new way to listen to music. Inside, DMX has digitally programmed the music from tens of thousands of CDs to play through your home stereo on 30 incredible channels. All you need is this. Want your DMX? Call us today.
The world's finest teams roll across the nation, competing in different cities, hoping to take it to Reno for the Grand Championship, the ABC World Team Bowling Challenge. Catch it on Prime.
Welcome back back to the show. I'm Mike Goldberg. The Minnesota Golden Gophers took the disappointment of not being included in the field of 64 for the NCAA tournament 1 year ago and used it as ammunition to prove that the tournament committee had made a big mistake. Clem Haskins' group went on to win the NIT tournament, defeating the Georgetown Hoyas at Madison Square Garden, the first NIT title in University of Minnesota history. This year, Clem Haskins returns all 5 starters, led in the backcourt by the terrific tandem of Ariel McDonald and Vashawn Leonard, 2 young men who combined for over 28 points per game 1 season ago. Minnesota picked by many as the preseason favorite to win the Big Ten Conference. In Bloomington, Indiana, Bob Knight has lost Player of the Year Calbert Chaney. He's lost another first-round draft pick in the National Basketball Association, the young man, Greg Graham. He lost Matt Nover. He also lost Chris Reynolds. But what he has back is Damon Bailey, the former Mr. Basketball in the state of Indiana. And returning, another Mr. Basketball, Pat Graham, off an injury, as is Alan Henderson, who will be an important part of the success that is had in Bloomington, Indiana this year. The Butler Bulldogs shocked Indiana as we open this basketball season, upsetting the Hoosiers at Hinkle Fieldhouse. But just 1 week later, up the street at the Hoosier Dome in Indianapolis, Bob Knight's Indiana team knocked off then top-ranked Kentucky. Who will come out number 1? Will it be Indiana? Will it be Illinois? We don't know yet. We know one thing, though. We're going to make our next stops in Indiana and Minnesota as we continue our college basketball previews.
The Minnesota Golden Gophers won the NIT postseason tournament a year ago. What do you do for an encore? Head for the big show, the NCAA tournament. With all 5 starters back, there's no doubt Minnesota plans on being there this year. But first, Coach Clem Haskins has his sights set on a conference title.
I really feel we have a shot. You know, it's early, preseason, but I think our chance to get as anyone. The key, though, is staying healthy. Last season, we had a lot of injury. All of our players, our top 10 guys, missed 1 to 5 basketball games. You can't let that happen to expect to win a Big Ten championship or be rated in the top 20 for the season. So key, if we stay healthy, I really feel we have a good shot.
Preseason All-American Vashawn Leonard is back after leading the Gophers in scoring last year and winning the NIT MVP award last year. This year, the junior from Detroit wants nothing to do with the tourney in New York. Neither do his teammates. Indiana's always in the NCAA tournament. That's a given each year. This year, with only 2 starters back, it will be a challenge for Coach Bobby Knight, now in his 23rd season. But it's a challenge Knight appears ready for.
Well, I think that the beginning of each season is one of the more enjoyable parts in the year because you have a chance to find out what you think your team is going to be like. Sometimes when you find out, the enjoyment ceases. But hopefully, as we get to know more about our team, it'll be also a team that we'll like as we did the last team that we've had.
Indiana won't go far without a big year from senior guard Damon Bailey. It seems when Bailey plays well, so does Indiana.
Get a run for your money this season as the Huskies pick them up and put them down. From one end of the court to the other, the doghouse is gonna be rocking as Washington women's basketball puts the pedal to the metal. Be there at the starting line, because when the Huskies start running, everybody else will be playing catch-up. For the fastest pace in the Pac-10, catch us if you can. Attend the U.S. West Cellular Airtime Tournament December 28th and 29th. Call 543-2200 for tickets.
This is Damon Perry, winner of Henry Weinhardt's Karaoke Contest. Catch baseball's greatest games on Prime Sports Northwest.
And the play is to home. Out there.
You'll catch all the World Series glory from beginning to end. You'll see the game's most amazing performances from the game's superstars. It isn't just highlights, it's the complete game.
The Yankees battle the Brooklyn Dodgers for the 52 World Series Monday, December 20th at 9 Pacific. Prime Sports Northwest wants you to enjoy Pac-10 basketball from the best seat in the house. When your favorite Pac-10 teams hit the boards, PSN will rattle your roof. Nobody brings the Pac-10 home like Prime Sports Northwest. The Beavers host the Wolfpack for a live one from Gill Coliseum, Wednesday, December 22nd at 7 Pacific.
You want to talk about impressive resumes? Take a look at Steve Fisher's at the University of Michigan. He took that program over prior to the NCAA tournament a few years back. You know what he did that year? Clean through the tournament, won a national championship. Since that time, he's been to 2 other championship games, including last year's loss to North Carolina. 17-3 overall in the tournament for Steve Fisher. Well, the Fab Five are no more. It is now the Fab Four because Chris Webber has moved on to the NBA. He plays now for the Golden State Warriors. And by the way, if you haven't seen his box scores, he's doing just fine. The Fab Four comprises now Jalen Rose, Juwan Howard, Jimmy King, and Ray Jackson, a pretty good nucleus. And then throw in a very good recruiting class. And you know, things look bright again in Ann Arbor. Let's take a visit to the University of Michigan at Ann Arbor.
After 2 straight NCAA championship defeats, the Michigan Wolverines believe the 3rd time will be the charm, despite the fact it will be done without All-American center Chris Webber, who left for the NBA after only 2 seasons in the maize and blue. There's still 4 of the Fab Five around. And this year, without Webber, they'll play a new style of game.
I've never been a coach ever, or a player that Preston ran for 40 minutes. But I've changed enough and know that if you want to win, you've got to get easy baskets. So we were 2nd in the league in scoring to Indiana last year. But we ran, and we quick shot when we had a good shot. I want to continue to do that, maybe try to push even a little harder, but not at the expense of turnovers or shooting percentage going down because we're casting the first shot rather than waiting to get a good shot.
There's some technique and much power in Juwan Howard's game. He'll pick up the slack in the middle, while Jalen Rose and Jimmy King will combine for one of the country's top backcourts. And defensive specialist Ray Jackson is expected to emphasize his offensive game more. Any coach would love to rebuild with the 4 starters Michigan returns.
We're not going to die from stage fright. We're not going to choke because the TV camera, the red light from the TV camera is shining in our eyes. We won't win every game, but I do think that the experience is so valuable, and we now have that experience with our prime-time 4 players. That's got to be a major asset to any program. So we need to accent that. We need to build around those 4 guys that have had immense success and know what it's like to play on the road and play in tough games and go with 2 minutes to go with the score tied and know how to win those kinds of games.
The junior quartet has the talent and leadership to lead the Wolverines right back into the national title chase. They don't know anything else.
Hello, I'm Leslie Easterbrook. You may know me as Lieutenant Callahan from the Police Academy movies. Would you believe that the Police Academy movies have grossed over $500 million to date? That's why I wanted to talk to you today about a tremendous ground floor opportunity that exists in the movie business, one that could very easily turn out to be one of the best investments you've ever made. Recently, vintage Hollywood movie posters from the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s have been experiencing unparalleled worldwide demand. In fact, in just the last several months, over $3.3 million worth of Hollywood posters have been successfully auctioned at Christie's alone. This market is red hot, and there is still time to build a world-class portfolio if you take action right now. By calling the toll-free number on your screen, you'll receive a wonderful and informative video cassette tape, which I'll be hosting. You'll see legendary stars, and you'll learn more about this tremendous opportunity. There's no cost or obligation. Please call now. These rare Hollywood movie posters are rapidly disappearing.
Sweat.
What makes a great conference? I think rivalries make a great conference. If you think about the Big Ten over the years, it has always been Ohio State and Michigan, the featured game. Well, that's still a big game every year, but now with Penn State in the conference, the emergence of Wisconsin, so many good football games each and every Saturday, which means in the years to come, the Big Ten Conference is going to be a lot of fun.
Amazing to me, Drew, that the first meeting ever between Penn State and Michigan was this year. Two schools with rich tradition now will meet quite often because they're both members of the Big Ten Conference. Another thing that makes a great conference, great players. And great players normally lead to great plays. In Champaign, Illinois, they're still talking about Johnny Johnson's last-second pass that beat the Michigan Wolverines. The tough part of putting together our plays of the year, trying not to leave any out. They were numerous. We're trying to bring you right now, though, our plays of the year, the ones that would be most memorable to you from 1993. Big Ten football season.
It's almost time to shove the pigskin into the closet for another winter. But before we say goodbye, it's time for a little gridiron greatness. Some fantastic plays that had Big Ten fans whipped into a frenzy during the '93 season. Indiana's Thomas Lewis will remember this play for a long time.
He makes the catch. He's going to go. Lewis at the 30, down to the 20. He'll walk it into the end zone. Indiana scores. Oh, what a play.
His 99-yard touchdown reception against Penn State set a Big Ten record for longest scoring reception. The Michigan Wolverines have a wide receiver by the name of Mercury Hayes. Teammates were calling him Hercules Hayes after a great catch against Ohio State. Defensively, Buckeye safety Walter Taylor knows how to stop Indiana's Lewis. You keep the ball away from him. At Michigan State, they're still talking about Scott Green's effort against Ohio State.
He won't be denied. Touchdown. He won't be denied. Holy cow, Scotty Green would not be denied.
His determined run almost inspired the Spartans to an upset win in Columbus. Finally, the game of the year belonged to Minnesota's Omar Douglas. All he did against Purdue was catch 5 touchdown passes, a new Big Ten record. And the Gophers needed all 5 and more as they held off the Boilermakers 59-56. In football, not basketball.
15-10, 5, touchdown Minnesota. Omar Douglas strikes once again. Eckers back to pass. And he goes to Omar Douglas. Mr. Go-To catches the ball for a touchdown. Minnesota.
Great plays and performances by great players. It made for a great Big Ten football season.
So many memories from the 1993 college football season in the Big Ten. And I should mention that 8 of the top 10 rushers from this year return next year, so plenty more memories on the docket for 1994. We're already into the college basketball season. Might we see a Big Ten team all the way to Charlotte?
I would think there's 5 teams realistically that have an excellent opportunity of being there. The last 2 seasons, the Big Ten has been represented in the Final Four of college basketball, last season by the Michigan Wolverines, 2 years ago by not only Michigan, but also Bob Knight's Indiana Hoosiers. You talk about Minnesota, the Golden Gophers are stocked. You talk about the Flying Illini reborn, possibly that is happening in Champaign, Illinois. And then you still have Indiana, Wisconsin, and Michigan, all powerhouses in college basketball.
It's going to be a lot of fun this year. We hope you've enjoyed this look at not only college basketball, but the 1993 college football season in the Big Ten. Best of luck to the 7 bowl teams over the holidays, till we convene again at the end of the winter. For Mike Goldberg and our producer Sam Allen, I'm Drew Goodman. Enjoy the winter season, everybody.
Eric Slocum.
I'm Margot Myers. Next on Como News 4 at 6:30, shots are fired outside a teen center, a place that's supposed to be safe.
They're looking for answers in the mysterious death of an alleged shoplifter.
You may have noticed the clouds roll in this afternoon. Do they mean rain? I'll let you know.
And will Sean Kemp play with the Sonics tonight?
Stay with us, everyone. Como News 4 is next.
Now open in Seattle, Future Shop gives you more savings on audio, video, computers, and appliances. At Future Shop, you get our absolute lowest price guarantee, plus total satisfaction or your money back. Future Shop, we're the discount electronics and appliance superstore that gives you more. Now open in Seattle.
They say what you drive says a lot about you. If you wanted to say all the right things, Chevrolet and Geo can do just that. Right now, get to know Geo Prism for only $189 a month for 36 months. And you'll get dual airbags, AM/FM stereo, AC, and more. So that makes you good-looking, secure, and intelligent. Says all the right things to me. Make your money count. See your local Chevy Geo dealer today.
You know, I run into people all the time that have never shopped at a Men's Wearhouse store, and I say the same thing to everybody. Give us 1 minute. Just come into our store for 60 seconds, and you'll become a Men's Wearhouse customer. I guarantee it.
This holiday season, there's a new way to toast the quality difference with your Visa and QFC.
You're watching Como TV4 in Seattle. Now, live at 6:30, Como News 4.
Gunfire erupts outside a late-night recreation center in South Seattle at a place that's supposed to provide a safe haven for teenagers.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight, Team 4 coverage on the shooting and what Seattle's new police chief wants to do to stop this deadly trend.
We begin with an overnight shooting at the Rainier Community Center. Como's John Sharifi reports the late-night recreation program is supposed to be a place for young people to get away from the violence.
The city launched the late-night recreation program to give teenagers an alternative to drugs, gangs, and violence. The kids call the program Late Night. They know on Friday and Saturday nights they can go to a half-dozen recreation centers in the city and play basketball and other games. The idea is to give teenagers something positive to do, to keep them off the streets and out of trouble. In fact, the shooting victim is a regular here. The director of the Rainier Community Center says the teenager plays basketball and shoots pool on most Friday nights. But last night, that teenager wasn't inside playing ball. He was outside, dodging bullets. Eyewitnesses say he and a group of teenagers were standing near this bicycle rack when someone fired shots into the crowd. A bullet grazed the teenager's head. The suspect got away. Eyewitnesses believe the shooting was gang-related. The director of the center is not surprised something like this happened here, considering this program is geared towards kids at risk.
It's something that will occur in a place where predominantly is this population of young youth or gang youth. So it goes hand in hand.
Some neighborhoods have expressed concern about having late-night recreation centers in their area. They're worried about incidents such as the one that happened last night here. But city officials maintain in most places where the late-night recreation centers exist, crime actually goes down because kids are more likely to stay out of trouble. The staff here hopes late night doesn't get a bad rap.
Now they think late night's bad, you know, and that it's trouble, you know, and that it's not good, and it's good. You know, it's more positive than it's been negative. It's just what happened last night was, you know, unfortunate.
The suspect is still on the loose, and police say no weapon was recovered. The shooting victim, who is believed to be 16 years old, was treated and released from Harborview last night with superficial scalp wounds. Eric and Margot.
John, do you know if they're planning to add any security at the center?
Well, the director says he hasn't decided yet, but he points out there were 2 off-duty Seattle police officers there last night.
All right, John Sharifi in our newsroom tonight. Thank you.
Curbing violence is priority number 1 for Seattle's new police chief.
Chief Norman Stamper is set to become Seattle's new police chief in January after being confirmed yesterday by the City Council. And tonight, our Team 4 coverage continues with a look at what his leadership will mean to you and the safety of your children. Norman Stamper had been the number 2 man in the San Diego Police Department. Now his future as Seattle's chief is sealed, cemented yesterday against a backdrop of praise.
Chief Stamper is a proven crime fighter. He is tough on the bad guys.
And tough on the bad guys is a good thing in a year when Seattle's murder rate has reached an all-time high. Gang violence and kids with guns are growing problems.
It's really true that a lot of those kids are carrying guns, for example, for protection. They're not making that up. They're frightened. And of course, when they, in my opinion, when they make that decision to pack a gun, as well as their lunch when they go to school, they're making a mistake.
Stamper favors laws which would allow police officers to literally take weapons out of young hands.
If you put into the hands of police officers the right to take away a gun from a 14, 15-year-old gangbanger, for example, who otherwise has not committed any violations of the law, we'll see a change.
And Stamper has some other ideas to curb the violence. He hopes to work out an agreement with the media to avoid the use of gang names in reports or articles to cut down on gang competition. He also plans to meet with every single neighborhood in the city before he joins the force full-time at the end of January.
We have a developing story to tell you about right now. Police in Linwood just confirmed they've arrested a 33-year-old man for allegedly molesting one child and trying to lure another one away. Both incidents happened today during a sporting event at Scribner Lake High School. A 9-year-old girl says she was in a restroom when the suspect entered and tried to lure her out. The man left when the girl began to cry. Several witnesses saw the man exiting the restroom and called police. After the arrest, a 6-year-old girl identified the suspect as the same man who just molested her. King County police say they'll investigate a woman's claim that a man who died after being restrained for allegedly shoplifting was denied CPR by authorities. Friends and family of 25-year-old Antonio Jackson gathered at the spot where he died Tuesday night. He was chased out of the store by Safeway employees who thought he'd stolen a pack of cigarettes. Jackson was put in a chokehold. A friend claims she tried to perform CPR but was told by police to back off. Friends at today's vigil say they want justice and peace.
Not only as a community, but as a nation, we have to wake up that these kind of transgressions just cannot exist amongst us if we're going to live in brotherly love.
Authorities haven't yet determined exactly how Antonio Jackson died. They're waiting for test results. Once they learn what caused his death, then they'll decide whether any charges shall be filed.
Northern Exposure star Barry Corbin is in the hospital tonight. He broke his left leg and foot when he fell from a horse at his Arlington home. Corbin was admitted to Harborview Medical Center last night. He is in satisfactory condition. Corbin plays a retired astronaut on the show, which is filmed in Roslyn and Redmond.
Well, if you haven't done it yet, you're not alone.
Next, if you still need to do your holiday shopping, we'll let you know what you can expect.
And a little later, the story behind this fairy tale come true in Seattle.
Ah, blueberry croissant, delicious.
Kellogg's Nutri-Grain, naturally delicious.
Yeah, real blueberry filling in there.
Yeah, well, Kellogg's Nutri-Grain has real raisins, real almonds.
But I'm loving my croissant.
I'm loving my Nutri-Grain.
Imagine a bowl of crisp almonds, plump raisins, crunchy flakes, and no preservatives. That's Kellogg's Nutri-Grain cereal. Delicious proof that natural tastes great.
I bet you think I want to try your Nutri-Grain.
Do you want me to get you a bowl?
Could you?
Kellogg's Nutri-Grain. Nature tastes great. Try some.
What's a plantar verruca?
It's a wart.
And a calcaneal tuberosity?
Prominence on the heel bone.
How can an additional line from US West help your business?
I wouldn't know.
You can't be an expert on everything. An additional business line allows you to take more calls or hook up a computer or fax machine. After all, you know feet.
There are 26 bones in the human foot.
And we know phones. The small business group at US West.
Like Cadillac, we at Frederick Cadillac are creating a higher standard in the automobile business. Having a dedicated staff of professionals has enabled us to achieve a customer satisfaction index other dealerships only dream about. Now up to $2,000 cash back on 1993 Eldorados, Sevilles, and Fleetwoods until December 31st. Frederick Cadillac, outstanding automobiles, outstanding people. 6th Avenue between Battery and Bell, 3 blocks south of the Space Needle. Frederick is Cadillac in Seattle.
The Christmas shopping rush is in high gear, but are people buying as much this year?
With less than 6 shopping days before Christmas, Puget Sound area retailers are reporting mixed results in the number of sales. KOMO's Enrique Cerna has been following the local shopping scene today, and he joins us live from Northgate Mall. Enrique, are retailers expecting final Christmas sales to be up or down this year?
Well, it depends where those retailers are located. If they're here at Northgate, sales are up. But the uncertain economic picture has them wondering about those final tabulations and whether sales will be up or down. But most are expecting for it to be up over last year. In downtown Seattle today, holiday shoppers were out in force, taking time to enjoy the festive atmosphere at Westlake Center, but mainly thinking about the gifts they needed to buy. Thank you. Retailers here say Christmas season business has been good so far. They say cheaper parking rates at 2 downtown garages has been key.
The parking seemed to have been helping. We've been getting more people downtown. Of course, I think downtown is the place to be. You get an excitement down here that you don't find in the suburban centers.
Retail analyst Jamie Owens says Christmas sales downtown will be on the plus side this year. But in other areas, north and south of Seattle, holiday sales will likely be down.
We're seeing that sales are a little bit flat in both Everett and the Tacoma areas, and that might be due to the lack of Boeing bonuses this season.
The absence of those Boeing bonuses usually given out during the Christmas season are definitely noticed at this South Center Silo store.
Have you been out?
Sales manager Argola Russell says the big push in sales the bonuses normally provide is definitely missing.
It does take away from the economy, and it does hurt. It hurts them because they don't have that extra money to spend. They have to be, very careful with it, where before they've worked all year and it's like, go out and buy a new toy. And this year you can't really go out and buy that toy. You have to be a little careful with what you buy.
Meantime, other shoppers like Juan Bocanegra and Tina Maestas say they're also taking a careful approach.
Well, we've usually planned for Christmas, and so we don't like to charge much, and we just pay cash for everything and sort of stay within our budget.
But local retailers hope consumers won't be too cautious. They're still hoping for a very profitable Christmas. Now, retail analysts are optimistic. They're expecting a 3 to 6% increase over last year's sales. Eric,
well,
Margo?
That sounds pretty good, Enrique. Any unusual trends this year in buying?
Yes, a number of unusual trends. Mail order shopping is up. Clothing sales are down, but furniture, electronic items, and appliances are all selling well this year.
Yeah, people have put off those purchases for a while. Thanks, Enrique.
Well, the spirit of giving was in full swing last night in Seattle as we held the annual food drive, all for kids' sake. The weather was cold, but warm hearts were the order of the day. People of all ages brought in donations, big and small, cookies, soups, turkeys, and more. KOMO viewers and listeners brought in bag after bag of donations, filling up 2 semi-trucks. Now, here is the final tally in the KOMO for Kids' Sake food drive. Listen to this. We received more than 540,000 pounds of food and more than $45,000 in cash donations. And we would like to thank all of you who took part. The generosity out there was just overwhelming. It was fun.
It's going to make Christmas much more merrier for a lot of
was,
families. Well, the Warriors star is back.
But the big question tonight is, will Sean Kemp return to the Sonics lineup? Sports is next.
Hey, Jack, you sleeping? Boy, they sure love you. But they really love you when you get peanut butter and Ritz crackers. Just for me?
Made 'em just for you. The nicest things seem to happen when you share a Ritz. Get closer. Put a Ritz between you.
Jack, I'm glad we had our little talk.
The difference between looking good and looking great is in a few fine threads. Fine Threads has the Pacific Northwest's largest selection of traditional clothing and sportswear for boys and young men. You'll find the classics from major collections including Polo by Ralph Lauren, Union Bay, Levi, and Pendleton. In boys sizes 8 to 20, regular husky and slim, and men's slim cut 36 to 42. When you want to make the first impression the very best, you should be dressed in Fine Threads.
Just think, if you win that next big lotto jackpot,
Practice swing.
you can afford to go to golf camp. Or maybe tennis camp. Lotto, do you feel lucky? Well, do you?
Ho, ho, so you've made your list. Checked it twice. Now check the dependable U.S. West Direct Yellow Pages. How else will you find it all? Dashing all over town? No time. Digging through a sack full of catalogs? No thanks. You need to know where to buy it, where to wrap it, how to get it there, how to get it for less. And oh yeah, how am I going to pay for all this? With U.S. West Direct, you can even shop when the weather outside is frightful. Keep the reindeer in the barn. Here's all the holiday help you need. It's where to buy. U.S. West Direct.
This holiday season, there's a new way to indulge in the quality difference with your Visa and QFC.
Eric Johnson is here. Big game for the Sonics tonight up against the Warriors.
This one should be a lot of fun. Interesting to see if Sean Kemp's going to play. We don't know if he will or not. They are just getting ready to tip it off in about 10 minutes from now. It'll be the Sonics and the Golden State Warriors. Now, these are pictures that were shot about half an hour ago. While Sean Kemp may or may not play tonight for the Warriors, All-Star Chris Mullin will be in the lineup. He's missed the whole season up until last night's game. He's finally back from hand and leg injuries. It'll be fun to see how he works with rookie Chris Webber tonight. Webber told us just a little while ago that he's just happy to have the other Chris back in uniform.
Well, you know, he opens up a lot of things for us. So he's a great shooter, a great passer, and he takes a lot of attention away from other players like Spreewell and Billy. So you just can't worry about them anymore. You have somebody else to worry about. So it's good having him back.
Last night, the Sonics made mincemeat out of the Milwaukee Bucks. It was rookie Irvin Johnson's first NBA start. His mom and two sisters were in the building, and he made them proud. Irvin had 7 boards, a block shot, and 8 points in just the first 10 minutes of the game. Kendall Gill feeds the kid early on. He jams it. Then it's Gary Payton coming back. He's going to find Irvin. Irvin pulls up, hits the little jump shot. Down it goes. Played a strong game, even came up with a couple of steals. The game was a rout. Watch this, the 3-on-1 break. Payton between his legs to Detlef, who flips it to Michael Cage. Then Schrempf finishes it off with the tip-in. The Sonics won by 30, 127-97. But in spite of the way Irvin played, his coaches and teammates still won't call him by his first name.
The rookie played good. I must give him credit.
I don't think any of the guys know me by my first name because they call me rookie all the time.
That ain't going to change because he had a good game. You know, till next year, he's still a rookie.
I think I'm going to be a rookie till this is all over, till this year's over. Come back next year, and hopefully all the rookie stuff will be out the way.
Life of the rookie. Down in Portland, there is a national title on the line. The PLU Lutes taking on the Westminster College of Pennsylvania for the NAIA Division II national title. The Lutes have averaged 42 points a game in the playoffs. Today, they were piling up the big numbers again. Frosty Westring licking his chops. First quarter, PLU quarterback Mark Weekley goes long to Aaron Tang. He sprints to the end zone. The Lutes led 21-zip. PLU was up 21-7 in the second half when Weekley went deep again. The long bomb to Aaron Tang again. That gave the Lutes a 28-7 lead. 4 touchdown passes for Weekley. Late in the game, PLU scores to make it 50-20. Look at this. They drop-kicked the extra point just like Jim Thorpe. The ref said it was no good, though. They claimed the ball didn't hit the ground before he kicked it. Replays showed that he did. It didn't matter, though. PLU cruises to a 50-20 win over Westminster. They are the NAIA Division II national champs. Frosty Westrings boys win it all. There were a couple of NFL games today, and both of them had some playoff implications. The Cowboys could clinch at least a wild card playoff spot with a win against the Jets, and you know what? They made it look easy, as always. End of the second quarter, Troy Aikman is going to throw long to Michael Irvin. And look at Michael struggle to get it in. Dives in for the touchdown. 7-0 the Cowboys led. Third quarter, Boomer Esiason picked off. It's Kevin Smith. He takes off and he's gone. The Cowboys win at 28-7. We'll be seeing them in the playoffs. In Chicago, the Bears took on the Broncos. Not a lot of offensive thrills in this one. Robert Del Pino scored for Denver from the 1. The Broncos defense came up with big plays all day long. The Bronx win at 13-3. They are still in the hunt for the AFC West title. The Husky men finished up their finals earlier this week, but they faced another tough test in Heck-Ed this afternoon. The Idaho Vandals, a young team in town. The Vandals led by 8 early, but the Huskies came back. Jason Tyrus with the pretty steal. He feeds it to Michael McLean, who flips it to Amir Rashad for the layup. The Huskies led by 1 at half, but the Vandals took over in the second half. Ben Johnson gets it to Orlando Lightfoot. He nails the jumper from the corner. The Vandals, too much for the Dogs down the stretch. They go on to beat the Huskies 71-55. And, of course, we'll have highlights of the Sonics
That's
tonight.
right. And I sure hope they do well. Don't you think Irvin kind of likes him kidding around with him like that?
I think it would probably get old after a while. They'll learn his name sooner or later.
They will indeed after this season. Thanks a lot.
Donald Trump and Marla Maples seem to be getting all the attention with their upcoming wedding.
But wait until you see and hear what this fairy tale proposal is all about.
Hey, Jack, you sleeping? Shh. Boy, they sure love you. But they really love you when you get peanut butter and Ritz crackers. Just for me?
Made 'em just for you. The nicest things seem to happen when you share a Ritz. Get closer. Put a Ritz between you.
Jack, I'm glad we had our little talk.
With over 3,000 years of history to explore, you'll appreciate our rest areas. Call today, 1-800-44-MEXICO.
Presenting the Espresso Mini from Krups. Just the right size to give you delicious espresso. 1 cup at a time, 2 cups at a time, or even 4 cups at a time. Then turn on Krups Perfect Froth and turn deep, dark espresso into heavenly cappuccino, as tempting as this. Krups Espresso Mini. It's as simple as black or white. Espresso Mini with Krups Perfect Froth.
At the Bon Marché.
How to start the holidays sooner. You could make your own reindeer.
Here, Fluffy. Here, Fluffy, Fluffy.
Or head to McDonald's for the Mattel toys your kids love. Miniatures are the coolest ones, like the Mighty Max, Polly Pocket, and the Attack Pack. There's 9 in all, one with each $1.99 hamburger Happy Meal you buy, plus coupons and rebates with up to $100 on certain Mattel toys. So, to rev up the holidays early, start decorating now.
A little to the left.
Or head to McDonald's, where what you want is what you get.
People tend to feel pretty good around here. Maybe it's the fresh air. Maybe it's just good, clean living. Then again, for some people around here, it just might be Bartell Drugs. Our family's been taking care of Western Washington families for more than 100 years. And that's something we feel pretty good about. Bartell's, trusted around here since 1890.
When the clouds started moving in this afternoon, I looked up and I thought, uh-oh, the party's over, and it's going to...
No. Is it so?
The party is not over.
Good.
We don't have to turn out the lights. The party's not over, folks. I sound like Monday Night Football or something like that. But anyway, here's what we're going to be dealing with right now at SeaTac. If you're headed out the door for a Christmas party, whatever, it's a little chilly, and yes, cloudy skies, and I'll explain why we got the clouds and why we're still going to be dry anyway. Our winds are calm right now, the barometer holding steady. Our high today only 42 because the clouds rolled in early, kept that temperature down. Look at that chilly overnight low of 27. So we check in at cooler than normal today. Now let's take a look at what's going on out in the Pacific, and this will sort of explain to you why we got the clouds, but why we're going to stay dry. A couple of low pressure systems to talk about. This one down south is spreading a lot of rain into Southern California. The other well to the north of us. High pressure is continuing to use its armor to protect us, but as you see, a lot of those clouds sneaking under the ridge, and those are the clouds that we got today, and we'll continue to see that pattern, but we'll stay dry for the next 5-6 days, as it looks like now, dare I say it. Lots of fog forming tonight in the overnight hours and getting very slippery on the roads. We'll see that frost again. So again, if you're going to a Christmas party, you're going to be traveling late tonight back home, use caution. It will be a little slippery tonight. Only 28 in Bellingham, about 30 in Port Angeles, and 30 or so elsewhere as well. We'll be socked in the morning. Again, that frosty situation. You've seen it on the lawns and on the roads in the morning. We will burn it off to hazy sunshine tomorrow. A few of those high clouds, again, sneaking under the high-pressure ridge. Some areas, especially South Sound, Kitsap Peninsula, will still be socked in tomorrow. The temperature's held down a little bit by the low cloudiness. 44 in Seattle tomorrow, we'll call it for a high. 43 in Hokie, and about 45 in Portland. Eastern Washington just going to be gloomy all day tomorrow. Lots of fog and low cloudiness there. And look at the temperatures to prove it. 32 in Wenatchee, barely above the freezing mark in Omak tomorrow, barely below it anyway. 31 in Spokane. So we'll see light fog form tonight. It'll be chilly again this evening. In the morning, foggy and frosty and slippery roads possibly. And in the afternoon, that hazy sunshine that we talked about. Next 4 days show you that we'll see less of the sun, but we will still stay dry. Monday, some morning fog and clearing slightly. We'll just see a few sun breaks in the afternoon. Same thing on Tuesday, high of 44 that day, and a little cooler still for the daytime high on Wednesday, high of 42, morning fog and partial sun in the afternoon. Kind of this be that low cloudy situation, look a lot like December, but at least we'll stay dry.
Well, at least not 2 or 3 feet of snow going to fall before Christmas, making that travel so difficult.
A lot of people like the white Christmas, but the travel is awful.
That's right. Getting to Grandma's can be very difficult across the pass. So thanks a lot. Looks like trade relations between the U.S. and China are warming up, and that could mean good news for a big business in Washington State. In Portland, negotiators are ironing out an agreement that could have Washington apples in Chinese stores as early as next month. On Como News 4 tonight at 11, what other Northwest products might soon follow?
Here's a story about a Seattle man who borrowed a page right out of a fairy tale. A magical proposal took place during the intermission of Cinderella at the Fifth Avenue Theater last night.
I must find the girl of whom this gold slipper fits.
Dressed as Prince Charming, Dennis Espinosa searched the audience for his perfect princess. Jody Randall was completely unaware he'd changed into the costume or that he planned on changing her footwear. Soon, however, it all became clear. The gold slipper fit perfectly. Their destiny was sealed, sort of. You see, when he tried slipping a gold ring on her finger, things didn't quite go so well.
Uh-oh.
It'll fit, just push.
We'll get it resized.
And that's where the fairy tale ended right there, I guess. They'll get it resized and then live happily ever after.
That's great. There's a lot of romance in there. But wasn't it a glass slipper that, well, who cares? We'll be back tonight at 11. Hope you'll join us then.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Detailed.
ABC News and Como News 4, recognized as the leader in television news. Follow the news throughout the weekend with the award-winning Como News 4 team.
Legalizing drugs shouldn't be seen as an answer or an option. Here's Ken Schramm.
It's an old debate that now seems destined to get new life. Have the federal government legalize drugs with the hope that it would, quote, markedly reduce the crime rate, end quote. That is the rationale offered up by none other than U.S. Surgeon General Jocelyn Elders. Now, she says she doesn't know what the ramifications of that might be, but feels the idea merits further study. Well, excuse us, but that's the basis for a lot of our problems these days. Federal officials who don't know what they're talking about, but not letting that get in the way of what they say. It's difficult to give legalization of drugs any serious credibility, but when someone with the prominence of Surgeon General advocates such debate, it helps push the issue forward, and it can't just be met with silence. Elders prides herself on having a blunt-spoken approach to controversial issues. We hope she'll take an equally blunt response to her suggestion. The Surgeon General, we hope, will recognize her ignorance in this, that while candor can be a positive attribute, it should not be confused with just blurting out nonsense. Legalizing drugs is not an answer to crime, and debating that issue is not going to make it an answer. Offering up that notion is a contrivance that gets us nowhere. I'm Ken Schramm. We'd like your thoughts and editorials. Please write.
They're sweet and cuddly and rotten at the same time.
Pam Lefevre, top breeder of champion English setters.
What you feed your puppy is probably the most important decision that you make in your dog's life. I mix the pedigree puppy meat with the pedigree puppy dry. The fact that this dog food has so much nutrition in it and my puppies love to eat it is what's important to me. Pedigree has all the puppy growing ingredients that my puppies will need.
Pedigree, developed with vets, recommended by top breeders.
In his opinion, Kentucky, Arkansas, UCLA, and North Carolina.
Everybody forgets Temple. Carolina, everybody but forgets what Temple can be. And they did it to Kansas at Kansas by 14, and it wasn't even 14. They just dominated them with their great zone. You know, Patino does the matchup press full court and traps you and shoots the threes and runs and shoots the threes. But what Temple does with Cunningham in that game, people forget. Cunningham against Michigan last year, fouling out with 7 or 8 minutes, they were that close to getting to the Final Four last year. When you took like Brunson who shoots a three, it's obvious. Eddie Jones, a great guard. McKee, again, the balance that they have, and a great coach like John Chaney. I'm going to tell you something. Temple could win if they stay in the East. They could win the East. They're not afraid to play North Carolina or anybody else in the East. So when you take a look at what Temple is, that's going to be a great regional championship in the East. And when you take a look at what Massachusetts has done already, you know, that Temple-Massachusetts series in the Atlantic 10 is going to be incredible.
Yeah, plus Temple gets you playing their game, and once you start playing their game, you lose. SportsCenter, of course, coming up next, and then it's on to San Jose, California for Arizona and Santa Clara. Chock full of basketball.
Great night of basketball, right? What? Georgia Tech overtime against Vanderbilt. Charles O'Bannon just keeps it going. I think Jimmy will sub down and get all these guys out.
Charles got 12. Ed's got 18. 17.
You got to get the Rudies in the game, you know? These are the guys, the walk-ons, the Rudies of the game in college basketball. We had a kid from out here named Mark Kelly, who was our Rudy at Notre Dame. Would steal sweatbands from Trapuka and those guys when he was here as a walk-on.
Nice look that time from Owens. And Henderson made the basket. Well, Henderson has had a very big second half, rather quietly. He's got 25.
He's a player. Don't forget Brandon's a player. And don't forget Caesar's a player.
Marquise Burns for 3.
You got to get a foul. You got to get these guys in. This is the Rudy Award. It's Christmas. It may not happen in Houston.
Three-point effort by Henderson. 28 for Henderson. He had 3 at the half and no field goals. Nwankwo.
You need a whistle. You got to get these other 2 guys in the game. I mean, you got to tell your great-grandchildren, I played parlor. And by the time your great-grandchildren, they'll think you scored 30.
Henderson rattled that one in and out. Jackson gets it back and missed badly.
Tough.
And it's over. Bruins trying to finish it with a flourish and couldn't quite do it.
They're for real.
Terrific win for Jim Herrick. Tough loss for Dale Brown. He was clearly outmanned today. UCLA 100, LSU 80, Bruins 5-0, LSU 4-1. Sports Center's coming up next. For Dicker Phelps, I'm Barry Tompkins. See you down the road.
ESPN's exclusive coverage of NCAA basketball has been brought to you by Sony. Nothing unleashes the power of music like Sony. And by the Michelob family of beers, because some days are better than others.
Come fly the airline that spans more than half the world. United. Come fly the friendly skies.
We've gathered some treats for a long winter's night. The Cowboys securing and taking away playoff hopes. The Bear offense keeps droning on. 21 games. Who's won 20? Who's won 1? Will Willis help start a new Hawk streak? College hoops, we dare you to trump this, Donald, and listen to the quiet of the forest. Plus the great one, home for the holidays and drawing a crowd. We know you're busy as a bee, but hurry home. SportsCenter's next.
Hi, folks. Welcome to the Saturday Show with Chris Myers. I'm Mike Tirico. Texas is the largest of the contiguous 48 states, big enough for the best and worst NBA team. We'll check Team Akeem against the Mavs later.
All right, first, though, the NFL and Team America with Aikman in an important game against the Jets, Mike. It's 3 reasons why the Cowboys are expected to win the Super Bowl again. Aikman, Emmett, and Irvin. No team has a better collection of players at the important positions of quarterback, running back, and receiver. Yet for Dallas to win its division, they have to win their 3 remaining games, starting and ending at the Meadowlands. Cowboys and Jets, Jimmy, his hair, and his defense in place. Rob Moore with the catch, but Kevin Smith all over him and knocks it loose for a fumble. 9 turnovers in the game. Maybe that's the best way the Jets get into the end zone. Scoreless just before the half, so the Jet defense doing its job against Aikman, Irvin, and Emmett until here. Michael runs under it for the touchdown. 6 catches for Irvin, 7-0. Aikman, 21 of 27, 2 touchdowns, but 3 interceptions. 14-0 Dallas after another Irvin TD. Kevin Smith there to pick off Esiason. Races it back for the touchdown. 21-0 Dallas. America's team, America's men. Jets finally do get into the end zone. 4th quarter, Brad Baxter, first Jets touchdown in 17 quarters. And Ronnie Lott wishing at least one playoff team good luck. Dallas clinching the playoff spot. Emmitt Smith, 91 yards rushing. The Cowboys will host Washington, then play the Giants. The Jets are at Buffalo and Houston. Bruce Coslett, though, didn't like Dallas blitzing late in this game.
I was a little perturbed that he would double safety blitz us, leading 28-7, and try to knock Boomer out of the game.
He said as long as they were trying to score, I just came from his locker room. That they would.
I don't really care what he said. You asked me what I said, okay?
Somebody needs to pass me a note or give me the rule when we're supposed to blitz and when we can blitz, when we can't blitz. I don't know. You know, we just try to win ball games. When the other team tries to score, we try to stop them.
I mean, really, come on, Bruce. The Jets ran 8 plays inside the Dallas 3 and couldn't score. They have 1 touchdown in their last 4 games. This may be part of the reason. This is not a bash. We're just pointing this out. Boomer has been a bust in the last month or so. He's had 0 200-yard games, 0 touchdown games, and may have 0 postseason games this season. Mike?
Speaking of struggling offenses, in Chicago, it was a case today of one could help the other. You see, the Bears have the worst passing offense in the NFL. The Broncos give up more passing yards than anyone. The Chicago offense, though, had a different look. Jim Harbaugh sidelined by a bruised right hand. Peter Tom Willis starting against the gaining momentum Broncos. Just an awful day in Chicagoland for Willis, the 4th-year pro, making his third start. First at Soldier Field, welcomed by the Bronco D. Simon Fletcher, one of 4 sacks on the day. When Willis had time to throw, he couldn't get it through the Bronco line. He's a pretty tall guy, but the Bronco line was taller. Then Shane Dronette in the 2nd quarter, the former Longhorn, the bat and the pick of P.T. Willis intercepted 3 times It was 3-3 late second quarter. That led to a field goal. Here's the big mistake. Mike Kroll does an LT, pulls the ball away, then recovers it. Robert Del Pino scored. It was 10-3 Denver. Wade Phillips D getting it done. The Bears driving again, trying to get it within 13-10. Dennis Smith playing center field. The interception for the defensive back. 120 yards and nothing for the Chicago fans to stick their chest out about today. Elway completed 14 passes, but to 7 different receivers. Rod Bernstein first over 100 against the Bears this year. Now Chicago is in big trouble to make the playoffs. Denver closing with Tampa and at the Raiders. A half game behind West leading KC. Today, winning on a sloppy track.
I think it says a lot for our team that we can play pretty much any kind of game. If it needs to be a passing shootout with Joe Montana or a Bear game against the Bears.
Yeah, it's fun. You know, mud, wet, cold. Couldn't ask for worse conditions to go walk your dog, but, you know, good conditions to play football.
Well, the Bear truth has been giveaways. Win the turnover margin, Chicago wins. Willis and company today gave it up 5 times. Wannstedt said after the game, Jim Harbaugh starts next week against the Lions. That's a must-win if Chicago wants to think about postseason.
The best and worst of the NBA, Texas basketball the same tonight in Houston. The Rockets with a record of 20 wins and 1 loss against the Mavericks, who have 1 win and 20 losses. Houston aiming at the 69-70 Knicks, who set their NBA record for best start, winning 23 of their first 24 games. This one at the Summit, Rudy T. Watching Akeem Olajuwon do what he does best, blocking. Doug Smith, great defense for the Rockets. It's a pretty good offense. Matt Bullard, 3-ball. Rockets led by as many as 20. Quinn Buckner, though, went to Jamal Mashburn from long distance to the rescue. Then Mashburn leaving Maxwell for an easy 30 points for the rookie from Kentucky, down just 8 in the third, but that's about as close as Dallas would get. Sam Cassell with the shot, and Scotty Brooks to Bullard, who one-hands it. And the Houston bench does its job as the Rockets pull away to win again. Akeem 28 points, 12 boards. Otis Thorpe 19 points and 15 rebounds. In Chicago, the Spurs and the Bulls, things heated early. Look at Stacey King and Dennis Rodman going at each other. And Dennis kind of leans in, and with that hair, shouldn't do that. Rodman thought he was innocent, but they both got ejected. Meanwhile, the Spurs getting beat inside. Horace Grant, excellent job of boxing out. In fact, that was the story for Chicago. Nobody takes care of Tony Kukoc. The Bulls out-rebound the Spurs 54-31. Grant 16 points, 18 rebounds, although 24 points from Dale Ellis and Robinson, but the Spurs on the losing end. In Atlanta, the Nuggets and the Hawks. Lenny Wilkins trying to keep another streak or at least get one going. Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf gets the roll, and the former LSU Tiger hits the short jumper. 10 of the Nuggets' first 16. He finished with 22. Slow night for Dominique, just 5 of 19 from the field. Konkak misses. Blaylock with a fantastic touch. The offensive board to Kevin Willis. 8 boards, 10 assists for Blaylock. Andrew Lang feeding Willis a season-high 31. He also had 9 rebounds. As Atlanta wins again, LaFonso Ellis 18 points, 13 rebounds for Denver in a losing effort.
Down the street from the Omni in 6 weeks, the Georgia Dome will host Super Sunday. Today, a Super Saturday of college hoops. Doubleheader headlined by a great backcourt battle. 24th-ranked Vandy, All-America Billy McCaffrey against 14th-ranked Georgia Tech, the backcourt of Drew Barry and Travis Best. Big fellas involved as well. Martise Moore the shot. James Forrest, what a putback. Tech down 3 at the half despite 16 from Forrest. Then McCaffrey, 2 points in the first half. The crossover and the pull-up on Best. Vandy leads by 5. Under 13 seconds left. Barry inbounds to Fred Vinton, who rips court on a 3, and we're going OT. Tied at 72, and Tech dominates OT. Forrest all the way to the goal. He had 25. Georgia Tech erases a 6-point deficit in the last 42 seconds of regulation. Goes on to win. Travis Best had 22. Chris Lawson, 19 and 13 boards in the losing effort. In Chapel Hill, Ohio State visiting second-ranked North Carolina. Lawrence Funderburk, the big man, only had 4 points. But watch the pass to Nate Wilburn for the jam. Ohio State tied at Chapel Hill at 58. Then the Donald. Watch Williams. What a second half. What a streak here. The 3, the drive through the lane. He did everything in the late stretch. Drawing a crowd and score it with 1, then the short jumper as he ran the shot clock down. Donald Williams dominated in the spread offense, scoring 16 of his 26 in the last 7 minutes. The Heels looked lethargic after their final exams, but they improved to 8-1. Funderburk, as I mentioned, held to just 4 points.
The question of who will get the last piece of the NFL pie still up in the air. CBS, after losing the lucrative NFC Conference TV contract to the Fox network, has made an offer to televise the AFC. Right now, NBC owns those rights and is deciding what to do next. The NFL did announce the rest of the TV package today, with ABC keeping Monday Night Football and adding the Pro Bowl. And we're happy to announce ESPN and TNT will continue to televise Sunday night games through 1997. And from the ring, all indications are that Evander Holyfield and Lennox Lewis will fight April 22nd at Caesars Palace for the undisputed heavyweight championship. There are details to be worked out, and Holyfield has not yet officially said whether he will fight again or not. However, he is expected to. The Holyfield-Lewis winner will then reportedly fight Michael Moore, the IBF's #1 ranked contender.
Make for a busy April. Busy Saturday as our show moves on. The Great One heads home for the holiday, and Dale takes the Tigers west to see O'Bannon ×2.
And Mike and I'll have the rest of the NBA, including John Stockton, with a little help from a friend. Jazz highlights ahead.
Who do you call collect for the holidays?
I call my grandmother.
My Uncle Dopey.
My sister Trista to see if she shot till she dropped. Uncle Dave. My brother Alvin.
My sister Elizabeth.
My mother.
See if she sat on the pie again this year.
No matter who you call collect this season, make them even happier to hear from you. Dial 1-800-OPERATOR, only from AT&T. There's no lower price for a collect call. Spell it out, 1-800-OPERATOR. But remember, if it's not 1-800-OPERATOR, it's not AT&T.
Happy holidays!
Come on. Are you the one? Of course not. Some days I feel lucky. Some days. Please, please be the one.
Yes!
Thank you.
Now, the forces of nature can move the hands of time with Seiko Kinetic Quartz. Seiko's unique motion-powered generator. Its precision quartz timekeeping technology that doesn't need a battery, doesn't need winding, just the natural force of nature produced by the everyday movement of you. Seiko Kinetic Quartz, the next movement in the future of time.
Starting your engine is a terrible thing to do. But when you do start your car, there isn't an engine treatment in the world that can give it the kind of protection Slick 50 engine formula can. Because nothing else has Slick 50's unique chemistry. That's why Slick 50 protects so well at startup and keeps on protecting for up to 50,000 miles. And you can reduce engine wear by up to 50%. What it takes is Slick 50.
SportsCenter is brought to you by Slick 50, the engine treatment that provides you with proven protection. Slick 50, automotive engine formula.
Back to the NBA. Last year, Shaq brought down a backboard in Phoenix. Last night, the Orlando center brought down the Suns' 9-game win streak. Tonight, a little easier pivot man for Phoenix to stop, on paper at least. Elmore Spencer of the Clippers. L.A. coming off their second loss to Minnesota in a week. But Spencer showed up. The drive, the jam, he had a career high. 18, tied at 70 in the third. Suns worked the passing game. Barkley to AC and Green for the lay-in. Then in the fourth, Danny Manning driving, and watch the Big O say, oh no, not this time. 98-91, Suns by 7. Sir Charles, he had 20, and he's given some gifts to Oliver Miller. Suns lead 101-93, and they keep it rolling. Pick and roll, KJ to Barkley as the Suns pull away. Dan Marley had 28, AC Green 25, Ron Harper 25 in the losing cause, Danny Manning 18. Phoenix outscoring the Clippers 36-22 in the third to win by 7. Next stop, stop 3 of 5 on Utah's road trip at Washington. Watch John Stockton blow by, missed the layup of Byron Russell. Give me a scream. Jazz down 9. Wes Unseld's team up at the half. Second half, more. Michael Adams to Googs behind the back. Don McClain, 2 of his game-high 29. The Bullets by 15. And the alley-oop, they worked it all night. Rex Chapman to Calbert Chaney. Then Calbert returns it to Googs, who had 15 and 15. The Bullets up 91-83. But the mailman leads the Jazz back. Jay Humphries misses. The mailman, the putback, score it with 1. He was fired up and got his team going. A big second half, fourth quarter especially for Malone. The Jazz 3-0 in this 5-game trip, 17-7 now, their best start. The Bullets have lost 10 straight. Two disappointing teams, both 7-13. Cleveland at Detroit. Nice feed. Hot rod to Doherty. Cavs up by as many as 17 in Auburn Hills, and Mark Price was helping that number. 13 in the first half, 25 for the game. No game of chicken. Call on Lindsey Hunter, the rookie. The tray over Price to tie it at 81. Then Mills and Powney. Watch this block party that they put on Tyrone Hill, denying him twice in the paint. 83 all late in the game. Hunter spin through the lane, the leaner just over Doherty's fingertips. After some free throws, we're going OT. This is the big hoop. A Hunter 3. He had 13, all from the fourth quarter on. Terry Mills 25. Detroit gets its first win in 6 home tries. The Cavs have lost 5 straight. Chris?
Well, the Pacers put their team leader in assist on injured reserve with a deep bone bruise at his right leg. Pooh Richardson's roster spot filled by another guard, Vern Fleming, who had missed 5 games with a shoulder injury. Indiana, which ended Atlanta's streak earlier this week, trying to create one of its own, hosting the Nets at Market Square Arena. Coleman, the gentleman. Vern Fleming rejected, though, to Chris Morris. And then Johnny Newman, one of the newer Nets, gets it to go through the net. Kenny Anderson, 9 assists. This one to Chris Morris with a slam dunk. The Nets leading by 1 at halftime. In the second half, Reggie Miller heats up. Fakes out Morris and hits his 4th three-pointer of the game to tie, and then going to the hoop, gets another one. 13 points in the third quarter, 28 in the game. Fourth quarter, watch Armin Gilliam here. Pardon me. Dale Davis goes down. They go at each other, and Gilliam gets the hook after giving the hook, ejected, but stays in a festive mood as the Pacers go on to win it by 10. Fleming took 2 shots, missed both. Coleman had 25, Kenny Anderson 21 in a losing effort. In Miami, the Heat and the Sixers. And Bimbo Coles to Ronnie Cycli and throws it in. The Heat with an 8-point lead. Third quarter now. Hornacek to Sean Bradley, and Cycli rejects Bob McAdoo, last center to lead the NBA in scoring. He doesn't have to worry about these two breaking that mark. Fourth quarter, the high handoff. Glenn Rice has 30 in the game. The Heat leading, and then Shaw the dish to Steve Smith. Nice reverse for 2 of his 29. And Cycli finishing 15 points, 15 rebounds. The Sixers playing their 6th game in 8 days. They lose it to Miami. Clarence Weatherspoon scoring 18 points for Philadelphia. As we continue here on SportsCenter College Hoops, on the top of the charts, the fast-breaking Hogs of Arkansas. Highlights in a moment.
Zales Jewelers keeps people coming back to SeaTac Mall because Zales knows that what's in the heart makes what's in the little box so wonderful. And it doesn't hurt if what's in the little box is pretty wonderful, too. Zales Jewelers, at the heart of it all, in SeaTac Mall.
There's a good reason people come back to SeaTac Mall.
What's up, guys?
Well, Butch Jr. and myself are looking at some new products here at Butch's, like this new Remington stainless steel rifle. It's really a nice gun.
These new Beretta 20 gauges are really beautiful.
You know what? With new and used guns, paintball supplies, gun safes in 4 stores, a pawn shop, police supply, fishing and archery shop, all with great pricing and zero-down financing, you guys need to stop looking and start selling.
You could brace yourself for the onslaught of 1,000 pounds of flesh, curl up in a fetal position and repeat the word mama, or you could watch.
Number 1 Arkansas playing the Tigers of Jackson State. Williamson the pass to Corey Beck, and after a couple of fakes, the hoop, the harm. Arkansas by 17 at halftime. They beat this team by 47 points. Last time they played them last year. Second half, more running. Williamson again, this time to Scotty Thurman, who lays it in. He had 11 points. And then Alex Dillard feeds Darnell Robinson, the freshman big man center forward, with a slam dunk. Arkansas running away in the second half, especially. Beck, the baseline drive. He had 23. And Nolan Richardson, kind of a ho-hum performance as the Razorbacks win to go 6-0 now. Williamson finishing with 25. Lothridge and John Taylor each scoring 18.
More college hoops in Bloomington. Damon Bailey, he's been carrying the burden of being a great player since 8th grade. Thus far this year, living up to it. Today, his Indiana team hosting Eastern Kentucky, continuing their dominance at Assembly Hall, and another big day as well for Damon on the court. Some of the highlights. Dunk of the day. Off the Allen Henderson miss, Steve Hart, the big slam. We talked about Bailey's big day. 32, the number for Damon. Here's why. Look at Allen Henderson set the great pick, freeing Bailey. Textbook Hoosier basketball. Would have loved to hear what Bobby Knight had to say about this game, but for the 4th time this year, he didn't show up at the post-game press conference. His team won by 11. Louisville facing Wyoming. Alvin Sims in the Cards. Altitude in Laramie. First half. Off the turnover, Jason Osborne, the outlet to DeJuan Wheat. Hammer dunk. Second half, Clifford Rozier goes to work. The drop step and the spin for 2 of his 18. Louisville wins by 17. Finally, Kansas against Georgia. Kansas D was strong. B.J. Williams blocked Ty Wilson and save it to Steve Woodbury. Jacques Vaughn let the freshman finish. Kansas forced 26 turnovers, go on to win. Other college hoop scores, you see the UCLA game that you saw earlier here on ESPN. Glenn Robinson 28, Lizelle Durden 22. Youngstown's lost 18 straight, longest in the nation. Syracuse 113-10 in non-conference games in the Dome, and Yinka DeRay 21 as GW pulled away late from pesky Pepperdine. We're heading towards Arizona Santa Clara. More Sports Center after this.
This is an Apple PowerBook. This is a fax machine. How do you get a proposal from the PowerBook to the fax machine? Like this. So no matter where you are, there you go.
Who do you call collect for the holidays?
My sister Marianne, so I can get the recipe for a famous sweet potato pie.
My mom, pretend I can smell the turkey over the phone.
My dad.
My sister Claudia.
I want to say I'll be home for Christmas.
No matter who you call collect this season, make them even happier to hear from you. Dial 1-800-OPERATOR, only from AT&T. There's no lower price for a collect call. Just spell it out. 1-800-OPER-ATOR.
Happy holidays!
Doesn't it feel so sharp? Doesn't it feel on the mark? Doesn't it feel good to pay less?
Who's got the latest men's shoes on sale? Pay less.
Doesn't it feel like leather? So put together. Doesn't it feel good to pay less?
Men's leather loafers, dress shoes, and hikers starting at a very comfortable $19.99. Better step on it.
Doesn't it feel good to pay less?
Society says beating on things is unacceptable behavior, except in the ring. Everyone wants to know what it's like, how it feels, where it comes from. A blow to the head, white flash, and a ringing sound in your ears. Welcome to the dark side. It's an interesting place to visit, but you wouldn't want to live there. That's why I box.
Join ESPN's 90-minute worldwide spectacle Sunday. Bob Lee will host, and you haven't lived until you've heard Bob Lee talk soccer. Live at 3 Eastern, 9 Cameroon Standard Time. Round 3 of the Johnny Walker Championship. Spent a New Year's Eve once with the Johnny Walker. This in Jamaica. Larry Mize sets up par with a nice shot from the fringe, but hot on his tail, Colin Montgomery, the par 5 17th, and going for the eagle. Got it. 3 strokes off the lead. He's at 9 under, but Mize, the leader, needs this for birdie to get to 12 under after 3 rounds, and got it. Mize leading in Jamaica. Bernard Langer at 5 under. Steve Elkington took a tumble with a 77 today.
Now the night on Frozen Pond. As close to home as the NHL schedule brings the pride of Brantford, Ontario, Wayne Gretzky. 99 returning to the site of the greatest moment in LA King history, Maple Leaf Garden. Remember, the Kings won games 6 and 7 to make last year's Cup Finals. Playing on the road has been a disaster. 2-13-1 in Wayne's road world. Couldn't stop Dave Andrechuk. Watch him flip it past Kelly Rudy as he was going down. Leafs up 2-1. Some great hits. Warren Reichel says hello to Greg Smith. The goalie, Felix Potvin, getting some help in goal. As Andrew Chuck, Johnny on the spot. Look at him. He scores goals and he stops them too. Juan Guzman on hand, but Potvin couldn't pitch the shutout. Toronto wins 4-1. Oleg Petrov, his first NHL hat trick as Montreal wins 8-1. Gary Galley put one in his own net on a delayed penalty. Philly and Chicago tied 2-2. 3 Quebec mistakes helped the Devils beat the Nords. Alexander Gudenyuk, 3 assists in his Hartford debut. Tampa had 1 shot in the last 30 minutes. Calgary wins in OT. The 4th of the Hoop quadruple header moments away. Damon Stoudemire in Arizona, the rematch with Santa Clara.
It's been our observation that people don't necessarily like the idea of getting older.
It's a gut be gone. Roy just loves his.
In which case, we have a suggestion.
Ta-da! Now make a wish,
A 175 horsepower fountain of youth. The 94 Isuzu Rodeo. Practically amazing.
It's just a car. Yeah, right.
Top Stadium Club. It's extreme intensity. Extreme design. It's taking chances. It's Beam Team. It's a radical point of view. If you want to feel the game like this, you can't go just anywhere. You gotta go to the extreme. Top Stadium Club. It's extreme.
From the island of Maui. College basketball Hawaiian style. The Maui Invitational starts Tuesday only on ESPN. Aloha!
SportsCenter is brought to you by the Michelob family of beers, because some days are better than others.
Highlights of these coming up in 2 hours on the late SportsCenter. Seattle leading Golden State and Chris Mullen in the 4th quarter. Mullen with 14 points and 8 rebounds in the game already. And in Rip City, Timberwolves have won 5 of 7 road games facing the Blazers at halftime. Portland has the best of this one.
College football titles decided on the field. The 1AA National Championship at Marshall's home field in Huntington, West Virginia, and they lose.
Next on Sisters.
I know Georgie's been depressed recently, but you have to admit she's been getting better.
Why would Georgie write letters to all of us?
I told you I wanted to be alone.
I think Georgie's planning to kill herself.
I don't want your help. I just want you to stay the hell out of this.
I can't lose her, Teddy. I need her.
I love you, and I will not let you go.
What would you like for Christmas, Mom?
To keep that secret under wraps.
What?
Wrap. I have to wrap presents. What would you like, darling?
Carrie.
Pardon me?
Cookies. Christmas cookies.
Well, I'm sure if we just dream, we'll get everything we want.
Yes, we'll be dreaming and scheming on days of our lives.
It's the best of Christmas Past this week on Saturday Night Live.
Isn't it strange that people spend 5 days a week trapped inside an office, only to spend their weekends trapped inside a fence? Presenting the 1994 24-valve 175 horsepower rodeo. It can take you where you won't feel boxed in. Isuzu, practically amazing.
Number 1 at 11, King 5 Television. And now, with all the news for Western Washington, Brendan McLaughlin and Lori Matsukawa, with meteorologist John Miller and Paul Sylvie, sports. This is King 5 News at 11.
Our top story tonight, officers cruise the roadways at the height of the holiday party season, a crackdown on drunk drivers. The State Patrol is going to find out who's naughty and nice, at least when it comes to drunk driving.
Washington State's patrol joined local police officers in a crackdown against intoxicated motorists tonight. Now there's no safe place to drive drunk. Officer Gary Watkins is on the road to protect and serve, but his priority is finding and stopping drunk drivers along I-5 and Aurora Boulevard in North Seattle.
Probably throughout this weekend, tonight and last night, there'll probably be anywhere from 60 to 75 plus arrested. And if we can get a couple of those people slowed down and not to do it again, we'll be better off. That's all we can really hope for. They're still going to
be doing 65 in a 55 zone, and you didn't use your lane, you didn't use your turn signal to make that lane change. Okay? And that's why I'm stopping it.
Formerly, state and local police set up checkpoints to target drunk drivers, but many of those were ruled unconstitutional. Now, DWI emphasis patrols are used to saturate notorious stretches of road with police units. The idea is to change the locations frequently to keep drunk drivers off balance. There is a drunk driving fatality in Washington state once every 24 hours, but there's some encouraging progress. Alcohol-related traffic deaths went down by 20% between 1990 and 1992. There are some safe options if you're drinking at a holiday party. The nonprofit organization called Toad will pick up you and your car. Just call 1-800-439-8196. There'll be no questions and no charges for the call or the service. The towing service is available from anywhere in the state. Lori?
Brendan, some good news on the roads this holiday season. A record number of Americans are wearing seat belts. The Department of Transportation says 66% of the people wear seat belts on a regular basis. And the department says that translates into 500 lives saved in car accidents. Officials attribute the success to state laws. Seat belts are required in 45 states, including Washington. Also on the roads, a crackdown on radar detectors. The Federal Highway Commission is banning the devices on interstate trucks and buses. The rule will not apply to regular cars. It takes effect in mid-January.
15 people are homeless after a fire in Leschi today. Firefighters were called to this home at 2905 South Washington Avenue around 4 o'clock this afternoon. They found flames coming from the basement of the home. Investigators are still looking into what might have caused that fire. No one was injured, but the Red Cross is offering temporary housing for the displaced residents. A 33-year-old man is being held at Snohomish County's jail tonight, charged with first-degree child molestation. The suspect was identified by a 6-year-old girl after she was allegedly molested by him during a sporting event at Scriber Lake High School in Linwood this afternoon. A short time later, the suspect apparently accosted a 9-year-old in the girls' bathroom at the school. Several people witnessed him leaving the bathroom and contacted the police. The suspect was taken into custody without incident.
Some shocking information recently released by the Energy Department. 30 years ago, government scientists irradiated the genitals of more than 130 inmates at the state penitentiary in Walla Walla and at the Oregon State Prison in Salem. Prisoners were paid $15 a month for the tests, which were aimed at discovering the effect of radiation on reproductive organs. King County investigators say it may take 2 more weeks before they know exactly how an alleged shoplifter died. But Antonio Jackson's family and friends say that's not soon enough. Today, they picketed the Federal Way Safeway store searching for answers. King 5's Mona Lee reports.
We need answers. We want them now.
They're frustrated and angry. Friends and family of Antonio Jackson demonstrated outside the Twin Lakes Safeway Saturday, asking management to explain how their loved one had died.
We're just doing what we can do to keep his memory alive and let people know this could happen to anybody.
Tuesday night, 25-year-old Antonio Jackson was chased down the street by Safeway employees and a couple of bystanders for allegedly stealing a pack of cigarettes. Police believe Jackson was held in a chokehold before losing consciousness. Though paramedics worked to revive him, the father of 2 eventually died.
And I know that his life did not end in vain. Yes. That something good has to come out of this.
After confronting those at the store, family and friends then marched to the place where Jackson collapsed. They say their only hope now is to accept the tragedy and focus their efforts on the healing.
Nobody claims any racism, hate, anger, revenge. This is about honor.
Until the investigation is complete, Safeway officials have but one comment to make, that they're working in full cooperation with the King County Police. In Federal Way, Mona Lee, King 5 News.
Jackson's family and friends plan another march, this one on New Year's Eve. A group of Seattle teenagers has come up with a way to try and stop the violence among young people.
The teens wrote a play called Hold Up, Break It Down, and it deals with real-life violent situations. The Seattle Center Academy and Seattle's Parks and Recreation Department late night program sponsored the project. The teens hope the message of nonviolence will reach their peers.
At the rate we're going right now, I doubt that we're going to have a future at all. But if we start to improve the way we're, if people stop violence and stuff, then maybe we will have a future, which I hope we do.
The group's last performance was tonight at Rainier Community Center, but they hope to continue performing at area community centers and schools. Violence on television is coming under fire from viewers. A poll by the Los Angeles Times shows most Americans believe there's too much violence on television. 80% say TV violence leads to real violence, and 54% say they want government action to stop it, even if that means violating First Amendment rights.
Former Somali captive Michael Durant returned to his New England hometown for the holidays. Durant, his wife, and one-year-old son were met at the airport near Berlin, New Hampshire by their parents in a crowd. Tonight, the family is spending some private time together before tomorrow's official homecoming. Durant will lead the biggest parade in the town of Berlin's history. Durant made headlines in October when he was held hostage in Somalia for 11 days. 450 other soldiers who were stationed in Somalia are home for the holidays as well tonight. Friends and family were on hand today to give the soldiers a warm welcome home as they arrived at Fort Drum in New York. The soldiers were part of the humanitarian effort in Somalia. They're returning to the States as part of President Clinton's plan to pull all troops out of Somalia by March 31st. A medical mystery linked to the military is spreading.
Many Gulf War veterans have experienced unexplained medical problems. But now one soldier believes he passed them along to his daughter. That story tops our news briefs tonight. Sergeant Dennis West of Waynesboro, Mississippi says his daughter was born with respiratory problems, and he believes they reflect his Gulf War illness. So far, though, the Pentagon has not commented on West's case. Well, nearly 5 years after a deadly airplane bombing, new evidence is coming forward. A man tells London's Sunday Times the East German secret police may have been involved in the crash of Pan Am 103 over Lockerbie, Scotland. The man believes a circuit board used in the bombing was shipped to Germany first. 270 people died in that wreck. An Arkansas television station tonight located the son of Surgeon General Joycelyn Elders. The son is wanted on felony drug charges. Kevin Elders says he doesn't know why a warrant has been issued for his arrest. A week ago, Dr. Elders created a stir when she suggested legalizing drugs might reduce the country's crime rate.
President Gore is back in the United States tonight. He arrived in Washington, D.C. after a trip to Russia and Germany. In Russia, he helped lay plans for an upcoming summit between President Clinton and Russian President Boris Yeltsin. Coming up, a Christmas crackdown. Make sure your tree is a legal one.
And we'll show you how some generous Santa's helpers are bringing holiday help to flood victims. Plus,
I'm Lucy Mold. Julia Roberts is on the run in the Pelican Brief. Tabloid photographers have given her the practice. An interview with the world's most popular female star coming up.
There's so much going on in the Northwest these days, more big stories than ever before.
But we're not only making headlines on the world stage, we have a lot more going on in our own neighborhoods.
And we're working that much harder to bring those stories home. Nobody brings the world home like NBC.
And nobody knows the Northwest like King 5.
They say what you drive says a lot about you. If you wanted to say all the right things, Chevrolet and Geo can do just that. Right now, get to know Geo Prism for only $189 a month for 36 months. And you'll get dual airbags, AM/FM stereo, AC, and more. So that makes you good-looking, secure, and intelligent. Says all the right things to me. Make your money count. See your local Chevy Geo dealer today.
Whoever said Christmas is for children never shopped at Office Max. The toy store for us big kids, where you save as much as 30 to 70% every day.
Save on Hewlett-Packard LaserJet 4P printer for affordable high quality from the Laser Leader. Also save on an 11-pack of 3M IBM pre-formatted diskettes.
Why should little kids have all the fun? Take your Christmas list to the Max. Office Max. The office product superstore where savings is the bottom line.
I called my mother in Italy and I said, Pronto, Mamma? I really wanted to do me a favor. Please, call me collect on MCI. You call
I pay.
Pago io. It's a great new way for her to call me.
Friends Around the World Anytime announces the lowest priced international collect calls.
Not just for an emergency. Call me anytime you want to talk to me. It's very difficult to hang up. Ciao, bacione. Bye. I think she misses me.
Join Friends Around the World Anytime and save up to 40% on international collect calls.
Yes, I'll set. Mamma. Brava.
Save the trees. It's a call that's not unfamiliar to the Northwest, but this Christmas in Snohomish County, the cry means something very different. Police say the number of trees being cut down illegally on state land increases each holiday as the population grows. People are using these trees as Christmas trees. Officials do periodic patrols, but they admit it's tough to stop individuals who are actually stealing from the state's children.
These trees, when they're grown on state lands, provide revenue resources for common school construction. Most schools in the state of Washington are paid for from timber sale monies.
Remember, no cutting on state lands. Violators can be arrested.
Well, Lori, for people flooded out in the Midwest this summer, having a Merry Christmas is not easy. But one Salvation Army store in Richmond, Missouri is trying to make things a little more festive for the 400 or so local flood victims who are still homeless. The store is offering coupons to families, and kids can pick out any 2 gifts free of charge. Well, one of the big movies this holiday season is The Pelican Brief. It stars one of the most elusive faces in Hollywood, Julia Roberts.
For the past 2 years, the world's most popular female star hasn't been working. Roberts gives few interviews, but she recently talked to Lucy Mole about getting back to work. Julia Roberts would much rather be on the run from movie killers than tabloid photographers.
It's unfortunate sometimes that certain things in my life have to get documented by men whose jobs are to hide in bushes or to jump out of dark parking lots.
Roberts prefers to be seen right where she is, on screen, starring in The Pelican Brief from the John Grisham novel. It was an easy match. The heroine, a law school student running for her life, was written with Roberts in mind. And after 2 years of turning down every script, she immediately said yes to this.
This was a film that you committed to without a script, based on a book and a director.
It's sort of funny when you put it that way. I turned out all these scripts and then I say yes to something that's not even a script. Yeah. It's the wacky way things go.
Julia Roberts knows from wacky. Disguises don't work. She can't even go to a popular Los Angeles shopping mall without reading about it later in a magazine.
They never get it right, though. You know, that's the thing. So whoever's sort of following us around sort of must lose track or something, because they never get that kind of stuff right.
Says Roberts and her new husband Lyle love it. Everyone says marriage has changed her and work has brought her stability. Everyone except Julia Roberts.
I was solid then. Here's the difference. Because I said this to a friend of mine the other day. And now, since I've just made a picture, I'm married, everything's great, then I've never looked better, I've never seemed happier. Now that's fine, right. But it's the perception that changes, not me.
And that's Julia's world, according to her. In Los Angeles, I'm Lucy Mole, King 5 News.
And Julia Roberts is really getting back to work. She just signed on to make her 4th new film, the story of a woman who crossed the Australian outback by herself.
Well, John, the word that leaps to mind out there is cold. It's just plain cold.
But not quite as cold as it was this morning overnight, because we've got clouds and fog, also some sun on the way, the late weekend forecast, right after we check out the Cascade Ski Report and take a break.
Now, a holiday greeting from King 5.
Happy holidays.
Merry Christmas, everybody!
Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas, Santa.
Happy holidays, everyone.
Well, I hope you find something to be very merry about this holiday season.
Have a stress-free Christmas.
Happy holidays!
Happy holidays!
I wish you all peace and happiness in your lives.
Number 1 at 5 o'clock. Happy holidays. It says it all right there. I don't know what to tell you.
Happy holidays from all of us at King 5.
Whoever said Christmas is for children never shopped at Office Max. The toy store, for us big kids, where you save as much as 30 to 70% every day.
Save on the Rolodex Attaché Plus organizer with daily update, week preview, and more. And on Sanford Mr. Sketch scented non-toxic watercolor markers in 8-color sets.
Why should little kids have all the fun? Take your Christmas list to the max. Office Max. The office product superstore where savings is the bottom line.
We started 67 years ago with the notion of bringing people closer together by delivering their mail a little faster. Then one day it dawned on us, why not just bring the people together? And today with our global partner, KLM, we do that in 380 cities in 81 countries on 6 continents. And you know, you get to see some really nice moments in this business.
Some people just know how to fly.
Paying for quality can be a difficult decision at first. But over time, it gets a lot easier to live with. Acura. Some things are worth the price.
The Ronald McDonald House Ice Rink is now open at Seattle Center. King 5 and Key Bank invite you to come join the fun. Rediscover a world of magic at King 5 Winterfest.
Well, around parts of the Sound, places like Tacoma and Bremerton, they didn't see much sunshine today. In fact, fog and low clouds were reducing visibilities there for much of the day. Other parts of the Sound did break out for a brief time, and it looks like we're going to see more of this over the next several days as high pressure settles in. Partly cloudy right now and 36 in Seattle. Barometer is falling from 30-32, and the winds are out of the northeast at 6 miles an hour. 35 and cloudy in Tacoma, winds out of the south at 7, humidity 96%. And our high today, 42 after a morning low of a cold 27 degrees, as Brendan mentioned. Rainfall, no, not any at SeaTac or anywhere in the west. Average high and low for this date, 45 and 35. Now, over the mountain passes, Snoqualmie Pass, ice in places, with cloudy skies and 23 degrees. Compact snow and ice for Stevens Pass. Blewett Pass has some ice in places, so traction tires are advised. Frost and ice in places at White Pass, and Crystal Mountain has some icy patches. It's 26 degrees there, and with clear skies at the higher elevations anyway. And our satellite picture does confirm that fact. We have plenty of low clouds both east and west of the Cascades tonight, but at the higher elevations, mostly clear conditions. These clouds and any fog that develops are actually going to help us keep the temperatures a little bit warmer overnight tonight, probably only into the lower 30s in Seattle. Now, some of the outlying areas that are clear for another few hours, we're going to be dropping off into the middle and upper 20s, however. But this high pressure is going to stay with us for the next 4 or 5 days. That means some very quiet weather conditions and some light winds, too. And since we did get the clouds in here early tonight, I don't think the fog is going to be as widespread or as stubborn over parts of the Sound as it was today. So we may see a little bit more afternoon clearing. And the next several days, we're going to send these systems well to the north of us. Just a few high clouds just nicking the northern part of the state over the next couple of days. So for tonight, look for mostly cloudy skies in some spots. The places that are clear now are going to be developing some patchy, dense fog. The dense fog should be local, though, and our overnight low temperatures, as I mentioned, should be in the upper 20s to lower 30s, a little bit colder than that in the outlying areas. Then tomorrow, look for some partial afternoon clearing and high temperatures ranging from 39 in Bremerton on up to 41 for Seattle and for Everett. In eastern Washington, plenty of clouds over there, and they'll stick with those clouds all day tomorrow, with temperatures in the 30s. Small craft advisory tomorrow expected for heavy swell on the coast, otherwise winds out of the north or northeast at up to 10 miles an hour on the inland waters in the afternoon. Fair in the mountains, except the lower slopes, will see some low clouds and fog. Afternoon pass temperatures 25 to 31. And our 5-day forecast, more sun in the afternoon after patchy morning fog and low clouds, and highs in the low 40s. Our overnight lows will be in the upper 20s to lower 30s. So if you're headed home tonight after some holiday cheer, just take careful driving. Some of those places that have fog right now may be developing some black ice on the roadway, so be aware of that.
All the more reason to be careful. Thanks, John.
That's right.
Well, still more ahead, including a Santa who's literally peddling his wares.
And did the Sonics lengthen their at-home winning streak? Paul Sylvie just ahead with sports.
almost ready for this week's Almost Live, where you might see something like this.
I'm taking you off the Smith case.
Why?
Why? Because you shot half the police force, that's why. Because you destroyed all our vehicles. Because we're being sued by the families of all the victims you've shot. Which, by the way, at last count totaled 48.
I didn't mean to, Chief.
Ah, damn it. Don't you think I know that, Harvey? You're the best damn cop on the force.
Tonight at 11:35 on King 5.
Right now at Silo, everything, and we mean everything, is on sale. Prices reduced on TV, VCR, camcorders, computers, stereo system, and more. Everything is on sale. Plus, get 0% interest for 6 months on everything over $299.99. And every price reduced on Sony, Panasonic, RCA, JVC, IBM, Pioneer. Everything is on sale right now at Silo. Plus, get 0% interest for 6 months on everything over $299.99. Save big at Silo because everything is on sale.
There's an easy, no-hassle reason to shop South Center this season.
I like the free gift wrap. Oh, I love the free gift wrap, yeah.
Free wrap for anything you buy at participating South Center stores.
Call it a holiday phenomenon. The bigger your shopping list, the smaller the gifts. Unless you shop at Office Max, where thousands of gifts are 30 to 70% off every day. Save on an 11-pack of Maxell 3.5-inch high-density pre-formatted computer diskettes and on Citizen America's 24-wire dot matrix printer with high-resolution output. So bring us your biggest list and take your savings to the max. Office Max. The office product superstore where savings is the bottom line.
AT&T just announced to the world that they will, quote, move gracefully away from the iPlan. Well, this is an invitation from MCI to all AT&T iPlan customers. Move gracefully yourself right now to MCI and the savings that MCI delivers. Call now and we'll start you off with $20 worth of free long distance.
Paul Sylvie joins us now with sports. No place like home for the Sonics, it seems, huh?
An awesome night for Ricky Pierce.
Boy, they just keep getting it from Ricky, and they just keep getting those W's. Another home game and another win for the Sonics. For the second straight game, they forced 25 turnovers and cashed in. Sean Kemp unable to play once again because of a sore knee. Another balanced attack for the Sonics. Detlef Schrempf wraps one underneath to Kendall Gill, who clutches for 2 of his 20 points. Warriors had it going in the first half. Josh Grant goes deep for Chris Webber with the touch to Avery Johnson, and he's in. The Warriors hung around until late in the fourth quarter. That's when Chris Mullen and the boys could only sit and watch as Ricky Pierce put this one away. He scored 15 of his 26 points in the fourth. He liked this spot so much he nailed 3 in a row. Ricky was rolling. So were the Sonics. They pulled away to win it 126-111. Big Ricky with a big night. Sonics are now a perfect 11-0 and at home this season. Elsewhere, the Suns remain 2.5 games back as they win, while the Blazers down the T-Wolves by 10. The cheap shot of the night took place in Indiana. New Jersey's Armin Gilliam clotheslines Indiana's Dale Davis, and Dale and his pals want a piece of Gilliam. He was restrained, though. Gilliam got tossed for the Bush League move. Could be a fine in his future. Indiana won the game 108-98. Oh, some trouble in Chicago, too. Tempers flaring between Dennis Rodman and the Bulls' Stacey King. King goes for the Worm's head. Oh, Dennis not happy with this one. Both players were tossed. He's fired up, retaliates against the TV monitor. Then he wanted to fling the footboard, but he thought better of it. The Bulls won the game 102-90. Elsewhere, Houston improves to 21-1 as they hand the Mavs their 18th straight loss. Miami crushes Philly, while Utah downs the Bullets. The Pistons needed overtime to get by the Cavs, and the Hawks roll past the Nuggets. When Bob Bender took over the Husky men's basketball program, he had a feeling it might be a long season, and today against Idaho, that feeling got a little stronger. Family day at Heck Ed. The Dogs a little red-faced at home. Huskies go on a 9-0 run to close out the first half. Amir Rashad with the steal, Michael McLean with the bucket. Huskies led by 1 at the break. Idaho turned it up a notch, though, in the second half. Mark Leslie poking the ball loose, dishes to Benji Johnson for the easy basket. Leslie led the Vandals with a game-high 17 points. 2 coming on the jumper here as Idaho pulled away from the Dogs down the stretch to win it 71-55. Huskies now fall to 0-4. Better news for the Husky women. They beat Gonzaga 63-40 tonight in Spokane. Pacific Lutheran spent much of the football season ranked number 1, so it's only fitting they wrapped it all up with a national championship. Guard Swanson has the story.
Everyone had their game faces on, and the Lutes wasted little time in showcasing their high-octane offense. Quarterback Mark Weekley, who was told to limit his running because of a separated shoulder, scores here, and the landslide was on. Still first quarter, Lutes again driving. Here on 4th down, Weekley fakes out the entire stadium when he connects with Aaron Tang for a 35-yard touchdown, 14-0 Lutes.
We got lucky. He came up on the fake, so that's all we needed him to do.
But PLU wasn't through yet. Now in the second quarter, and again, Weekley to the air. This time, it's Gavin Stanley, 21-0. The only mistake PLU made in the first half was giving up a 92-yard kickoff return. Westminster tried to stay in it after that, but they found out that the Lutes were just too much to handle. Weekley had a huge game, a school record 441 yards passing, including 4 touchdowns. The big one here, again to Tang. Mark was also named the game's MVP. The Lutes were just too explosive today, scoring 29 points in the second half as they drenched the Titans 50-20.
Feels great. It's all I can say is it's a total team effort. We practiced hard for 14 weeks, and we feel like we deserve it.
Well, I guess the bottom line is we think we're more than champions. Special group of kids here played a great football game against a real fine team.
So PLU comes home with its 3rd national title. In Portland, Gard Swanson, King 5 Sports.
Thanks, Gard. 2 NFL games played today. At Soldier Field, the Broncos upended the Bears. And at the Meadowlands, the Cowboys clinched a playoff spot with a 28-7 win over the Jets. Seattle Thunderbirds continue to be the hottest team on ice. Tonight, the T-Birds won their 8th straight game, beating Tri-Cities 2-1. Tomorrow night, the Birds host the Rockets, who had a rough one tonight with Portland. It's Dennis Pinfold laying on some lumber tonight against the Winterhawks. Portland took a 2-0 lead in this game. Colin Foley picks up the loose puck and scores on the backhander. The Rockets countered late in the first. They get the puck in front of the net. Trevor Frazier pops it home. Rockets needed much more, though, losing to Portland for a second straight night, the final 5-2. And finally tonight, it was fight night in, of all places, Puebla, Mexico. 3 titles on the line in 3 different weight classes. First in the WBC super lightweight bout, Julio Cesar Chavez satisfied his hometown fans, retaining his title by stopping previously unbeaten Andy Hulligan. In the WBA super middleweight bout, Michael Nunn, check this out. This is more like a big-time wrestling bout. Nunn did retain his title, though. And also the terrible Terry Norris, not so terrible against Simon Brown. Brown was knocked out. Yeah, boy, Norris, just a tough night. He knocked Norris out in the 4th round to claim the WBC super middleweight title. And just a reminder, the Seahawks host the Phoenix Cardinals tomorrow at the Dome.